to March.
All right. Welcome everyone to the March Board of Forestry public meeting. This is a one-day event. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. We have an important introduction to do, but I've got a bunch of the same things I always have to say to do here first. So today's meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking, so those that are listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with ODF hosts during this event. For the March meeting, we will have 2 decision items in front of the board, one in block form, in other words, the consent agenda, and another item later today for tethered logging. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before coming to a vote if it's a decision item. For public testimony, our agenda offers an opportunity for the public to provide comments. The public forum item, which allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding the informational items included with the meeting agenda. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 3 minutes. We understand this is not a lot of time, but if you'd like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending written testimony to the Board of Forestry email. To enter it into the record for the March 2026 meeting, all written testimony is due by March 18th. Any questions so far? Okay, with that, I will perform a roll call of the board members to confirm that we have a quorum. All right, Liz Akpawa.
Chair Kelly, I am present.
Great. Keith Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Present.
Lexi Lavecchio.
Present.
All right, present virtually. Welcome, Alexi. Brenda McComb.
Here.
And Jim Kelly, myself, I am here as well. Okay, we will then move on to the consent agenda. With that, does anyone have a conflict or the appearance of a conflict that they would declare on anything in the consent agenda? Okay, not hearing any. On the consent agenda, we have the board governance performance self-evaluation. And as we were informed at the last meeting, we are no longer required to use that particular self-evaluation. And it's my understanding that we can create our own self-evaluation and have that managed by our governance committee. So I'm suggesting to you all that we remove this from the consent agenda. And with that in mind, any conversation about that, and if there's agreement about that, I will be looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda with that item. Item B, board governance performance self-evaluation removed. Ben.
Chair, I think that's a great idea. And just to reiterate, the board governance committee is planning to take up a new evaluation this year. So with that, I would move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item B.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And with that, I will pull the board. Liz Akpala? Keith Curtis?
Aye.
Ben Doimling?
Aye.
Joe Justice?
Aye.
Alexi Lavecchio?
Aye.
Brenda McComb? And I vote aye as well. And with that, the motion to approve the consent agenda with item B removed has passed unanimously. Right. Next item is we have a new face up here to introduce and congratulate our new state forester, Casey. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Casey, for the record, Oregon's new state forester, previously Nevada's state forester. So really excited to be here. Just a little brief moment about myself. I've been in forestry for over 25 years, started when I went to college at the University of Montana, got a degree in forestry, went into the Peace Corps because I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. Did time in Nepal doing community forestry work and learned a ton about myself and about forestry work that in forests that I'd never seen before. So that was great. Came back, started with the Division of Forestry and the best job I ever had, which was in the seed tree nursery, planting plants. And then worked my way up to the Deputy State Forester and the State Forester for the last 8 years. Really enjoyed working with all state foresters. I worked at the national level as the president of the National Association of State Foresters, worked up through the Council of Western State Foresters. Through my career, I've worked with a lot of different partners. That's one of the things I am most excited about here is working with all the partners and working to protect the forests of Oregon. I love the work I get to do. I love working with people. I love running an agency, a big agency who has a big job. I know ODF does a lot of great work, and I just really look forward to pushing that work along. I am moving here eventually. We have a house offer in and accepted, but I got to get my final daughter through high school. So she's about June, she'll graduate, and then we will be up here officially for full time. So happy to be here, happy to be working with you, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
We probably are going to have a short honeymoon period where we don't ask you any difficult questions, perhaps. I don't know. But really, we're so happy to have you in this role. And we appreciate everything that you had to go through with the process. I know it wasn't easy to get here, but so super. Any other board member comments, thoughts? To start the meeting today? Any? Okay. So I'll Ben first. I'll do Ben, then you, Brenda, and Joe.
Well, I first of all just want to welcome you, Casey, and welcome to Oregon. Welcome to this department, this board. It's a great place, and we're lucky to have you. And I look forward to working with you. With that, I wanted to bring up another brief topic. I want to just put out there, following up on our board meeting last month where we talked about departments KPMs. We talked about, we worked through those a lot. And I put forward a pitch for a KPM that would measure change in forest cover, some form of that. And have since spent a bit of time trying to educate myself on the feasibility of that with the technology we currently have, remote sensing, et cetera, and have learned that that's possible, that's doable. The capacity is there to measure that. And I would just, this is not a formal ask, it's just a plug that this is, I think, something really important that would be good to add to our KPMs is a way to measure change in forest cover. And I think there's a lot of subsidiary benefits we can gain from that, but I would just put in a strong pitch for that as something that should be added to our KPMs. The mechanisms of how to add that and when, I will leave to staff, and maybe we can, as a board, take this up as we go forward. But I wanted to put that forward. Thank you.
I certainly, I'll second that. It's not a motion, but certainly something I agree with. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, thanks. First and foremost, congratulations to Casey and great to have you here. I was in communication with Clark Seeley a few weeks ago, and he asked that I pass on to all the board members and all the folks involved with board work his best wishes. And he really does pay close attention to what's going on here. So just wanted to do that. And then finally, I think Ben's idea is an outstanding one, and I certainly would have my support.
Joseph, did you have your, oh, you did not. Liz.
Good morning, Liz Ekpawa, board member. Welcome, Casey. It's really nice to have this seat filled permanently, and best wishes on the transition for your family and your high school daughter. So I just wanted to think about where Casey's transition, and also recognize that we have folks on the staff that are filling a role temporarily and trying to get our public comments in and dealing with a lot of electronic stuff. So I just hope that we all, and I'll remind myself to give them grace and space to do that role as they're helping out.
I appreciate that comment. Right now, seems like things are running quite well, but we've had turnover, and our staff here is doing a great job, but they don't have a deep well of experience that some of our board administrators have had in the past. So giving them grace and mentioning that is the right thing to be doing. All right. Any other opening comments? Okay, next thing on our agenda then is the public forum and opportunity for the public to make comments on any subject. For those participating today, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. This is reserved for remarks on topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name and associated affiliation if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, are we ready to engage with the public comment section?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey. Today we have 5 people in the queue who have signed up to provide commentary today. To help us stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. Please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 3 minutes. We ask that you provide your closing statement. Testimony will start with those who are in the room before transitioning to those who are participating online. For the record, we have no online participants today. Will the following individuals please come up and have a seat at the presenters table? Scott Killips, Michael Lang, Chris Edwards, Amanda Sullivan Astor, and Pam Birmingham.
Okay. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester KC, thank you for your service and for the opportunity to provide a public comment. My name is Scott Killips. I live in Portland. I'm a retired software program manager, and I volunteer with 350 PDX, which is a climate justice advocacy group. I would like to extend a warm welcome to State Forester KC and congratulate her on her new appointment. I would also like to encourage her to make it a priority to lead ODF in the creation of an ODF strategic plan. In January 2023, Governor Kotek set the expectation that all Oregon state agencies create or update strategic plans by June of 2024. ODF has yet to do this. The Department of Administrative Services provides a template and review criteria for agency strategic plans. These include the expectation that strategic plans include goals aligned with agency priorities that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, or SMART for short. ODF has identified 5 agency priorities in their vision for Oregon's forest. I believe that ODF's strategic plan should include SMART goals for each of these priorities, including climate change. I believe that the SMART goals in ODF's strategic plan should inform and add coherence to ODF's current update of the agency key performance measures. These are the KPMs that Ben was just referring to. The agency key performance measures should indicate progress toward achieving the goals in the agency's strategic plan. Finally, I would like to request that ODF resume posting written public comments for board meetings on the board meeting website. This has not occurred for the last 2 board meetings, and written comments cannot be public if there is no public record. Thank you again for your service and for the opportunity to provide a public comment.
Next, we'll hear from Michael Lang.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Kelly, Vice Chair McComb, and State Forester KC, and members of the board. My name's Michael Lang, and I'm Senior Policy Manager with Wild Salmon Center. First of all, State Forester KC, congratulations on your appointment and confirmation. And Wild Salmon Center and our partners look forward to working with you. My comments today are, in brief comments, will focus on the draft forest management plan and draft performance measures. I provided a copy of the State Forest Coalition's comments on the FMP to you by email. Hopefully you all received that in your ODF board email address folders. In summary, our comments identify numerous deficiencies in the draft forest management plan, and we tried to go through it and tie it to the actual rules that apply to forest management plans. So I hope that that comes through and that it's helpful. What we identified, particularly in the overarching concern with the draft FMP, is it doesn't comply with the legal requirements in OAR 629-035-10 through 30. And those are the rules that apply to the FMP. Numerous commenters, including conservation organizations and also industry, observed that the draft FMP lacks specific goals, strategies, guidelines, and desired outcomes as required by rule. Therefore, it's impossible to determine whether the draft FMP meets the legal requirements. And a few of these include consistency with the best available science, achieving greatest permanent value, maintaining and restoring properly functioning aquatic habitats, protecting and enhancing native wildlife habitats, contributing to biological diversity, and the other requirements included in the rule. I won't list them all. While the staff describes the FMP as a high-level policy document intended to allow for a broad range of implementation pathways, that's a quote from the memo that you'll be reviewing today, there's nothing in the rules that allow for this. To the contrary, the FMP is required to contain specific goals, strategies, and guidelines that are measurable and ensure the protection of resources. Because of these deficiencies, the performance measures that are before you again today appear as simply an exercise in measuring various forest attributes. And those are really interesting. I'm not saying that they're not. And there's some value in that, but how does it tie to the FMP? Why are we measuring these things? And what are the desired outcomes that the FMP seeks to achieve, going back to their rules? So that's one of the recommendations, in addition to what we have in our FMP comments, is that the performance measures tie back to the FMP specifically. Why are we measuring that? And that will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Chris Edwards.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey, and members of the board. My name is Chris Edwards. I'm here on behalf of the Oregon Forest Industries Council, representing large landowners and mill manufacturers throughout the state. Wanted to come this morning and welcome our new state forester and highlight 3 priorities of our organization. But first, I'd be remiss if we didn't thank Kate Skinner for the work that she has done over this past year. She came into a department that was going through a little bit of turmoil. She steadied the ship and has been a competent and capable and good hand at the helm there. So we really appreciate her work. We're very enthusiastic about the governor's decision to hire State Forester Casey, and we welcome her to the state and want to see her be successful in this role here in Oregon. 3 priorities for our organization. Number 1, and at the top of the list, is getting the private forest accord through the federal services and that habitat conservation plan approved by the federal services. It's not every day that landowners and members of the conservation community sit side by side and hash through a working agreement and bring it to the legislature to get that done. That's happened, and now it needs to get through the federal services. And we think that the state forester and the governor's office plays a critical role in getting that approved by the federal services. Secondly, we think there's a little bit of work to be done, particularly in front of the legislature, with both maintaining but also raising the stature of the department as the lead agency in wildfire initial attack and suppression. The legislators generally are prone to shiny things. And while we appreciate our partners in the complete coordinated system at the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office, the reality is initial attack and keeping small fires or initial starts small happens in that partnership with the Department of Forestry and landowners. And it depends on investment by the state and investment by landowners. And keeping that system strong is a top imperative. And then finally, we'd ask that with the passage of the Western Forest State Habitat Conservation Plan, with all the encumbrances that have been introduced and set-asides and prescriptions from that plan, that you allow the remaining working acres of state forest to do what they do best, and that is work. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Amanda Sullivan Astor.
All right. Good morning. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. Thank you for allowing us to come before all of you today. And good morning to Chair Kelly, new State Forester Casey, and members of the board. As you can see, I don't have any prepared remarks in front of me today. I won't be reading from anything. This is just going to come straight from the heart. And I just really want to echo what my ally, Chris from OFIC said. You know, we really want to welcome State Forester Casey in front of us today. We're really excited to get to work with you and for a new chapter and a new leaf to be had with the board in that relationship, and just looking for a lot of success there, as well as what Chris said about Kate Skinner. Just really a lot of gratitude for her and her efforts with the board and for setting the ship with the department. Just want to highlight who Associated Oregon Loggers is. We have loggers in our name. We do represent loggers, but we do represent the entirety of the suite of forest operators in the sector. So anything from reforestation to firefighting to road building to logging, and log trucking. So kind of any of that suite of small business contractors, we do represent them. And the majority of our staff, we have a 15-person staff, and the majority of our staff are actually field-going staff and our workers' comp agents. So at our core, Associated Oregon Loggers is a safety organization. We care deeply about worker safety, and that does drive a lot of our priorities in this work. And you'll see that across the board when we testify to this body. And many of you guys have seen that and heard that from us across the many years of our engagement with you guys. And with this body. In addition, we do have 3 folks on staff who are certified foresters through the Society of American Foresters. I am one of them, and I do all of our government affairs work. And so just for the sake of brevity, we were in Washington, D.C. last week, and we do work alongside our federal partners at both the federal level and local level here. We are deeply connected and engaged around shared stewardship, and we think that there's a role for the department to play in having a greater hand in working alongside our federal partners, because although our federal partners care deeply about their areas of expertise and the lands that they manage, they aren't always looking at the best good for the state because they don't represent the state. And so I think that there's a role for us to play in this department to play in helping align our priorities alongside our federal partners. And we look forward to doing that and seeing State Forester Casey engage in that space. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Pam Birmingham.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and board members. Welcome, Casey. Very happy to have you here. I'm Pam Birmingham. I live in Clatsop County in the Jewell School District. Been there nearly 40 years. I work with a couple different environmental organizations, and I'm also a real estate broker. So between all of those, I have a pretty strong feeling of public perception. And in my nearly 40 years, I've noticed a big shift in what the public cares about. People care about the environment. People care and are surprisingly passionate, aware, and educated in how our state forests are being managed. If you've seen the number of public comments on the forest management plan, you know, there were a lot of comments, and they were very strongly in favor of preserving what we have. My ask today is, when you're talking or thinking about the performance measures, especially the water quality and complex structure, which, Ben, I'm glad to hear that they are measurable. I'm asking that you set quantifiable, measurable, achievable, and reportable numbers. The charts, the graphs, the studies are nice, but the general public that lives in these areas wants to see some bigger trees on the landscape. They want to know that we have clean drinking water and healthy habitat. They liked the number when we had 30% for complex structure. That is a number. It's not supposed to be aspirational, and they would like to see us move toward things like that, real numbers. So that's all for now. And again, welcome.
I would like to thank each participant for their testimony and for being respectful to the time limit. Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey, and members of the board, that concludes our public testimony for this morning's public forum.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Appreciate you coming. We've got a couple minutes. Does anybody have any comments around what you just heard? Heath.
You know, I would just offer to the public that, you know, one of the unfortunate parts of the forest management plan that's proposed is that it incorporates by reference other documents that you can't intuitively see unless you go read those other documents. And one of the most important ones is the habitat conservation plan itself. And I think that people would find that a lot of those metrics and parameters and quantifiable outcomes that they're looking for are described in that habitat conservation plan in some detail.
Yeah. And I'd certainly comment, I really agree with Chris. We've got to keep this focus on being able to bring the private forest accord to bring it home. And same goes, of course, for our HCP and for our state forests. Got to keep our eyes on the ball. We've been working on this for a long time, and I don't know how long now since the agreement, Chris. It's been a while on that, and the state has been trying since 1994 to get a habitat conservation plan across the finish line for the state forest. So if we are able to do both of those, they're just going to be huge accomplishments. Will be wonderful for the state of Oregon. So, any other anything else before we move on then? Next up on our agenda, scheduled for 9:15 is a legislative session update. Derek, are you here? Are you ready? You go a little early. Derek Wheeler is going to give us an update. I was getting an update on the radio this morning as I was driving here, so things are happening fast and furiously.
That's true. Yeah. So, good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey. That's fun to say now. Members of the board, my name is Derek Wheeler. I'm the legislative director for the department. As Chair Kelly mentioned, things are moving fast and furious right now. We're on the home stretch of the short legislative session. So I appreciate the opportunity to give a brief update. And I see the agenda is moving briskly, and I'll continue that theme. The main point of a short session like we have this year is budget adjustments. Of course, there's going to be policy adjustments thrown in. But in terms of budget adjustments, this year's session is unlike any other I've seen in my career. This stems out of last year's session where the state passed a balanced budget. And then shortly after, on the federal level, House Resolution 1, otherwise known as the Big Beautiful Bill, passed. This had a lot of associated tax cuts at the federal level, but because Oregon state tax code largely mirrors federal tax code, we would also be adopting those tax cuts. That left the state in a large budget hole just days after having passed a balanced budget. In fact, yesterday, Senator Kate Lieber remarked that they had passed their budget and just 6 days later had to start redoing the entire thing. So redoing the entire budget was the main theme of this session. When we were heading into the session, forecasts had about a $750 million revenue shortfall. And that was amended a little later, right before session, with a rather positive revenue forecast. So that 750 number moved to 650, a step in the right direction. There was a bill in this year's legislative session, Senate Bill 1507, that would detach some of Oregon's tax code from the federal tax code. And in doing so, in changing those mechanisms, we would be able to claw back an additional $290 million. So moving in the right direction in terms of filling the budget hole. But again, that was the theme of this session. Now, in terms of policy, you probably read quite a bit about some of the major bills. There's the MOTA renovation that's taken up a lot of air in the building. There was a farm stand bill, which was very meaningful to many of the natural resource agencies. The federal tax connect bill that I talked to, a gun bill, and a referendum vote. So last special session, there was a Department of Transportation package that included a 6 cent tax increase to fund the Department of Transportation. A successful referendum was accomplished there, and that would move a repeal of that law from a vote that would happen in November of this year. This year's bill would move that vote from November to May of this year, so it moves up the timing of that bill. That was a very partisan bill, and there was, I would call it, mild walkouts associated with that bill, but nothing that actually came to a full-blown walkout. But it was something we're closely watching because it could have changed the cadence of the session. So in total, 300 bills were introduced this session, and the department closely tracked 110 of those. Thankfully, at least from my perspective, the Department of Forestry had very few policy bills that we needed to look at. Since I've been in this position, we've had major bills come through. Last year was House Bill 3940. There's been 83, 82. Every year, it seems we have at least one large policy package to get through, but that was not the case this year. But there were a few bills that we were closely tracking, and I'll touch on four of them really briefly. The first one was House Bill 4105. This has to do with the sustainable timber level on our state forests. This was the third year of an iteration of this type of bill. Last year's bill mandated that the department set a sustainable harvest level for our state forests. And if we weren't able to achieve those levels, we could be sued. The difference between last year's iteration and this year's was that last year's left the potential litigants wide open. And so a lot of people could sue us should we not hit those harvest levels, and that led to a very large Department of Justice fiscal ask for the bill, as well as litigation costs that would be baked into the Department of Forestry. Ultimately, the cost of executing that bill sunk it in last year's session, and this year's session, the bill 4105 came back, but it narrowed the scope of who could sue us. So it narrowed it to folks who would be directly impacted by that. That would be the counties and special districts, essentially. So they could sue us and compel us to reach the harvest levels. Again, there's the potential for very complex litigation involved with that, and another fiscal was put on that bill. Ultimately, when we're talking about a legislative session where we're trying to balance a budget and dig out of a hole, any bill that has a large fiscal ask attached to it had an uphill battle, and that's what happened with 4105. So that bill will not move forward in the session. Similar story is Senate Bill 1540. This was Senator Golden's bill, another bill where he's been tinkering for a few years to address wildfire insurance premiums. Essentially, the bill asked insurance agencies to submit catastrophic modeling software to the Department of Financial Regulation for inspection and to go over that. But it also mandated that insurance companies take into account that landowners, households, communities, when they do the work to safeguard their houses and communities, that would be reflected in their insurance premiums. We've seen similar bills like this in 85, but this one had more teeth to it. Ultimately, when a landowner or a community is dissatisfied with their potential insurance rate, they need to point back to something to prove their case. And in doing so, the bill mandated a database of the work, some of the mitigation and fuels treatment work there. So that would include the Department of Forestry and also State Fire Marshal. Ultimately, it would have been pretty expensive for the Department of Financial Regulation, OSFM, and ODF to execute the bill. And at the very last minute, I would say that the insurance companies were not quite there yet with this bill. That's not to say that addressing insurance premiums shouldn't be a policy goal, and I see that will boom forward. But the danger of a short session is you simply don't have enough time to fully bake proposals. There just isn't. And so that bill will not be moving forward, but we'll see what the future brings in terms of adjusting or looking at wildfire insurance rates. Another bill that we're closely watching was 4121. This is Representative Evans' bill named Spartacus. It was a very ambitious bill, as originally written, addressing all hazard response in the state. Initially written, it was quite comprehensive and quite expensive. And so the bill itself was extremely cut down in the last 2 days, and a form of the bill that took out all expenses associated with the bill and more or less left a regional training office within the Department of Public Safety Standards and Trainings, as well as advisory groups and granting authorities. That remains in the bill. And that ultimately passed out of Ways and Means last night. We will be keeping a close look on this because this will could greatly affect how we plan statewide with our hazards response. So we'll be working with Rep. Evans and company as that goes on. Any needed fixes, because again, this was a short compressed session, any needed fixes that we see with that bill, we'd bring to the long session next year. And then the last bill I'd point out is 4004. This was a omnibus bill that came out of House Agriculture Committee. It had elements that had to do with tweaks of water law, but it also had elements for Douglas fir mortality. This came out of Representative Marsh's work down in Jackson and Josephine counties, where Douglas firs are seeing mortality events across the landscape. And so to back up a little bit, as a marketable species, a lot of Douglas fir was planted in areas that quite simply were marginal at the time. You fast forward a few decades and you compound climate change and fire exclusion, and you've got a lot of Douglas fir in areas that just simply don't suit it. And so you've got mass mortality across the landscape down there. And what that does is leave the land owners in a tax crunch. So they can work with the Department of Forestry for a plan of alternative practice, and we can work with them to say, okay, maybe not Doug fir, or we can adjust stocking densities, but they would still maintain a functioning forest. And that would qualify them for small tract forest land deferments. If their parcel were to move out of that, no longer be a forest, as it stands now, they would have to pay back taxes on those deferrals, and that leaves them in a lurch. So the point of 4004 was to defer those back taxes. So if a small tract forest land moves out of that, they will not have to immediately pay those small back taxes. I'll move over to budget really quickly. I would say that agencies across the board took a lot of hits, but natural resource agencies in general fared pretty well. And I would say the Department of Forestry fared exceptionally well in this year's budget. We saw no cuts, no vacancy savings, and all of our preseason asks that we brought to the legislature actually got funded. So let me quickly talk about a few of those. The first being a federal funds expenditure limitation of $5 million. This stems from a $5 million grant we received from the Forest Service for fuels mitigation work in Lane County, Cave Junction, and the Illinois Valley. So in doing so, in capturing that grant, we will establish 39 permanent seasonal positions in that area, and the grant itself will extend over 3 biennium. So we got the okay from the legislature to go and implement that. We got $5.7 million to code for increased federal indirect charges. This is to correct a grant source, a purely technical thing. And one of the larger asks that we saw as we went into this legislative session had to do with House Bill 3940. As you recall, 3940 transfers, it lessens landowner rates that they pay, which have become very expensive, by taking centralized administrative costs within the department and taking it out of the landowner rates and moving them into GF, into the state budget. That is actually accomplished finally next year when we write those changes into our next year's budget. That leaves a gap of this year to cover some of those expenses. And those expenses totaled $11.6 million. So in getting $11.6 million out of this budget, it was the final piece of the puzzle of 39 and its implementation. And so that was captured, and we're well on our way to landowner decreases and covering centralized administrative costs. I'll quickly move to fire, some of our fire expenses. So the department has a $24 million special purpose appropriation for severity resources. That's largely how we contract our helicopters, aircraft, et cetera. We charged $12.2 million to that account, and we're granted that back. So that leaves $11.8 million for next year's use to finish out the biennium. In terms of large fire costs, we were recouped $69.5 million, and the Department of State Fire Marshal also received 14.6. What's new about covering large fire costs this year is that a SPA that is relatively similar to our severity SPA was created last year. That SPA was funded with $150 million, and over that $150 million is to cover the entire biennium for all natural resource related expenses. So in charging our net fire costs, as well as state fire marshal, that $150 million special purpose appropriation now leaves a balance of $82.2 million. So that's our large fire costs going into next season. That's what we have to play with. Last part of budget was two important budget notes I'd like to point out. We brought, coming out of last session, we had a $4 million general fund ask for wildfire detection cameras, and we put that on our potential package of reductions. So that was remaining in flux. We weren't sure what was going to happen with that money. As I said, we got no cuts out of this budget, and that is true for this. That $4 million for wildfire detection cameras remains intact, but they do specify where that money will go. So they specify that $2 million of that $4 will go through a pass-through through the Department of Forestry to the Oregon Hazards Lab at the University of Oregon. They're our partners in wildfire detection cameras, and we signed a MOU with them in December of 2025. So they will be fully funded out of this, and we will have the money to go forward. Another budget note of significance has to do with airport hangars. You'll recall a few years, and in fact, one of my first session, we received money to replace our Part Navia, our multi-mission aircraft. So we are in the process of purchasing that plane. What came down to is, where do we put it? And the original budget bill had it only in Salem at McNary Field. And that doesn't really fit our purposes. We would love to have that plane located in a more central area. So the budget note gives us the freedom to do that. We can now station that airplane anywhere in the state. And then that's the last thing. I think I'll talk about the most important bill of the session is Senate Concurrent Resolution 205, adjourning sine die. That passed Senate rules this morning, about a half hour ago. So I would envision that we are very much on the glide path to sine die. I have to assume that we'll finish up by at least tomorrow. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions.
Thank you. Great report. Questions? Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. Appreciate that. I just want to point out how important, and for you, Casey, if you sat in this room over the years, you would hear about fire protection a lot and hear about landowner rates. And I'm sure you'll learn about how we fund fire in the state of Oregon, somewhat unique. And not only are landowners and operators part of the coordinated system of firefighting, extremely important to extinguishing fires, but the landowners pay fire protection rates in the state of Oregon, and those rates have been climbing significantly. And as you know, I'm from Eastern Oregon. We talked about that on the phone. I try to make sure you know where La Grande, Oregon is. It's Bend is not Eastern Oregon. That's Central Oregon. But anyway, the rate situation is just becoming untenable, especially in Eastern Oregon, where the productivity capacity of forests is significantly less than Western Oregon. We're incredibly blessed by these fantastically productive forests in Western Oregon, but we're not as blessed in Eastern Oregon. And that, in combination with the mill capacity in Eastern Oregon, the closures of mills, the gradual or the continuous decline of the industry has just created tremendous challenges for East Side landowners. So I really appreciate what's been happening in the legislature, and there's been over the years associations. There's fire associations across the state that approve budgets, that make those budget recommendations to this body, and many of those associations have not approved their budgets over the years. The association that my company belongs to in Eastern Oregon, I don't think we've approved our budget for several years. I can't remember how many years it's been, but so it's just very good to see that we're getting some traction with something to deal with this problem across the state. So thanks.
Ben?
Thank you, Derek, for this great presentation. And I had a couple follow-up questions. Two, actually. First of all, on 4004, I don't know if you mentioned, did that pass?
When I checked just before I walked in this room, it still has to go to the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think this is an important one for the department to be paying attention to because, and I think there's a direct nexus to my suggestion earlier of doing a better job of measuring, quantifying the loss of productive forest land in the state because we are, like you pointed out, we have areas where we are losing productive forest land, and the way we address that, I think, is going to be really important. And obviously, giving the landowners safe harbor from those back taxes is a piece of that conversation, but there's a lot more to it than just that. And so I think we don't, as a state, actually have a very good handle on how many acres would fall into this category. And I think we could do more to get ahead of this because it's only going to get more acute as time goes on. So I've been following this closely and look forward to seeing the outcome of this. The other question, just a clarification on, you talked about our fire funding and the dollars we've used and the dollars we have left. It sounded like we have roughly half left, give or take. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
2025 was not the worst fire season we've ever had. It was actually a pretty good one. Good. No, fire season is never good. It was not as severe as some. So I just want to flag that to everybody that we're going in with roughly half of what we had, what we have allocated, and there's a high likelihood we're going to exceed that. So it's great that we have that, but there's some unanswered questions of how we get through this.
I would say that's an astute observation. Yes.
Thank you.
Liz.
Liz Akawa. Derek, thank you for the report. And also, I was curious about Spartacus, the all hazard response. Can you delve a little bit deeper on that? And what I'm thinking about is that the all hazard option provides some possibility for a seasonal workforce to go longer throughout the year, and there might be some benefits. Can you talk about maybe some pros and cons of that, what you heard?
It's difficult to talk about 4121 in depth because it was amended almost wholesale yesterday and passed. So we're still very much digesting what is left in the bill. I would say that the original push of the bill was to not just, well, all hazards. So earthquakes, tsunamis, name it, right? And so what is remaining in the structure, I still, quite frankly, need to unpack. It's so fresh. And that's what we'll be doing in the off season. I wish I could answer that more directly, but I can't right now.
Any other questions? Good. Yeah, I'm really glad that the cameras funding is still there. That's going to be a really smart investment, I think. And certainly want to also echo what Joe was saying about the success of the landowner relief in Eastern Oregon. I also have had a personal stake in that. Okay, thank you very much, Derek. We'll go move on.
Thank you.
We're a little ahead of schedule, but let's take a 15-minute break before we start the Board Governance Committee work presentation. And so right now, yeah, let's get back at 9:40. Boy, I came close to having to use that gavel, and, but darn close, but I resisted the temptation. Okay, we're back in session and, the next up, is our, report on from our board governance committee. And, Ben, if you can, take that over and maybe remind everyone who, all is on your committee that you chair.
Thank you, Chair. Ben Doimling for the records. And as I am the current chair of the Board Governance Committee, which is made up of myself, Heath Curtis, and Liz Akpawa. And we have been meeting for a number of months to continue the work of this committee. And I'm going to present a couple of things that we've been working on, and would call on both Heath and Liz to please jump in and add context and nuance as I go along. So this is definitely the work of the three of us. The first thing that what I'm going to present today, what we are going to present today is some edits and changes, and we'll go through those changes. We welcome conversation, discussion, feedback on all of these. And we'll be coming back to this board in June, hopefully with the intent to ratify these changes, if we can get that far. And at the end, I'll talk about some of the things that is still ongoing. So first up, and maybe if you could put this up on the screen for everybody to see and follow along, you should have a printout in front of you. The board policy manual, which was created by this committee a couple years ago. We went through that and made a series of edits. And the edits fall into two categories. Some were little technical, grammatical sentence edits. And the other set were focused specifically on bringing this board policy manual in line with the new, much of the board policy manual has basically addressed the relationship between the board and the state forester. And since that relationship has changed with the governor now appointing the state forester, we went through this and made a number of updates to reflect the sort of current state. Go ahead, Liz.
So just want to really be clear, this just happened to be where we were, Casey, at the time. And I don't know if it's a curse or a blessing that it ended up on your first 2 hours of this. So just wanted to say that this was really just evolved as it happened to be.
Thank you, Liz. And I would echo that. This is how the timing ended up. So what we have in front of us here is, and we can maybe go to the next page because there's no edits here. And let's go till we see the first edits. And I apologize, there has been a number of iterations of edits that we did. And so there's a couple different colors. Hopefully the edits are clear in here. I'm going to kind of roll quickly through here and get to some of the more substantive things. Please stop me if you like on the little edits. I don't know that we need to spend time on these little edits, but we can go to 4.2.
Were you skipping to 4.2?
I was.
Well, there's 3.2.5 is I think, a substantive
Okay.
change that we should discuss.
Thank you.
Here's later. And
Yeah.
Jim, I just want you to kind of grip your fingers a little bit.
3.2. Yes, thank you, Heath. I missed that. 3.2.5. Which would be page 3. We, instead of select the state forester, we will support and evaluate annually the state forester. And the substantive change, which is reflected here, is that the board's evaluation of the state forester would be happening annually.
And I think, as for a while now, it has purportedly been biannually. And that was reflected in the board policy manual. And we thought if we're going to go to all this trouble and kind of build the structure around the planning meeting, in October, and the work that we would do with the state forester, it made some sense to us that this would be an annual process. And that put some labor on the chair and open to input on this. This wasn't something that was concrete at the committee level, but we thought it made sense to have just an annual review process.
Yeah, I mean, there had been confusion in the past whether this was an annual or biennial process, and looking at to what was required of us, it was every 2 years. So effectively, what we've done since I've been chair is that we had a sort of full-blooded review every other year that included a lot of outreach, beyond the board, to people who work within the agency, people that the state forester works with as a peers, from people that run other departments and all. That was what we were doing every 2 years, and then a sort of light version that didn't include all of that. Mostly just included gathering information from board members and then sharing that with the state forester. I have no issues with it being an annual, and I think since the responsibility no longer rests with the board for the hiring and firing of the state forester, I think it's something that is somewhere in between, a little bit less robust, is probably appropriate for the board. Does that all make sense?
Yeah. Go ahead, Brenda.
Just to follow up on that, Jim, but first of all, an observation, I think Casey's doing an outstanding job. So.
Yeah, me too.
But who do we report this to? Is it just the board to the state forester? These are our observations. Helps you do it.
We will get to that in a couple subsequent points, but it's to the governor's office.
Okay, I'll wait.
And do we understand what the evaluation the governor's office will be doing? Of these executives?
So I think what we tried to do with this document was speak specifically about what the board was going to do. We don't know how the governor's office is going to do that. We wanted to focus on the area that we controlled, which was the board, and lay out a process for the board to make their voice heard, and share that publicly. Share that with the governor's office, which is the limit of our authority currently.
And it's kind of a fun conversation. The beginning of the conversation was like, oh yeah, the Board of Forestry really doesn't have any hire fire authority. But then we realized that doesn't preclude us from expressing our opinions. And so that's what this is.
Just an observation, since this is a personnel review, I don't think you should put it out publicly.
No, I thank you. When I said that, I realized that was incorrect.
And when we get to 4.2, it'll be a little more clear.
Maybe this was in there and I missed it, but is there a timing in the year that this is suggested by the committee?
I think this coincides with our retreats. I'm looking to Heath and Liz to try to remember when this is. We might need to get back to that.
Yeah, I don't know how important a point is, but in private business, typically you review people on their on an annual basis based on when they were hired, and it doesn't mean we have to follow that, but it is, if you hire somebody, as we have this time of year, and it's not so great to be
Yeah.
reviewing them and.
We- Agreed. We just handled it generically. You'll see when we get to 4.5, there's new language providing that you'll time it to proceed and adequately inform the governor's performance review.
Well, I don't really care, as long as it's past the time and I'm no longer the board chair.
I thought that might be your answer.
With that, let's skip to, move ahead to 4.2, the job description. The boards will review and approve by the, excuse me, working with the state forest and the governor's office, the board will develop and approve a written position description. The board will review the description and recommend to the governor's office any suggested modifications. So instead of us owning that description, we would recommend any changes to the governor's office. 4.3, again, this is, we recommend appropriate action to the governor's office. So this is, we basically moved this to, if we have opinions, we recommend to the governor's office. The substance is now in 4.5 and 4.6.
Can I just go?
Go
back?
ahead, please.
Right, because we did have some conversation about this one, and it had to do with specificity. Should we, identify the actions as illegal, unethical, or immoral? And then what we said is that we would generally recommend appropriate actions. So there was some little discussion about should we name everything, but perhaps, one of my thoughts was that, there might be a greater span to take action besides illegal, unethical, and immoral. And that was just some thought. So it was about how specific to be.
Right.
So just as you consider that, if you've got ideas.
Have you run any of this by the governor's office to see if any of it gives them heartburn?
Nope.
Do you think we should? Or?
I think that would probably be a possible appropriate next step in the intervening time between now and June.
I think so.
But we very much wanted this to be the board's policy manual. And regardless of what processes the governor's office was going to undertake, we wanted our process to be spelled out, that we inform them. But yeah, seems prudent to run it by them between now and June. Okay, 4.5. We've sort of alluded to most of this, but we say here to proceed and adequately inform the governor's performance review. And we will provide that to the governor's office in written form. And yeah, I mean, I don't know that I need to read through this whole thing, but it's basically an opportunity for the board to provide feedback to the governor's office on how we feel the state forester is doing.
And importantly, I think it's really the chair that's running the show there.
Mm-hmm.
There may be a multitude of opinions from board members, but it's the chair that's going to compile those and communicate those to the governor's office.
Ben, did the committee discuss what role the board would have in working with the governor's office to determine performance-based salary increases?
No, we did not discuss that.
And I don't know whether they would even agree to that, but they don't work as closely with the state forester as we do. So just raise that as something to think about.
It hasn't really, any kind of salary setting has not been part of what we have done as a board or chair or anything in the past.
to Brenda's point, it is in our statutory authority to set that, though that is limited by the Pay Equity Act.
I didn't know that, actually.
I didn't know that either. I mean, it's not something we've actively
Yeah.
got involved in, my knowledge. And I'll ask.
Annika, please jump in if I'm saying something that's incorrect.
Okay.
Not going to be able to resolve this right now.
Okay.
Good. And then for 4.6, we really stripped everything out except to say the board will collaborate with the governor's office to ensure a successful transition, because that's the limit of our role.
I mean, obviously, it's the governor's decision about who would serve as an interim. But since we've lost our authority around so much, is there an opportunity for the board to work with the governor's office to identify interims in the next state forester, which would be many, many years from now?
I mean, the sentence we currently have is the board will collaborate with the governor's office. I don't know that we have the ability to say much more than that, but I'm open to.
We could say that we would have some level of approval in the process and see if they push back.
I actually think that's a great idea. I think it's a great idea to put that in there. And you could interject transitional interims and selection of state foresters. I mean, that's a great idea, Brenda. It would be to push this back to the governor's office and see what response you might get.
So, thank you, Joe.
Mhm.
It would also be telling, I think,
Mhm.
if they are not going to listen to the board as a step in the in approval process, then that sends a message to the board.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm conflicted. I'm a little ambivalent about that. I have a long history of this board doing things I don't like. That's one, but two, I don't, that's really complicated math. The question I have is how do we proceed with that conversation? I feel like there's some input to Ben here on this. Is that something as a body we want him to try and do and interject and float to the governor's office right now?
I'm just concerned on this one about, if we're going to edit this language further, then run it by the governor's office and be back and forth. And in each case, until we agree on something that we can vote on for the next meeting, I would just remind all of you, if you want to make substantive change at this point, we're going to be dragging this process out, to probably next fall. So
I appreciate that, but I just want to point out that given the fact that most of us serve 2 terms, 8 years, there's greater stability on this board regarding any personnel actions than there would be in the governor's office. Likely.
I mean, what I think what you're effectively suggesting is the opportunity for the board to take a vote of no confidence. And that's, I'm not sure what the outcome of that would be.
There's 2 separate questions to me, Ben. One, in 4.5, we have the ability in the annual review process to recommend discipline, and discipline could be termination. And so that's one question regarding a sitting state forester. If I understand correctly, what Brenda and Joe are grappling with is selection of an interim and selection of a future state forester. And, us documenting here 2 things. One would be an opportunity for input on that. And I actually think that we should put in here. That makes some sense to me.
whether or not we purport to hold an approval, disapproval, role, I think would be, well, one, I just don't think we have that authority, but the opportunity for us to express an opinion about the state forester selection, that, I don't know. What's going to happen there is like, it's going to be another one of those contested votes at the Board of Forestry. Like it could just result in something not healthy.
I really agree with Heath here. Yeah, it would just be a contested vote. And, in us trying to assert that authority when we've just had that authority taken away from us. And of course, the governor's office is going to say, we want your input. Of course, they're going to say that. And they're not going to have any problem with whatever language where we say, that we will be providing our input at whether it's in an interim situation or a new state forester. So
If, I'm just wondering what if, I mean, we're assuming that we would all have to come together on one person for an interim. What if it was a sense that we would, here's a, the slate of people that we think would be, would serve well in this position on an interim basis. Maybe then it wouldn't be so contested. I mean, we could do whatever we want, really, if we recommend it.
It's also true that we all have like Jeff's cell phone number.
yeah. Agreed. Yeah. We can do whatever we want and they'll have the right to ignore us completely. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the legislation that's passed. Let's face that.
I guess I would just add one sort of high level way of thinking about this is that at the end of the day, there's a lot of legalese, there's a lot of off-ramps, there's a lot of things written into this document, but I would argue, at least from my perspective, and I think from the whole board's perspective, that ultimately it's in everyone's best interest to support this role of the state forester and to ensure that it's successful. And the more places we build in to chip away at that sends its own signal. I think there's a tension between the board and the governor in this scenario, but I think if a selection has been made, it kind of falls to the board to get in line. As much as I don't really like saying that, I think in the interest of good governance and the success of this agency, some point we all have to pull together. That summarized the edits in the board policy manual. There's two other pieces that we worked on. Go ahead, Liz.
I probably need better reading glasses, but we had that discussion about, as well as we felt it was our responsibility to suggest any kind of disciplinary action. There was a point, and I can't find it now in all the track changes, that we also would encourage ourselves to commend.
Yeah, it's in there.
Did it get?
Yep, it's in there. It's at the tail end of 4.5. This will also serve as an opportunity for the board to make recommendations for either commendation or discipline to the state forester.
Yeah.
Balancing that. Thanks.
Thank you for pointing that out, Liz. Yeah. If you look on page 11, the last page, there's a list of addendas and some that are active, some that are not started, some that are in process. The addendum B, the new board member orientation package, we went round and round on making edits to that and realized that this document is a living document. It is constantly changing. There will be no point in time when it is perfect because it will always be needing to be updated. And so in 3.3, we changed things around and added a line that's the new board member orientation package, which will be regularly maintained by the board administrator and reviewed by the board governance committee annually. So that is something by adding this, I think we can check off that it is now active, that addendum B is now active.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we address that. And lastly, on addendum C, board agenda development procedures, we took that up. And you also have in front of you a half page, and maybe Ariel can put that on the screen as well, that we worked on over the course of a number of board meetings. Would you be able to zoom in just there we go. Thank you. Would it be helpful for me to read this, or should we all just look at this and
Maybe we can give him a minute to just read
yeah.
it. It's short. Jim, if you've not read it.
I've read it, yes. Right here too. Given this timeline and all, has this been discussed with staff?
Yes. And Tim, if you want to weigh in, the 6 weeks was from staff. That was run by staff. That was Tim's recommendation.
Whose recommendation?
Tim.
Oh, okay. That guy. Yeah. Okay.
And is this to replace some of the policies related to, we had the 2 board member, this is replacing
Yes.
that.
So that's why
This is-
that's why the last line is there, that this supersedes that 2020 document that spelled out any 2 board members can call for an agenda item.
All seems quite reasonable to me.
You're a lot more agreeable on your way out, Jim.
Totally true, Keith.
So, and we did spend a lot of time on this, and that last piece, the chair will give increasing weight to requests made by more board members, replaces that "to" thing, which I thought is better. But I also just want to recognize that last meeting, the way that Chair, you went up and used that whiteboard so we could all sort of engage at once in different ideas, I thought was a very robust and open way to do that. So, and it wouldn't, in this language, it wouldn't prohibit, giving weight, that last sentence, by including something like that process. I just felt seen and heard, and sort of buoyed by everyone's suggestions when you did that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Brenda.
Yeah, just maybe it's in here and I missed it, but to avoid public meetings law issues, we would have to have that discussion in an open meeting, or the board chair would need to call each member individually and see what they want on the agenda. Is that what you see here? Yeah.
Yes, and I think there are a number of different mechanisms for that 3rd paragraph to unfold. It could happen at the end of a board meeting when we have our time. It could also happen in a one-on-one email or communication to the chair.
I think the way I had thought about it was kind of hub and spoke, send it to all of us, BCC, and we each individually respond to the chair.
So that's the 2nd paragraph, what you're referring to. I think we're referring to the 3rd paragraph for a request.
Oh, and those requests I had anticipated would be made individually directly to the chair.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but I also like the idea of in our end of the day check-in time, because that means it's done public when we can. I'm not saying exclusively, but when it's done, then staff, the state foresters hearing it too, as well, and it's discussed. So that's a great time to be talking about new agenda items.
Microphone.
I just want to say thank you. There's been a lot of confusion around several of these items over the last 7.5 years. So having this all laid out is really, really, really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say the same thing, and I think for the public's benefit, for Casey's benefit in particular, is to know a little bit of history here, which is we had no board policy manual up until fairly recently, and we just kept running into challenges around sometimes individual board member doing this and that, and and we started recognizing that we really had a need for something like this. We spent, I think, was it 2 years in quite a tedious process to actually develop this, and this. And then, with the changes with the legislature in terms of how the state forester, we immediately knew that we needed to do some editing. And so I want to thank the committee because, again, it is tedious work, and you guys have taken it seriously and done good work here.
I just want to recognize not only the committee members, but also Cal Mukamoto and Clark Seeley, who kind of kicked this whole process out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you for those words, and a big thank you to Heath and Liz for carrying a lot of this. We've done a lot of work here. Just to wrap up the agenda development, I think there's some feedback loops that we tried to build in here. And I think that first paragraph, the agenda should prioritize deliberation and substantive engagement by all board members. And we should have a goal of creating buy-in and support for the board's work. I think with that lens, the requests for agenda items, the more, if those can come at the end of our board meetings where we can have a discussion and get that buy-in. And a lot of this also is to hopefully support the chair in taking the temperature of agenda items and giving the chair some feedback and cover in building these agendas so that it is collaborative. And so we've tried to build here. So I'm glad that you like it. So those are the updates, and we'll, as a committee, come back and take another look at this and probably bring this to you again in final form in June. Updates on what we are still working on. So everything else on page 11, the advisory committee establishment procedures, board conflict of interest, et cetera, those are all still to be addressed. And so this committee has some work ahead of it, and we'll be bringing those pieces to the board at future meetings.
And can I circle back on this agenda development just for a second? I'm just kind of processing and thinking through how this works. My concern is, and I hear you, that at the end of a board meeting, a board member may bring an idea to it, and I get it. I mean, I get that. But other board members are not going to be aware of that, or very well may not be aware of what that agenda item may be. And so sometimes I think there needs to be some understanding that an idea may be brought forward. It may take a couple of meetings to get that agenda or that item on an agenda, right? I mean, just we prepare for these meetings, and I don't know if you need to document that in this or not, that board members understand that just because I brought an idea, Liz may bring an idea, and this is the first time I've heard about it, and I haven't really had any kind of chance to,
Well, yeah,
that's my.
Well, in my
whole
role, it's very common to be having, after an idea is brought forward by a board member, it's very common for me to be having a conversation with the state forester, because one of the big issues is the staff capacity to have the capacity to do whatever research, whatever, or to be able to do a presentation. So very often those ideas are, like I said, sometimes delayed for several months because they fit better, or staff just can't isn't prepared to do that work. So it's a
Yeah, I get that. I just sometimes when a new board member is going to read this, and it's setting expectations as to how we bring things. The nature of this board, it moves slow. I mean, it takes a while to bring things forward, and I just wonder it might be worthwhile memorializing that process a little bit. So.
Well, my thought on it, Joe, is that, I mean, the discretion here lies with the chair. There's nothing in this document that requires the chair to do anything. They just have to consider those requests. And so I think the chair's got room to make those moves. And we could say something to the effect that, you know, a request for an agenda item does not guarantee any timing or even placement, but I'm okay with the ambiguity. I wanted to highlight the first sentence of the second paragraph though, because we kind of skipped over that and it's important. It says for agenda items that are not part of the expected board work plan, the chair will solicit board feedback at the earliest possible opportunity. Otherwise, the draft agenda, including topics and time windows, will be sent to the other 6 board members by the board administrator 6 weeks ahead of the meeting for feedback from board members. One of the points that Bob Van Dyke made in his brief time on the board that I violently agreed with was that the agenda should be driven by the work plans in an ordinary course. And I don't think there should be a lot of mystery about that. And the work plans that we prepared in our most recent board meeting in February were not quite as crisp as I had anticipated, but State Forester Casey, I think in October we'll have another opportunity to kind of tackle this. And I think that there will be a lot more visibility in the work plan development informing the agendas going forward. And that will kind of take out some of the mystery of, oh my gosh, what are we going to do in February? It'll be answered. And for items that are new, right, that are not a part of the work plan that somebody's injecting into the process, our hope with this first sentence was that the board chair would solicit feedback from all of us very early. And we can express reservations, we can express how we think there might be appropriate speakers for that agenda topic. And I think that that will kind of shape this process more readily than just kind of the 6 weeks. Here it is, now respond. Instead, for new agenda topics for which we haven't given thought to them in the context of the work plans, I think it'll be a little more fluid and it'll require some time. So that was our hope with that.
Just a point of order, we've lost contact with our newest board member.
Thank you.
And I just wondered if Lexi had any comments for us.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. Well, being new to the board, I'm surprised. Like just reading this addendum, I mean, it looks like that is the fairest way to create an agenda, and I don't know what the process was before, but it seems
There wasn't one.
there wasn't one. Okay, well, it seems like this is a great way to solicit everyone's feedback on how to create the agenda. I think that the question of, well, if there's an agenda item that's not in the work plan, sorry, my dog.
We can't hear you, dog, if that's
Oh,
there.
okay, great. Okay. She's just barking. I think, the question is if there is an agenda item that is not on the work plan, how do we get that on the agenda, and how do we sort of like prioritize or categorize how we put things on the agenda? I'm not sure really what to do there, but I'm thinking of like, if there's an agenda item like talking about different processes or how like we talk about like what a PFAP is, or just like educational agenda items. I think it's important to sort of have a process of how we want to put them on the agenda, but I don't really have, I guess, an idea or of how to do that right now. But I think it's
I would offer, I mean, just for context, Alexi, this is a mutiny. I don't want you to miss the significance of what's happening here. Like, to date, the agendas have been shared with the board at the time that they were shared with the public.
okay.
And so the idea that the board governance committee is recommending a 6-week window for the rest of us to actually have some input on that agenda, even if we aren't directly involved in the decision making, that is to say that still lies with the chair and they have the final call. The opportunity at least to see it and inform how long an agenda item should be, which is often an issue, and maybe who's participating is a pretty big deal and a pretty big change to board process. And so I'm excited about this personally, and I'm just thrilled that Jim is so accommodating.
You know, I mean, it's been a struggle, and that's why I welcome it actually to have some of that formalized, because it's sometimes uncomfortable because the the informality of the way a lot of ideas are thrown out there, and then I think oftentimes it's frustrating for board members who then go, well, that went into the ether. I would want to remind all of you, at the end of the day, the number of things that we come up with that we want to put on the agendas is really a small percentage, because we're so, we're required, the variety of things that we're legally required to do. We've got rulemaking that comes forward, all these different things. And if you look at this agenda, or any of our agendas, the ones that really originate with topics that we're interested in, sadly, are a small part of our agendas. I don't really like that, but it's the reality that comes with our role.
And I think that a work plan driven agenda roadmap makes that clear to the entire board, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is to say, I totally agree with you on that. And I think it'll give the chair some cover. That is to say, look, I'm pretty full up here because the work plan that we all approved anticipates these agenda items.
But I think, it's super important that we, as a board, actually take control of some things and bring topics that aren't, developed by or required of us or coming from staff, and that we're not just in a reactive mode. I think a great example, we've got a plan now to have our local foresters here, and that we have a panel to interview them and really find out from their perspective that's something that we've asked for and we're gonna do, and I'm excited about that. That's a one that I think will be real valuable for us. Okay.
That, and other committee members, unless you have any other comments, that concludes, I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you all.
You. Okay. We are just ever so slightly ahead of schedule, so darn good. Next up on our agenda is the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee testimony. I believe Margaret Magruder is here with us and is going to, I see her coming up, and we will hand this over to you, Margaret.
Remembered to turn it on. I don't always do that. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester KC, Deputy Forester Tim Holzbach, and the department staff who are here. I was warmly greeted when I got here by Karen McGlone, which was nice. Her husband works for Columbia County, so I think she had a tip that I was going to be here. I'm the current chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties, and I'm a Columbia County Commissioner. So I'm here today representing the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee in order to fulfill our statutory responsibility to advise the state forester and the board on matters which affect the management of the deeded forest lands seen in ORS 526.156. I want to begin also by thanking Kate. She's not here, Kate Skinner, for all the work that she did in the interim and getting us to this point. So, and also before I get into it, to welcome Casey, State Forester Casey. We had a lovely chat with her online with Kate yesterday, Commissioner Aaron Scar, the Vice Chair of CFTLAC, and I online. So, but it's wonderful to meet you in person. So I thought that it would be helpful to remind the board and provide information to the new state forester about why counties are as interested in state forest lands as we are. During our conversation yesterday, we did the alphabet thing. CFTLAC, FTLAC. It is a little complicated sometimes. In the late 1930s, the wood products industry across the nation had a practice known as cut and run. They believed the value was in the tree and not in the land. So what many companies in the wood products industry did was they would come in and harvest all the trees as quickly as they could and process them and then move on to a different location. And they didn't replant and manage the land like they do today. And we had a good conversation about that with KC. Since I'm in a very forested county, Columbia County is 75% of our land areas in Douglas fir trees, and the majority of that is private ownership. So we're kind of unique county as far as timber is concerned. So since they didn't replant after the trees were harvested, these lands were abandoned and the land fell into foreclosure. Counties then reclaimed these lands through the tax foreclosure proceedings. And these lands were held in fee by the counties. And because of this, the land didn't generate any property taxes. So county governments had two options. They could sell the land and place them back on the tax rolls, of course, running a risk that another cut and run might happen and they'd be in foreclosure again, which is also an expensive process. So they could keep the lands as they were, generating zero property taxes. Local governments depended upon property taxes for revenues were struggling to decide what to do. So beginning in the 1939 legislative session and following subsequent sessions throughout the 40s, the legislature, in partnership with the counties, began passing a series of laws at the county's request. These laws would provide counties with a third option for this timberland, and these laws became ORS Chapter 530, which many of you are very familiar with. The agreement was the lands would be held in trust by the state under a contract agreement with the counties. The contract was to share the revenues generated from the harvesting the lands. And a portion of the revenues would remain with the Department of Forestry, and the rest would be returned to the counties that deeded the lands to the state. And these revenues would then be further shared with the schools and the special districts in all of our local communities. This sharing is in statute and found in ORS 530.110 and ORS 530.115. Counties and the state have an agreed split. 63.75 of the revenue generated goes to the local side, and the remaining 36.25% of the revenues generated remains with ODF and funds the State Forest Division. Of that 63.75%, the county general fund shall be reimbursed for the costs and expenses incurred for the maintenance and supervision of the lands at no less than 10%. Then 25% of what is left is paid into the county school fund. And then what remains is apportioned out to the various taxing districts, of which there are, it seems, many, and they are growing, in which in the areas where the lands are situated. Again, this breakdown can all be found in ORS 530.115 subsection 1. State Forester Ed Schroeder began conversations in the 1970s with Governor Tom McCall and the county officials suggesting a need for a regularly constituted group of county individuals to meet with the Department of Forestry on an ongoing basis. And he emphasized that a close working relationship between the 15 counties and his department would be of a benefit to him and to both. The first meeting between the counties and the department was held on December 28th, 1978, in the Tillamook State Forest, and is now the location of the Tillamook Forest Center. That regularly constituted organization of counties remains today and is the Council of Forest Trustland Counties. These 15 counties, CFTLC, which comprise the membership of FTLAC, is found in statute under ORS 526156. FTLAC is directed in statute to advise the Board of Forestry and State Forester on all issues pertaining to the state forests. The mission of CFTLC is to protect the trust and contractual relationship between the Forest Trust Land counties and the state of Oregon, support sound active management of county forest trust lands, and protect the flow of revenues from county forest trust lands for essential local public services. Staying on the subject of the flow of revenues, I just returned from the National Association of Counties annual winter meeting in Washington, D.C., where county commissioners discussed the rising cost of providing the mandated services, which we are all as in statute required to do, and the declining funds that are coming from the federal government. In Oregon, counties are the sole provider of many services, some of which include document recordings, search and rescue, animal control, county roads and surveying, and solid waste management. We partner with the state to ensure court security, emergency services, medical examiners, public records, and public meetings, and predator control, weed control, land use planning, and land use permitting, all our county services which must be provided by the counties. We're the ones responsible for local public health as well as behavioral health services. And these rising costs are causing counties to question how we will be able to continue to provide all of these services in the future. Oregon's ballot measures 5 and 50 mean we cannot raise property taxes, although many of our constituents think that we raise them regularly, but we can't raise them the assessed valuation more than 3% every year. So even though the cost of all of our services rise much more than that. So this is why the trust land counties continuously talk about the need for timber revenues and timber harvesting to this board. Board members, as I'm sure many of you remember from your discussions on advancing the HCP in March of 2024, the submitted plan sets into conservation areas roughly 50% of the land that today is available for revenue generation for counties, special districts, schools, and the State Forest Division at ODF. So during the discussion, you were informed through a letter from the governor that conversations would start with the counties to find alternative funding source to backfill what is being lost. After months of work and conversations, CFTLC found that the biennial number reduction to the system to be $44.4 million and $64 million depending on the stumpage price used. Those conversations then turned to where we were going to find the revenue to backfill the reductions. And unfortunately, no solution was found. We've not had any additional conversations with the governor's office about the revenue decline in over a year. And as such, we're again asking this board to adopt a forest management plan that financially works for the funding recipients. We ask that you strongly consider the feedback you received from the counties and the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee letter that is in your packet, which hopefully due to the agenda coming out just before the meeting, is that true what I just was listening to? Hopefully you got it soon enough to read it. So we ask that you ensure greatest permanent value, that greatest permanent value is the basis for the forest management plan. And we ask that although you are statutorily prohibited from setting an annual harvest amount, that you adopt a management plan that ensures the greatest amount of sustainable timber harvest available, knowing that conservation, habitat, carbon, and other factors of GPV are accounted in the plan itself and as well as in the HCP as it has been submitted. Finally, I want to take a moment to remind the board members that Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee meetings are open to the public, open to you, and are scheduled to occur prior to your board meetings. And we always hold an opportunity for members of the Board of Forestry to address the council and engage in conversations with the full membership. And we love to have you there. You missed the last meeting in February. I had Valentine's cookies there, which you could have enjoyed. But next meeting, I don't know what the date is going to be, so what holiday will be there, but we will have refreshments that meet the holiday. So we deeded these lands to the state for long-term management, and we are partners in ensuring they are managed properly. I believe we have done a great job in trying to rebuild the relationship and the partnership in recent years, but we are statutorily required to talk to each other, and I welcome all of you to come to our meetings and have a good discussion. We have good discussions with the ODF staff. They're wonderful folks that work with us closely, and so I don't want you to miss out on that opportunity. I also have asked Commissioner Dooling if we can come to do a tour at his facility, because I just thought that would be a great way for us to engage a little more closely. And since we all see his wood when we are flying and go to the airport, I thought that would be a great opportunity for all of us to get together. So thank you for your time. And if any of you are thinking that you're getting old and retiring, I just heard on the radio that Ringo is 85 years old and putting out a new album. So thank you so much. And I welcome you at our meetings, and thank you for allowing me to have a part in your meeting.
Okay, any board response? Questions? We referenced the fact that we've had a lot of staff turnover, and our poor board administrator is struggling to get everything covered in this new position without any kind of proper handoff and all. So one of the things that's happened is I've always tried to attend your meetings. I wasn't even informed of the schedule. So apologize for not being there. That's something that we'll work to correct.
Well, we'll make sure that you're on our email list.
Something happened. Who knows? Could have been me. And I had a question. I really appreciated the history that you went over. That was super. One question, one thing that you did not cover, and I've never been 100% clear on, is that when the state inherited all those lands, when they were deeded over by the counties, my understanding was that that actually county taxpayers, there were bonds for the replanting, and so was that in fact true? Did the different counties have bonds that went out to pay for that replanting, or was that paid for by the state?
Well, that's an excellent question. I will have to get back to you on that. I've been around a long time, but I wasn't around in 1939, so but interesting question. Thank you. Liz.
Thank you. I really did enjoy that history too, and I think it'd be great to follow on with when we turn over with our new members. I just a lot of people have been going back to DC, and what an opportune time to get together with your colleagues on that, because it just seems that a lot of people are dealing with the withdrawal of federal funds. Was there anything innovative or useful in any of those conversations that could apply to Oregon, and what people are trying to do to compensate for that loss?
In conversations in
You were back in DC.
DC.
Yes.
Well, Yeah, a lot of grant funding that people are looking for, especially, in more in private areas rather than government areas. But we have in Columbia County, I have put together a revenue committee with our staff to try and come up with some ideas. And of course, most of the ideas mean asking the public to pay a TLT tax, a gas tax, a something tax. There just aren't a lot of ways, unless you'll come to the meeting and pay for those cookies that I bring. No, there are not a lot of ways outside of government to find funds to go forward and do the things, all the services that are needed. But we're looking for them. If you have ideas, please share them. I know that we have a local guy who's running for office right now, and I looked on his website and it says he has all sorts of he's going to solve all the problems. And so I haven't had the opportunity to ask him why he's not sharing that information now, why he's waiting to, if he gets elected, to share it.
And
I can't solve all the problems, but I do want to thank you for the tone of your presentation. It comes across as positive, collaborative. We work together. And I'll just say that it wasn't always quite that collaborative. So thanks so much for that.
As I said, we're trying to work with folks, that's the only way we can succeed, is if we sit down at tables, talk about things, work together to achieve good solutions. Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think.
Right, I'm taking over your job there.
Sorry. Jim's fine. He's
gonna have it. Gonna have it. Okay.
have it. I think one of the things that's very helpful with this board, and you alluded to it, the challenges in these counties, the challenges of funding, the challenges of services, and the result of what is happening with services in these counties. I mean, it's a real thing. I mean, I live in these rural counties like where I come from. We have huge poverty rates, tremendous poverty rates. And I tell people that you want to see poverty, go to one of our schools in Union County and watch the children walk into the schools. You'll see poverty. And poverty is such a terrible, terrible thing. It affects so many aspects of society. So, but as much as the county can bring forward the challenges related to what's happening to services, I think that's very helpful for this board to bring home, the authority that we have and what we're trying to do on state forests, which is the mechanism that we have to impact that through revenue. So that's just I think that's helpful for future boards, what's going on with these levels of services and the true impact to that revenue stream, because it's very, very material, and it's very, very, it's real people that are, and we're going to talk about, Mike's going to come up here and talk about reformist measures and different things. And I'll be talking about, we made a decision about an HCP and those decisions were made with the idea that we're going to improve economic outcomes on these forests. And so that's, and to me as a board member, that's what's really important, is that how are we doing, because this is a real thing. But I think I just want to reinforce to you as you speak to this body, talking about the real services and the real decline in services, because it makes it very real. So these decisions we're making.
Keith.
Yeah, two comments. One, for fear that it may not actually come back before this body, Commissioner, I hope you will double check this and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain that the bonds for replanting were state bonds issued by the state, but that they were paid in part with the county's fraction of the revenues from the state forests. So it's a little complicated there, but that's, I think, an important part of the story. The second thing I wanted to say is I agree with Joe on the comment on services. I think the focus of the conversation on services is also nuanced, because there's lots of ways that you could produce revenue for payment of those services, hypothetically. That is to say that the state could use, for instance, general fund dollars to backfill county budgets. And I know that that was part of the conversation with the governor's office for some period of time. For me, that's just an unfortunate framing in that to the degree you were to use general fund dollars to pay for those services, we have a limited number of general fund dollars. And that means those are monies that aren't going, for the most part in Oregon, to school kids, right? And so when we make decisions to not use timber dollars or timber revenues, those aren't decisions to magically come up with money from someplace. It's a decision to pull the money from where it might otherwise be going and commit them to those services. And so I think that begs the question, is there a way to manage these forests productively in a way that's healthy, that people can get behind? And my hope is this movement toward this HCP can build more of that confidence and more of that agreement that we can productively manage these forests in a way that will pay for services and produce good outcomes ecologically and for recreation and all the priorities that we're going to share.
Yes, I appreciate that comment. I've been involved in agriculture all my life, and in Oregon, what is the small percentage of the budget that goes to the natural resource, ag and forestry? It's such a small amount, and so when we can do things to raise that amount by funding our services, by harvesting trees and doing great things. And as I said to Casey yesterday, I'm probably taking up too much time and you're going to use the cane and yank me off of here. But I've grown up in Columbia County. I tried to leave several times. And I also live on the Columbia River and watch the hills in Washington as all of those, the process of harvest, of replanting, and all of the jobs that provides for our Pacific Northwest. So I'm a big timber supporter.
I also wanted to, echo, appreciate the tone and I also really appreciated the letter and the tone and the all of the ideas and how constructive it was.
Good.
However, I got a bone to pick.
Okay.
There's a part of me that can be thin-skinned, and the letter ends, or close to the end, CFLTC believes in supporting local communities. The Board of Forestry should too. I have a hard time with that, because I think we're all volunteers. We spend a lot of time on this, and I don't see any board member here. We have to face difficult decisions as we certainly have with the HCP, but I think everybody here really believes in supporting local communities. I personally, my wife and I are lucky enough that we do a lot of philanthropy. We direct a huge amount of that to rural communities in Oregon. So for me, you're seeing my thin skin part, but
No.
yeah, I have a tough time with that.
Point well taken.
Okay.
I am the person that reads all these things. I do it in my office too. I'm the proofreader. And excellent point. I should have noted that. We were looking at it from our own perspective, and it was not meant in that way, but it does come across that way.
It does.
Yeah.
Anyhow, thank you so much. But overall, it's just, I celebrate the fact that we're all working together in a much more positive fashion than we have historically.
Absolutely. Well, if we don't all work together, I don't know, it's an interesting world we're living in. So we need to engage and be productive. Thank you.
Thank you. Still doing pretty well. We're just a little bit behind. Okay, next on our agenda is the state forest update on the forest plan rulemaking. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey, and members of the board. So before we start with our agenda item, I would like to say that is correct, Heath. The general obligation bonds for rehab were issued by the state, and the portion of the county revenue. And there was a very set, complicated, low way that it worked, but did pay off those bonds. And I'm glad to say all except a few $1,000s down in Southwest Oregon, where we have more difficulties with productive sites, have been paid off. So that's a great success story and a good illustration of our cooperative relationship with counties over time. Also, I'd like to apologize. We did have a meeting. If everybody wasn't aware, I'll take responsibility for that. We also had to move up the meeting a little bit from where we usually have it because of session and other things going on. But I will say your loss in the cookies was my gain. So, you put a cookie in front of me, I'm going to eat it, or three. So anyway, so what we're here to talk to you about today, our first item is, as you know, the public comment period closed on January 31st for the FMP, and we're just going to provide you a summary. This is a high-level summary, so not every view and nuance is reflected, but just to give you an idea of where things fell out. And of course, you have access to all the comments individually if you'd like to pour through them, which I would recommend that you do if as you have the time. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Justin Buttress.
Thanks, Mike. So good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Casey. I'm Justin Buttress, Policy Analyst and Rules Coordinator for the State Forest Division. Today, I'm going to be presenting a very high-level summary of the public comment that we received, focusing primarily on providing the range of comments received on some of the major themes, as we simply don't have hours and hours to go through the entire summary. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start with just a quick orientation to the overall process for FMP development and adoption and where we are in that process. So the division developed the draft FMP in alignment with the board's approved guiding principles, which the planning rule requires to guide development of the FMP. We then took that draft into rulemaking starting last November. The public comment period was held, and now we're working on reviewing the comments and considering the feedback received for proposed revisions to the forest management plan. Today, we're going to have a brief presentation on the comment summary, and we'll come back in June with our proposed revised forest management plan. We'll seek approval of the draft, including any additional revisions the board wants, then go back for another round of rulemaking. Following that second rulemaking, we'll seek approval of the final FMP. Please. So as a reminder of what FMP approval means for the board, the greatest permanent value rule, seen here in part, establishes the management focus and management context, which is to secure the greatest permanent value of these lands to the state. The state forester shall maintain these lands as forest lands and actively manage them in a sound environmental manner to provide sustainable timber harvest and revenues to the state, counties, and local taxing districts. This management focus is not exclusive of other forest resources, but must be pursued within a broader management context that A, results in high probability of maintaining and restoring properly functioning aquatic habitats for salmonids and other native fish and aquatic life. B, protects, maintains, and enhances native wildlife habitats. C, protects soil, air, and water. And D, provides outdoor recreation opportunities. So development of the FMP and this rulemaking has been years in the making. Over the past 5 years, we've engaged with the tribes, the counties, the public at large, and other state agencies about the forest management plan. We held 6 tribal work group meetings with the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon to develop the FMP cultural resources goals and strategies. And prior to initiating rulemaking last fall, we held 2 informational sessions specifically for the tribes. We also offered to meet with any tribal governments that wanted to engage in a more detailed conversation. Collaboration is ongoing and will continue as we implement the forest management plan. For FTLAC, we've had ongoing meetings. The most recent of those was on February 13th. FMP meetings open to the public. We held 5 meetings between May 21 and February 2023, with an average of about 50 to 70 attendees per meeting. We also held an informational meeting in January during the rulemaking. For FMP joint stakeholder meetings, we held 3 meetings between August and December of 2021, with an average of 20 to 40 attendees per meeting. For FMP strategies public feedback, we solicited feedback and received over 3,000 comments and over 300 emails received providing comments on those strategies prior to ever initiating our rulemaking. For FMP state partners engagement, we met with various state partner agencies to review and discuss components of the forest management plan. And of course, we've been having ongoing meetings with Board of Forestry members and the board as a whole on those components. So on to the rulemaking process that we used. Public comment was open from November 1st through January 31st of this year. And recognizing the length and complexity of the document would likely require some commenters some extra time to develop their comments. We held that for a 90-day period of time. We also held an informational session, as I mentioned previously, in early January. That was prior to any of our public hearings to provide a primer for the forest management plan and to answer any questions. The session was also recorded and posted to YouTube. We then held 4 hearings. One was virtual and the remaining 3 were held in person, one in Forest Grove, one in Tillamook, and one in Eugene. 78 individuals provided comment at those hearings. And then we also received approximately 2,700 written comments. Most of these comments were emailed, over 99% of those, and 89% of those emails were emails submitted through multiple advocacy campaigns representing most sides or all sides of the issue. The full text of the comments received, along with the recordings of the hearings, are on our external website, and the summary of those comments is included in the staff report. So all comments were summarized according to these 23 broad categories that are listed here and also in the staff report. All comments were included. No fact-checking on comments was done. No endorsement or opinion by the department is being offered on these comments today. At this stage, the department is not making any recommendations in response to the comments received. That is expected for the board's June meeting. The agency's response to issues raised in the comments will be reflected in the revised draft forest management plan being brought to the board in June. These categories represent the major themes of the comment that we received, as well as the legal mandate and requirements of the plan itself. Some comments appear in multiple categories due to the interconnected nature of forest ecosystems. For example, comments to increase rotation age were made to improve recreation value, improve visual value, improve and provide habitats, including terrestrial, aquatic, and understory vegetation type habitats, increase carbon sequestration, reduce wildfire risk, improve water quality and quantity, increase forest structure, increase resilience to climate change, improve forest health, reduce the use of pesticides, reduce soil compaction, and reduce disruptions to soil microbiomes. So there are many, many ways to try to examine the comments and draw out recommendations across the themes and perspectives. One way is to try to compare the perspectives shared by representative groups that are active participants in the conversation about forest management. So we're going to get into just a subset comparison summary here that consists of comments from the Council for Forest Trust Land Counties, Associated Oregon Loggers, Hampton, Oregon Forest and Industries Council, and Ferris Lumber, and then also the North Coast Citizens for Watershed Protections, State Forest Coalition, the Sierra Club, Bird Alliance of Oregon, and the League of Women Voters. So this is just taking a sample of those sort of representative groups that sent in very detailed comments and trying to draw some comparisons between and across those comments. So the CFTLC provided the summary of their comments while the other 2 groups were summarized by department. So I'm going to start with the county perspective and then cover industry and conservation perspectives. So the focus of the county comments is to have state forests managed for greatest permanent value consistent with state law. And for the revenue model, the counties state that the board has a responsibility to ensure ODF is fully funded. And since the only significant source of revenue is timber, ODF must manage the timber asset accordingly. Moving on to harvest levels. The counties promote the use of their proposed performance measure alternative with a planned harvest volume of 2.05 to 2.43 billion board feet from Board of Forestry lands over 10 years. And for habitat conservation, the county state this should be managed for as one of the aspects of greatest permanent value. The counties feel it is important to manage state forests to account for climate change, and state active management is essential for ensuring future management for greatest permanent value. And they note that the HCP, FMP, and FPA all provide water quality protection and support stand restoration in HCAs and fire-affected lands. On the topic of public engagement, they state the department should provide for effective and early public engagement. Moving on to a comparison of industry and conservation comments for these same topics. So here you can see industry on the left and conservation on the right. Again, this is just that subset sample of comments from industry and conservation organizations. Individual comments received were generally in alignment with one or the other of these perspectives, though, and there wasn't really much in between. First, the overall focus of the comments. The industry focus was on sustainable and predictable supply of timber, and conservation groups focused on shifting from harvest to attention on management for habitat and ecosystem health. Not surprisingly, the comments on the funding model reinforced that focus. Industry wants harvest maximized and is opposed to seeking alternative sources of funding. Conservation would like to see less logging and more diverse funding. When it comes to harvest level, industry values having transparent harvest targets and active management on areas outside of HCAs, habitat conservation areas. Conservation would like to see less harvest, especially in areas with older trees. And when it comes to habitat conservation, industry perspectives are aligned with the HCP meeting conservation needs and opposing additional restrictions, while conservation would like to see more protection and efforts to recover species. On the topic of climate change, industry recognizes the importance of climate-smart forestry, but emphasizes the value of the wood products industry in contributing to carbon sequestration and economic outcomes. Conservation organizations would like to see the CCCP to be implemented and have longer rotations to sequester more carbon in the forest. Industry comments don't emphasize water quality issues, recognizing existing rules ensure water quality needs are met, while conservation organizations call for water quality to be a greatest permanent value, ban the use of pesticides, and restore streams. On the topic of public engagement, industry and conservation were aligned that the department did not involve them enough. So kind of a tale in three parts using that subset, highlighting the perspectives of those representative organizations. We can also look for the contrast across all comments to try to illustrate the range of perspectives, and that's what we'll do here next. Okay, so if we bookend the comments with a focus on financial outcomes on one side and conservation outcomes on the other, we can compare the comments on myriad topics to see the range of perspectives and the trade-off that may occur with a policy choice on that topic. Something we saw a lot of in the comments is what to do about guiding principle number 3. On one hand, it is lauded as being critically important to ensure the counties and state forest divisions' self-sufficiency, while the other side opposes this principle and calls for its removal as it creates incentive to harvest to the detriment of other plan goals. Clear cutting also gets a lot of airtime, with one side calling for its cessation and the other saying it's necessary to ensure efficiency and viability in a working forest. For age at harvest, comments stated current rotations are adequate for meeting revenue and workforce stability needs, while others call for extending rotations to meet ecological needs. Comments also focused on maintaining the current funding model or diversifying the funding model with carbon credits, recreation fees, and reinstating the severance tax. When it comes to climate change and carbon sequestration, we received comments about the contribution of durable wood products to carbon sequestration and critiques of clear-cutting undermining climate goals. For recreation, commenters with a focus on financial outcomes regarded recreation as a secondary benefit and less of an economic driver than timber, while conservation-focused commenters asserted recreation was core to greatest permanent value and harvest harm as recreational and scenic values. On water quality, we received many comments, and those with a focus on financial outcomes noted that current rules protect water quality. Those with the conservation focus stated that clear cutting and the use of pesticides harmed water quality and called for limits to harvest activity in drinking watersheds. And adaptive management, while it's a core of forestry, those with a focus on financial outcomes felt that the approach allowed for flexibility in response to changing conditions. Conservation voices called for SMART goals and transparency in carrying out adaptive management programs. All right, and last, harvest restrictions. When it comes to harvest restrictions, comments called for no additional restrictions to maintain forest jobs and county revenue. Conservation voices felt that heavy logging actually reduces the economic health of local communities in the long run, and instead there should be a focus on recreation and ecosystem services. So that's just really the tip of the iceberg, as we received hundreds of pages of unique comments, thousands of pages of total comments. But given the time that we have available, really just can't do a super deep dive into every topic or every comment. So wanted to give space here to have a discussion with the board among and between us here. So hopefully this was illustrative of the range of comments and the policy choices that the department and the board will be working through as we move into final adoption of the forest management plan. In terms of next steps, in June, we'll return with a final draft forest management plan that reflects any recommended changes to the current draft, and final adoption of the FMP is expected in September. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions and your discussion on what you've heard.
To make sure everybody understands the process here, is that we will shortly, after a moment for questions, then have actually a presentation on the performance measures, Western Oregon State Forest. So but if we've got questions or comments on what we've just heard, we can do that now. Brenda?
Yeah, Joseph, thanks for the presentation. My reaction to it is that I think it's unfortunate, although I understand why. It's unfortunate that you emphasize the polarization between two groups, right? And the comments that come in from those two groups are all based upon personal experiences or professional experiences from the past. And what I'm not seeing is some common ground moving forward. I mean, when we look at what the likely impacts are of climate change, social changes, economic changes within this region and the country in general, political changes, a lot of these concerns are likely to be moot. And the future means coming together and finding some pathways where timber industry can get their needs met, environmental folks can get their needs met, but more importantly, the rest of the Oregonians who are not represented in those comments can get their needs met, and we haven't heard from them. So I know I'm sounding critical, and I apologize for that, but I am getting more and more frustrated as I get older around the polarization that's being portrayed between these two groups that are always butting heads without looking for opportunities to move forward collectively.
And as is a theme, I generally do agree with that, Brenda. I do find the framing kind of unfortunate. Maybe in a little different light though. After this body, I had hoped that the HCP would provide that platform, and after this body voted on a split vote to make this extraordinary investment in conservation, I was asked to serve on the board of forestry, and one of the things I was asked was to not relitigate that decision. And I feel like I haven't. And in fact, more than that, I think it's quite notable that, me personally, as one of the voices that was so strongly opposed to that HCP, have transitioned to investing personally in seeing the HCP through and wanting that to be a platform for success and people moving forward together with a common vision for how we can realize, good things from these state forests. And I think if I'm saddened by anything, it's that no matter how much we invest in conservation, it seems it's quite literally never enough.
Joseph?
Yeah. Well said, Heath. I was thinking very much the same thing as, a member of this body on that vote day. We all remember that day, or many of us do, that were in this room and the log trucks and et cetera that were here. It is, Brenda, I agree. It's disappointing. It demonstrates the polarization. It demonstrates, and I hear you, and I appreciate that. It is unfortunate. And I feel like I agree with Heath, and I hate to pile on, but it seems like members of the conservation community have forgotten that. Have forgotten what we just did, what we did and this body did. And that frankly is disappointing. For me personally. But I want to get into a place where, and I was a member that didn't support that HCP. I was on the losing side of that vote. But I want to get into a place where I can find a way to support this FMP. And part of getting me to that place is remembering those twin goals. The whole reason why we embarked on that HCP was increasing conservation outcomes, which I think we can agree, I think we can agree that we're doing with this HCP, but also improving economic outcomes. So that's where I want to see this FMP, or at least try to demonstrate that through this FMP.
Brendan, then you, Liz. Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Go ahead.
Alexa, you go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question from all the written comments we received on the FMP, and then from some of the testimony we heard this morning. It sounds like that the FMP may not be like abiding by certain rules on what constitutes an FMP regarding like strategic goals and more specific goals in the FMP. And I'm just wondering if we are setting ourselves up for failure if we're not meeting certain laws with the creation of this FMP. And do we need to be more specific and have more goal-oriented items in this FMP? Is that, Mike, I don't know if you have any feedback, thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is nothing in the planning rules that state that the goals and strategies in the FMP have to have any level of specificity or any targets associated with them. The current FMP, for example, has a lot of standards in it for riparian management and so forth, and also has a landscape target for complex structure. However, it's not a time-bound metric for structure. Similarly, now in the HCP, which will be incorporated into the FMP by reference, we have all of those standards, all of the same standards. And the landscape objective has changed from one of complex structure, which was intended to basically be a surrogate for habitat for primarily late seral species in terms of older forest structure and layered conditions, has now changed into an actual habitat goal in the HCP for the species covered there. So we are not violating any rule by not being more specific with the goals and strategies that are in the draft FMP. And one thing I would say to getting to threading the needle a little bit, or that is our job, to thread the needle in this sort of polarized environment, right, is to try and address these things in such a way that still provides the board and the state forester flexibility as we proceed to implementation plans in the future to address these. And implementation plans will have more specific objectives, more specific monitoring criteria, and so forth that will perhaps be more satisfying to folks.
Thank you.
What is that, Kyle? One of the things that I'm kind of surprised at, but maybe it didn't rise to the level, is that any of the comments, refer to any of the the biggest landscape disruptor that we have going on now is wildfire. And maybe there is some connection, an agreement over, that force on the landscape and the watershed. Did that surprise you, or was it just not at the level to where it could be noted up here? I'm surprised by that a little bit.
Oh, yeah, Justin Buttress for the record. Yeah, it's in the summary. Wildfire is addressed in the overall summary document. There just wasn't a whole lot of, I guess, maybe bookending as far as it goes, where there was sort of this, clearly dichotomous policy choice there. I think kind of everybody recognizes wildfire as a challenge. How you address it is, it wasn't anything that we haven't heard before in other forums as far as, active management helps to prevent wildfire and, don't do any management, and that will lead to old growth, which has a lower burn intensity and lower frequency and that sort of thing. So you can manage it in two different ways: by growing your forest older or by cutting it down. And so it wasn't one of the topics that I included.
Brenda, go ahead, and then Ben.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Heath's comment and Joe's comment, and I respect your opinions, but those comments exacerbate the polarization. When I hear that environmentalists always want more protection, there's never enough, we're not going to meet their expectations, then I just think of what I hear from the environmental organizations saying the timber industry just wants more money all the time. That's just all they're after. And that just drives a wedge between those two groups, when in fact, we should not be thinking about how we're opposing each other. We should be thinking about how we can come together with each other. And so I'm sorry, but I just have to respond to that.
Yeah, that's a fair comment in the abstract. I just struggle to think of a time where we have actually done enough ever. And so it's like, it would be one thing if the industry were taking a vocal position right now and saying, don't do it, disapprove the HCP. But I don't see that happening. I think what's happening is that they're saying, fine, that vote happened, but why now are we going to put that in our pocket and then put our hand back out for more? Like if there was a vision of an end point, if there was a vision of a point at which we could actually agree that, yep, all right, we're good now. But when you see these massive conservation investments and then the volumes stay at that same elevated, screeching sound, I lose faith that there's an opportunity for common vision in moving forward together.
Ben?
Yeah, thank you. Ben Doimling for the record. I share some of the sentiments of I think we have an opportunity, we as a board and the department has an opportunity to make of these comments what we will. And I appreciate the utility of framing it the way you did and how you presented it, but I think within that, there actually is quite a lot of common ground. And I think as you have your work cut out for you now to make the updates and changes to this FMP as a result of these comments, I think there's opportunity to find ways to incorporate a wide range of perspectives. And I think there's a way to generate adequate harvest and build ecosystem resilience and complexity in the face of climate change at the same time. I think those are not mutually exclusive. And many of those key points in the comments and in the way you framed it were framed as mutually exclusive. And I don't think many of them are. I think at their extremes, they can be, but in the reality of writing a management plan, there is room for both in many ways. We can have healthy and robust harvests that are meaningful. And we can at the same time be building complexity and resilience in our forests to make them more able to withstand disturbance in the future. And so I hope that you are able to take away from these comments and in the work you have ahead of you are able to try to incorporate both, because there is an opportunity there. The second comment I would make, and I would echo some of what I saw in the comments and what I think has been a theme in conversations about the FMP for a while now, is it's very broad and it leaves room for a wide range of management decisions. And I think, Mike, to your point about a lot of this happens in the IPs, well, respectfully, we don't approve the IPs. We approve the FMP, and that is where the board's authority ends. And so I am jealously guarding that authority to an extent right now. And I think, therefore, the scrutiny on the FMP is really important. The FMP, I think, could benefit from more specificity. And I think you've heard that in the comments from all sides, that it is quite vague. And I think there's room for getting a little more specific and providing a little more direction in how these forests will be managed. Because once that's done, then it's up to you. And I understand that that's a nice place to be and that gives you more flexibility, but our job here is to make sure that we've set the tone. And I think the FMP at this point is a bit vague. So those are my sort of two off the top comments, and I look forward to the work ahead between now and June. Thank you.
I'd like to just say, I guess just stating the obvious, but we've got these two camps. That's not going to go away. They're going to continue to push their points of view, and our job is not to pick. I think our job is to listen to everybody and do a good job of balancing all of that. I do. I agree, Heath and Joe. It does feel like the environmental community is a little tone deaf in terms of not recognizing what a big win the HCP is. And so I understand it's hard for those county people living in those counties and other people in the industry to hear, hey, the HCP is not good enough. Let's do this, this, and this. Understand that. And Heath, I really appreciate the fact that you and your company are trying to see the HCP through. Took you a while to get there, but I'm glad you saw the light eventually. Had to say that, Heath. Any other comments? Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm just a little bit vague on what our decision space here is still going forward and June a bit. But I am really clear that now that we have Casey as a new state forester, you'll be well invested and involved in helping your staff, weigh all these comments as well. So I'm very pleased with that, Casey.
Okay, with that, then I think we should move to the performance measures for Western Oregon State Forest. That's going to to be Mike Wilson and Tyson.
All right. So, thank you again, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief. And joining me now at the table is Tyson Weprick, our Adaptive Management Specialist. So we are bringing you an update now on the performance measures. We had started talking about some targets, ranges, and that sort of thing. What we're doing is taking just a tiny step, I think, back in this meeting to really talk more about the component metrics, because there was a desire to see more in terms of those metrics, in terms of potential outcomes there that we were not really teed up to do yet. There's only so much that the forest modeling tells us, and there's a lot that you have to tease out of that. So what we are doing today is really bringing you still more of the what. So I believe we've been down this road a little bit before, and everybody was fairly okay with the performance measures at the high level. So we're going to talk more. Tyson's going to present more on the component metrics that make up those performance measures. We're not going to go into a lot of numbers here today. In the staff report, you did have certain metrics presented as just as demonstrations, and they were based on the modeling that we did last November and brought to you. So that's there for your reference. But again, we're really focusing on more the higher level what today and trying to get your feedback on some of that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tyson.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Casey. For the record, I'm Tyson Weprick, the Adaptive Management Specialist in State Forests. So as Mike said, we're here today to present additional analysis coming from November's Special Board of Forestry meeting, where you all discussed a set of performance measures based on modeled forest management plan scenarios that will guide the initial implementation of the draft Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan. And then we will have time to discuss how the board's performance measures will work in practice to ensure that the division's accountability in meeting the FMP goals. So we've presented a lot of modeling to you over the last 2 years to explore management approaches that would be possible under the draft FMP and draft HCP. We started with 4 wide-ranging scenarios and narrowed them down with feedback from the board and from the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. In November, we presented our staff recommendation for a management scenario, and today we're sharing more performance measures and their forecasted trends from that scenario. The forest activity model we use for the scenario emulates how the forest could be managed over time with forest stands grown forward from the current inventory. It projects harvests, revenues, carbon sequestration, habitat quality, and other forest stand metrics across the landscape by simulating the decisions which meet a set of management objectives. And we input our silvicultural practices and landscape constraints into the model to demonstrate what's possible to achieve over decades. And I'll note these FMP scenarios are policy level models and have a broader view than the next step of implementation plan modeling. For example, in what we presented to the board, we did not set objectives for individual districts or individual counties over the 150-year scenarios, but we did report on those geographies in the June 2025 outcomes report. The implementation plans coming up will use a similar model with additional considerations to translate the policy level scenarios down to a district scale and a 10-year time frame. And we're currently updating our data to get ready for implementation plan modeling that will take place this year using the FMP scenario as a starting point. To review what we presented in November, the staff recommended a management approach that fell between a 30-year even flow scenario brought forward by FTLAC and a scenario that maximized long-term harvest volume with larger departures. And the intent of this scenario is to demonstrate higher near-term harvest volume compared to even flow that the division can feasibly deliver given our capacity and the uncertainties associated with adopting a policy level model and adjusting it to our implementation plan. This scenario provides the counties and ODF with greater source of near-term revenue and gives the division greater control over the age class distribution in our stands in general stewardship ground. Harvest levels would be projected to decline in 10-year steps and after 30 years would stay above a minimum of floor. In November, we presented a few performance measures comparing this scenario to the other broader ranging ones. And after receiving feedback from the board, we're coming back today with analysis only of this scenario to show what implementation under the draft FMP could look like across more performance measures. Next. So the performance measures are a set of indicators that the board will use to evaluate management commitments and outcomes with respect to the objectives and intent expressed through the forest management plan's guiding principles, management approach, and goals. The performance measures have component metrics that will be monitored and reported for the board and others to track management commitments and outcomes readily across a broad range of ecosystem services provided by state forests. Component metrics for each performance measure would be reported at different timescales depending on the resource. And I'll note that the staff report has an attachment that goes into the component metrics in detail. We won't pull them up unless requested by a board member at the end of this presentation. And while the state forester signs off on the implementation plan, the board may set expectations for the outcomes of the forest management plan that they adopt. As the board changes, future boards could change the performance measures. We propose these based on the tools and monitoring that we have available today. Performance measures may change as our inventory methods improve or as we find better metrics to demonstrate our management objectives. For example, you might see in the staff report some metrics that hardly change over a 10-year implementation timeframe because some components of the forest develop slowly. The best time to consider changes to performance measures would be during implementation plan revisions, and we'll go into more detail later in the presentation for how we envision the process of performance measure responses and accountability would play out. And I'll note just for the methods in the staff report, we're presenting trends for performance measures that come from the forest management plan scenario that we've presented to you all in the past, with a range of outcomes projected from a higher or a lower harvest level about that scenario. The baseline year for many metrics is shown alongside an estimate from the U.S. Forest Service Forest Inventory and Analysis plots. You may know that we're supporting the FIA program by increasing the density of their plots on ODF managed lands. And while our forecasts for performance measures come from our modeling, when we report on performance measures in the future, we plan to use trends from the FIA plots as those provide a statistically unbiased estimate of changes on the ground with publicly available data and a 20-year record of measurements on the same plots for comparison. I'll also note that we graph the performance measures with their trends for the whole plan area and divided by two main emphasis areas. Emphasis areas are how we assign land parcels to management objectives, and the largest types of emphasis areas, which we show in the graphs, are general stewardship areas with a timber production focus and habitat conservation areas with a focus on habitat development for the covered species. We designate other emphasis areas in the forest management plan, including those that focus on social benefits like the Tillamook Forest Center, recreation areas, and scenic areas. And so this is the list of performance measures arranged alphabetically, and we can see the range of resources monitored. Each of these has one or more specific components that will be measured. The staff report will have the table with component metrics and a set of slides with graphs showing the forecasted trend for those which we have modeled from the FMP scenario, and a description of those that we haven't modeled yet, the timeline for when those would come online. And in the next two slides, I'm going to quickly review the table of all the component metrics and discuss their intent. So the board's vision for Oregon forest describes forest resilience as a key goal. with land managers encouraged to increase the adaptive capacity of forests. Our first performance measure has a range of components that describe forest complexity, structure, and function. I'll note that for one of our key performance measures for the Oregon legislature, that's a different set than this, but the key performance measure had the percent of North Coast districts with complex layered forests. That was one of the targets noted in the public comment. The definition of complex forests that we used includes metrics that are now in this table under the adaptive capacity and the habitat elements for wildlife on the next slide. We were not meeting our goal for complex forests for the key performance measure for the Oregon legislature, and unbundling it into its components can help us see which aspect isn't changing as quickly as we'd like. For number 2, the aquatic and riparian resources include 2 components that are HCP commitments that we have not started monitoring yet, and a watershed assessment of planned harvests and their impact. For carbon sequestration and storage, we focus on the live tree carbon pool, which is most accurately measured and changes the most with our management. Harvested wood products are modeled based on a report prepared for the board in 2020. Division finances are already presented to the board in annual reports, but we include them here as well. They're directly tied to the last performance measure on this slide, the financial support for counties. And economic opportunities were estimated by a contractor in the socioeconomic report prepared last year for the original 4 FMP scenarios. So on our second slide, for habitat elements for wildlife, we track important elements across several stages and emphasis areas that we expect to increase due to HCP green tree retention strategies. And we know that those will occur in general stewardship areas, in RCAs and inoperable areas, and not just in habitat conservation areas. 7D is a key commitment in the HCP to mitigate habitat harvested with habitat set aside and grown. That's the stay ahead provision. For harvest and inventory, we focus on acres of management treatments and the changes in the standing inventory over time. For recreation, education, and interpretation opportunities, we've suggested these metrics to focus on keeping opportunities open and in good working order. 9B also relates to the Habitat Conservation Plan's aquatic impacts as well, maintaining the trail infrastructure. And for 10, for transportation, we're currently undergoing the assessment to assess hydrological connectivity of roads and fish passage barriers that would be targeted under the HCP roads management. And for tribal cultural resources, we developed FMP goals and strategies with tribal collaboration, and we plan to report to the board on how the division is meeting those new initiatives. So this slide presents the bulk of what we probably want to discuss today. This is how we envision the process for us monitoring performance measures and the board responding to them. So we plan for the implementation plan modeling with its updated data to set the performance measure trends for the division. We would report the performance measures in annual reports to the board and in more detail in 5- and 10-year reports that we have at the midway point for the implementation plan, and that follows a habitat conservation plan monitoring timeline as well. And those more detailed reports would have more years of monitoring to assess trends that may be slow to develop. We envision the board responding to trends in a number of ways. The board, if it sees a trend that is not meeting expectations, the board could direct the state forester to examine why. The state forester would direct staff to come up with a more in-depth analysis of a particular trend or target that's not being met. The board could direct the forester to change the implementation of the FMP if it's not meeting what the board envisions from the FMP. We could find that the target should be revised. Perhaps when we're setting them today, we're not properly accounting for climate change, and we find that climate change is progressing much faster, and our targets need to be changed to account for that. Third, under the most serious misses, the board could open the forest management plan for revision at any time to make sure that greatest permanent value is being met. I'll also note that the division will be evaluating trends and performance measures as we set new implementation plans. So in that 5-year check-in and approaching the 10-year mark of the implementation plan, we would also be looking at these in depth to see how we are meeting performance measures or not, and how we might change implementation. So finally, for the next steps, after this meeting, the division will incorporate board feedback on the performance measures. We'll present the final draft of the FMP to the board in June. And implementation plans are being modeled to begin in fiscal year 2028 to accompany the draft FMP, and they'll have updated performance measure trends. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to discussing your feedback.
Go ahead, Heath.
Brenda, in an effort to find that common ground, I may be about to agree with Mr. Lang for the first time in my life. I'm not entirely certain that I understand what the targets even are here. Like, and I kind of like trends. I'm open to that. But like, to try and pick one that's maybe a little less controversial, say 4B, annual revenue and operating expenses. That's a component metric. What would you say the target is for 4B?
So I would, yeah, thank you for that question. I think that the target for that would be set really on what we anticipate the harvest to be, and you know, based on what our prices that we, you know, long-term prices and logging costs. You know, it's we've always anchored into for like the 6 to 12 month operating balance in the Forest Development Fund. That's always been a challenge. So I don't know if that's really the way to go with that anymore. I think it's more about saying this is what we are likely to produce for revenue.
Yeah. And so like, we don't need to go too deep into the substance. I just analytically, for me to understand, like, are you going to write that down somewhere as a target? And are we going to discuss that? Like, when does that happen?
So that'll happen as we proceed with our implementation planning, and we'll be able to bring you more information on that in June.
Your vision is that we will not set that target affirmatively in June?
I guess that's a little bit up in the air at this point. It wouldn't have to be set at that point. It could be set at that point. But you know, all of these things, we've kind of dealt with this with performance measures before. You know, initially, our current forest management plan adopted in 2001, it didn't have performance measures. Performance measures came into play later in conjunction with plan revision. And so, you know, it's a little bit fluid there. The performance measures are not in the plan, so you can have the rule. You can find the space in the rule to say, yeah, we can meet GPV with the forest management plan. And your performance measures actually can somewhat trail that as well.
Well, I only mean to suggest, with 12 minutes left on this agenda item, I think that that is the heart of the performance measures, not describing the component metrics. And so, you know, whenever we get to that, which I don't know, to me, it feels like we would want to have some visibility on those targets when we approve the FMP, because that's premised on the HCP and implementation. And so I feel like we would want that then or earlier. That's just going to require a lot of deliberation by this body, I think. And, you know, will require some setup. Like we'll need the materials, and we'll need to be able to kind of talk about it in advance. Like, this is really hard work that I fear we're not in a position to do today.
Ben, go ahead.
I would echo Heath's comments, and I think I hear you, Mike, in that you're planning to bring us some targets or some trends with the IP development. But honestly, I think these are I think these should be informing the IP development. And so I think it would be helpful for us to, as a board, and maybe this is a special meeting, maybe a longer special meeting, that I think we have work to do as a board to identify where we want these measures to go. And the sooner we as a board can provide direction there, the more clarity you will have to develop that IP is the way I read this. Hearing some nodding from the board members.
So first of all, I'm in complete agreement with Heath and with Ben. We need to dig into what the targets should be, and we need information ahead of time to allow us to make informed decisions about what those targets should be. I do suggest, though, that before we go there, one change to your description of the component metrics is that you include a spatial scale over which those metrics would be measured. So I'll try to pick a non-controversial one. If you've got something in here about wildlife habitat, where is it? Here it is. Large trees greater than 30 inches in diameter. Is that over an acre? Is that over a watershed? Is that over emphasis area? Because that then will allow us to envision what we can expect out on the ground in terms of what these performance measures might indicate. So I think some changes as to spatial scale and temporal scale here for definitions, but then I agree with Heath and Ben. We need to dig into this, and this is not going to be an easy conversation. This is going to be one that's going to take some time. So I don't know when that is and how it's going to happen.
I believe that we can bring that to you probably sometime during the summer, because during fire season's a great time to have a special meeting, but all kidding aside, what we're doing now, and I appreciate the comment about, being able to inform the implementation planning. What we need to do is we're getting prepped to do our implementation planning, updating data and so forth that we always have to do. And we'll be able to do some modeling that then we can come back and say, here are likely outcomes around what we've modeled. And then if there are, so that can be an avenue towards setting targets. And if some of those outcomes are not satisfactory, maybe you like them, maybe you don't. And if you want to increase or decrease any target or express a trend, and it's really up to you how you want to do it. We want to remain flexible on that into your comfort zone, right? Of how you want to express that. But then that would serve as a feedback loop to the implementation plan development to say, oh, okay, well, if the board's going to want to target here for X, then that means this is a limiter on Y, and we have to adjust the implementation plan accordingly. So it's a little bit of an iterative process as we go towards that, as we try to take your guidance through the state forester, on how we're going to do that, and then be able to meet those expectations. Or if there are conflicts there where, there's some unrealistic expectations, kind of, yeah, these things won't jive. You can't have all of this, then, we can clearly see that as well.
Just a point of clarification, we heard and read comments from people that the forest management plan as written is too vague, could do anything. Am I correct in understanding that when the board works with you to set the targets for these performance measures, that those then become the goals for the forest management plan?
No, I will say this, it's your rule and it's your plan. So you can build them in however you'd like. However, from my point of view, I think it's best to retain the performance measures outside of the forest management plan itself for the reasons that Tyson mentioned during the presentation. You don't have to go back through a rulemaking process to change either a target or the nature of a performance measure itself. If we're somewhat measuring the wrong thing and we want to make an adjustment there, then you have the flexibility to do that without having to go back into the forest management plan.
But you don't, I mean, those are two separate documents, the performance measures and the forest management plan. Performance measures with targets will set the goals outside of the forest management plan for how you implement that forest management plan. Is that what I guess I'm really not clear about how you see these coming together.
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. So we have the framework of the forest management plan and the goals being very high level as, as distinct from objectives, right? With those more clear targets and so forth. So you would have the FMP that would remain flexible, and this board and future boards as they go along could adjust things through the performance measures without having to dig back into the plan itself.
Along lines of what you're saying, yeah, I've struggled with, if we're going to measure something, it implies that we have a target. And I think usually we should have and will have. And for a lot of these, that won't be that hard to do. But I think in some of these circumstances, we recognize it's important that we measure this, but we don't really have, an easy path to being able to identify up front what an appropriate target is. So I think, and that's why, having a separate document that is living and maybe changing is going to be important. Because I look at some of these and to really today be able to establish what will be a reasonable target for each and every one of those. That's a lot to ask of ourselves and of the staff. Joseph?
Go ahead, Jim.
Hard to get in here. That's okay. So Mike, what I'm really interested in, and this is to dive really deep to understand what these targets are. I'm very interested in the inventory and harvest inventory on the operable lands. I want to point out that your data that you presented is demonstrating building inventory on operable lands, possibly significant inventory, depending on what growth rate we assume, modeled growth rate, up to 1 billion board feet over the next 30 years on the operable lands. Okay, now that's not the HCAs. That's outside of the HCAs. That's significant inventory. And so in order to create kind of performance metrics around that, we have to understand where my mind begins to go, since if we're building that kind of inventory, we're getting older trees on operable lands that may be exceeding culmination mean annual increment, right? So we could be in fact affecting growth rates. So that's something that I really think we have to look very hard at those modeled outcomes to understand that, to develop targets. It's assumed, and I'm just basing this on your scenario you put forward, right? And that's building significant inventory. And this body should have a conversation about that. Should we be building that kind of inventory on operable lands or not?
That's a really good point, and definitely a fair point of discussion. And one of the things that we can do is bring you more of a breakdown as we go into discussions when we have more numbers around what the age class of that operable inventory is over those first 30 years or any other time period that we might be interested in, because there's always a question of when do you want to take that. And so if we go back to our what the original range of scenarios that we came to you with last June, and we had there the maximizing harvest volume over time, but kind of some wild swings there, right? And so we leveled them out for November to provide a little bit more predictability. Anytime we level things out like that, we're going to have periods of time where we accumulate volume. But it is an important discussion to monitor as we go along, set an objective, set a performance metric around that, a target, but also keeping in consideration as we go along, when do we want to take it? When is it advantageous to change that target to take advantage of that inventory? Do we want it to let it go out there and provide a cushion further out, that we can take that? Or are we worried that it's going to get too old, for instance, to be attractive to a large number of purchasers? That's a consideration too. And those are the kind of discussions I'd really like to have. And we do need a lot of time for that. I do agree. We need a special meeting to discuss this for 3 or 4 hours. But yeah, those are exactly the kind of thing. And then there's the other things as well. We're building that inventory while we're building carbon. And so how does that play into that? Or other metrics as well? How do they play off of each other and what are the ramifications?
Jim, for me, just analytically about the kind of the process we're going to observe, the HCP cements some real things, right? It literally draws lines on maps, right? It says, here's all this land that are going to be habitat conservation areas. And it has specifics around steep slopes and head walls and riparian conservation areas. And it had all of that. And I was like, all right, we can feel pretty certain that this is kind of the conservation strategy moving forward, at least for the first period. And what I had hoped was that as we move toward approval of this forest management plan, we would have some visibility on what management looks like outside of those HAs, right? The things that the HCP doesn't describe. And, my personal vision was that, this performance measure conversation would tee that up. That is to say, all right, Heath, when you go to vote on this forest management plan, you're going to have a representation from staff about what that forest management plan is going to produce. And I'm not sure how this timing lines up with the special meeting and the vote that we intend to take in June and such. If I'm asked to vote on the forest management plan in June without those representations from staff, that it's just going to be a lot harder. And I can't say for sure right now. I know I haven't thought through how I would vote in that circumstance, but just know that coming into this, my expectation, my anticipation was that this was going to be an exercise in ODF telling us and the world, here's what the forest management plan means. And we're not going to put it in concrete in the FMP, in the rule, but we're going to have this presentation that people can point to for years going forward, that this is what Mike Wilson and his staff said this FMP is going to produce. And I fear that we're kind of barreling toward a decision absent those representations, which puts us in a harder spot.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to go. I feel like, when I listen to you, Joe, you want to vote be able to end up voting from this forest management plan. And I think it's really going to be important for us to try to, I don't want to be pushing this through and then having a 4-3 vote. We do have to do the work so that we can get, and it's always hard to get consensus, but I really don't want to see us do this on a 4-3 vote at some point. Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
I completely agree, Heath. And if we don't have the projections that we need and more clarity on what the targets are and all of the background needed to really fully understand what we can expect from the forest management plan, I don't see how we can vote on that. And if we're forced to vote, I don't think it's going to come out particularly good because we're hearing from a lot of constituents that they want more detail. They want more meat on the bones. And what I'm hearing just now is that you have broad agreement among board members here that that's what we want too. And so we got a lot of work to do between here and summer to get there.
Yeah, I fear you may be imperiling your departure timeline from the Board of Forestry.
So thank you for that. And I would say that, barring other direction, where we would intend to take this to demonstrate more of these outcomes would not be significantly different than what we presented in November in scenario 5B. It was, and there weren't, all of these metrics are not addressed in the analysis from that. And all of these metrics won't be addressed, right? And all of that, because some of them around water quality and so on and so forth are not products of the forest modeling. We can make certain assumptions about them based on the protection strategies in the HCP for riparian conservation areas and so forth. We can also talk about strategies in the FMP, for instance, to increase species diversity over time. And those are some of the things that you'll see some adjustments to the language when we bring the FMP back to you. But it's a little bit difficult to be very prescriptive about that ahead of time. And, we're not gonna say, this is the planting mix we will use. That we'll adjust it over time in response to what we understand about the changing conditions and so forth that we're dealing with. Because it's not just an ecological question, right? It's like what's growing best, what marketable timber products are we going to be able to have? Are there other things that we're going to lose if we don't do that? But that's a much more operational question, I think. And the important thing is that the FMP would provide space for that to happen.
So I think that flexibility is critical. But along with that flexibility, there needs to be clarity on what we, the future board, can expect as you make those changes. And that's not, I'm not seeing that connection occur yet. And one of those is spatial scale and temporal scale. And having, X number of tree species represented across a planting area is different from having X number of tree species represented across an acre or a stand. So we really need clarity, and we need to understand what our expectations can be in the near future, and then recognizing that the flexibility that you retain allows you to be adaptable as conditions change. You just need to be clear on it.
Thank you for bringing that back around. I meant to address that earlier. Spatial scale is very important. Some of the metric, the spatial scale that we care about, some of these metrics are different across the metrics, but some of them have multiple spatial scales, obviously. And so we'll try to bring a more robust sense of what we would be measuring it and tracking at certain spatial scales. For instance, species diversity is a good one. We'll be doing that at the stand level, at some sort of geographic level, similar to a watershed, and then probably as a plant area as a whole, right? All those things are important.
You don't have stands mapped.
So no, we do have, regarding some conversations we've had earlier, we have stands typed. We were talking about harvest units and stands and the intersectionality there. And it's our harvest units, we adjust them as we go along. Our stands are mapped. We adjust those as well as we do inventory updates. However, those stands contain a lot of imputed data. They're not terribly statistically rigorous. And so that is something that we've been trying to address through our new inventory, which is based on the FIA plots and LiDAR metrics as we go forward. So we will be able to report to that to some degree. However, we're still, dealing with some legacy data, and, we'll have to the specificity of that sort of thing will vary, I guess.
Thanks, Mike and Tyson, for this. I think just definitions and clarity are going to be really important so that we're all speaking the same language, because when I think of a stand, I think of an area that is managed in a certain way over a period of time, which would coincide pretty closely with a harvest unit. What I'm hearing here are two different things. So clarity, I just think, is going to be important.
It's a relic from the fact that on a lot of our ownership, we're still going through the first rotation, if you will, of our forests. And so what we have is largely veg mapping, what we have with what we call our stand types versus the more classic forester definition of a stand as kind of has the management regime thought out and built in. There's an intended trajectory here versus sort of like what's out here right now. And so we are at the intersection of those things and adjusting as we go along.
Jim, just, for me, it's actually okay on some of these if the target is a little ambiguous or range or trend oriented, as long as I know that, right? That is to say, right now, the list is there's no targets. And it sounded for a moment like the plan was to approve the FMP without any targets here. And so for me, I don't want to try and pin you down too much. There's some things I suspect some of us would like to pin you down on a little bit more, but I just think, again, what's important is going through the exercise of having the agency tell us what they think this FMP is going to produce.
Good point. Okay, we're eating in a little bit to our lunch. We've got a presentation from the governor's office at 1 o'clock, so we've got about 50 minutes for lunch. I hear the rain on the roof, and I had instructed staff that we would be having lunch outside so that we could give a true Oregon welcome to KC. But yeah, so anybody wants to? Yeah, just kidding. All right, let's get back at 1 o'clock. And I'm going to welcome Jeff and Chandra and Amy from the governor's office. We had a bigger crowd here this morning, but I guess I heard you guys were coming. They're not either that or 2 martini lunches or something. Yeah. Anyhow, welcome you guys and look forward to your presentation. Put it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Jeff Huntington, Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Kotek, for the record. Here today to talk to you again about the 2 executive orders that the governor put out late last year. One dealing with energy and climate issues, that is Amy Slusher's portfolio, and the other on resiliency, and across working and natural landscapes and waters, which is Chandra Ferrari's portfolio. I know that Chandra spent time with you in your retreat. We thought, because we have a new state forester that's joining us and she hasn't been part of these discussions, and because I think you had enough back and forth at that in that first round, that we thought maybe there would be some more questions and we could just have more discussion than presentation today. So I just have a couple of words, and then Amy's going to give you a brief summary of that energy and climate order so you understand the context around that in case you have questions about that or it comes up later individually with your different portfolios as you go out separate from the Board of Forestry. I will say that we are turning our focus right now to the implementation of these executive orders and spending a lot of time with the agencies and leadership teams. And there's been a good chunk of work that's already started on developing work plans, which I'm sure you'll have future discussions with staff here at the Department of Forestry about the work plan that they're putting forward as part of the executive order implementation. And just a word from the perspective of the governor, these 2 executive orders are really the North Star for our natural resource agencies in this administration and how they relate to her priorities going forward. We will, in addition to these work plans of what the agencies are doing to implement their piece of the executive orders, also be integrating it into the budget process and the development of legislative packages for the 27th session. It is, I think, important. I think it's important for you all to know with clarity that we framed these executive orders intentionally in a way that didn't set down specific directives for different agencies to do, but rather created a framework and asked the agencies to integrate what makes sense in that framework for the mission and the work planning of the particular agency. So that starts out with the indicators development that Chandra will talk a little bit about the current status of the development of that's happening under the leadership of OWEB and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And then moves into the application of those indicators into the work of the department and the strategic planning that the department's going to be doing. The governors will be issuing in the next couple of weeks an expectation letter for Director Casey, and part of that will be a focus and a work with this board on the implementation of ODF's approach for the executive orders. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy to summarize her part of the portfolio, and then we'll let Chandra take on whatever questions you might have around hers.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amy Slusher, and I am the Climate and Energy Policy Advisor to Governor Tina Kotek. Next slide, please. Executive Order 2529 articulates the governor's priorities and establishes direction to executive branch agencies to take actions within their existing authorities and resources to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help transition the state to an affordable, clean energy economy. The executive order, actually, next slide, please. The order aims to achieve these objectives through 3 buckets of actions. And before I dive into them, I want to note that this order doesn't specifically include any directives for the Department of Forestry or the Board of Forestry. But that doesn't mean that we don't consider you to be important partners in this work. So just wanted to note that. So the first bucket of actions calls for named executive branch natural resource agencies to take action to help advance implementation of the 5 pathways identified in the Oregon Energy Strategy, which were identified to help the state achieve its climate and energy objectives at the lowest cost to consumers. So these 5 pathways include increasing energy efficiency to reduce the amount of energy that we use overall, deploying clean energy resources to make sure that the electricity we use is as clean as possible, strategically electrifying building and transportation technologies, increasing the use and production of low carbon fuels, particularly for the hardest to decarbonize sources and sectors, and then increasing resiliency across all levels of the energy system. The second bucket of actions is oriented around helping to get clean energy projects and associated infrastructure built across Oregon. So what this means is the executive order is really calling on certain agencies to work together, both to work across agencies and then internally to help develop a more coordinated, streamlined approach to siting and permitting renewable energy projects and associated infrastructure like energy storage and transmission. It asks agencies to look at their existing processes, existing practices, and really see where there's opportunities to do things differently to help deploy projects while recognizing that there are important trade-offs that we need to consider and there are values that we want to protect across the landscape. And then the third bucket of actions is really focused on helping to advance a clean energy economy in Oregon by identifying opportunities for public and private partnerships and exploring emerging technologies that could provide opportunities in Oregon. So as I noted, the executive order doesn't specifically name the Board of Forestry. It does include accountability measures for agencies. It asks the agencies that are subject to the order to create implementation plans and develop metrics and report on progress. And then it asks other agencies to act in more of a consultation role. While the Department of Forestry isn't listed there, we would still hope that you would also act in a consultation role if and when needed. And I think overall, the area where I see the most intersection with the board's work and the department's work is really around the use of biomass for electricity production. So just to put that out there for thought. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I'll pass it over to Chandra. Any questions for Amy? Okay, Lynch. Oh,
I do have a question. It seems like there's also a nexus between forest fires and what happens there and the goals of what you're trying to do. And specifically, what do you think if Pacificorp actually does declare bankruptcy? How is that going to affect what you're trying to get done?
thank you, Chair Kelly. No comment. No, in all seriousness, we very much we're not planning for a bankruptcy at this stage. We think that Pacificorp is taking actions right now to strengthen its position as a company. I guess I should say, we're considering possibilities, but we're not planning for a bankruptcy at this time.
I might add that one of the things that came out of the 25 session, to get my years First Street there, was a directive that we've been collaborating with the PUC to launch a study that this board may be aware of. And if you haven't been briefed on it, it's probably a good idea to do that kind of briefing sometime in the near future. The PUC is commissioning an independent study that is looking at the frameworks that other states have used to have a coordinated and thoughtful approach to addressing catastrophic wildfire and the implications for affordable, reliable energy, and looking at what some structural options might be put on the table for the state of Oregon to look at headed into the next legislative session. So I think there's a lot of work being done there. And Amy, if you have any other comments on that, I think that's the space to put thought equity in at this point.
Mm-hmm. It's my understanding that utilities in Oregon altogether are spending about $100 million a year on insurance to buy $400 million worth of insurance, and ratepayers are paying for that. So.
There's no question there's a serious issue that the state has to grapple with and we have to solve. And especially if you're thinking about our co-ops that are independent from the same kind of structure that the IOUs have, or the public utilities have that are covered in the Tort Claims Act. There's a real issue out there, and we're spending a lot of time thinking about that. But this study is a very deliberate approach to stepping through what the policy options might be that could be and move Oregon forward in a way that we have failed to do so to date.
Okay, great. If we could move to the next slide, please. Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record, my name is Chandra Ferrari, Natural Resources Policy Advisor at the Governor's Office. Thank you for having me here again. As you might recall, I had the pleasure of spending some time with you during your retreat last month, and we did go over Executive Order 2526 in some detail, and so I don't want to necessarily retread that ground, but if we could move to the next slide, we'll have this up here and I'll just do a quick reminder of the main components in this executive order, and then we can talk through a little bit about where we are as agencies, and then, of course, open it up for conversation. But you may recall 2526 is about taking action to promote the resilience of our natural lands and waters, of our working lands and waters, and of our communities. And we have a number of categories of actions within our executive order. The first is about some level setting, and that is the identification of attributes that that come to mind when you think of resilient lands and waters and what those are. And so this is really about getting us as state agencies on the same page about what we're trying to achieve, what we're striving for, and also being able to communicate that to external parties as well. Then we have a section in the executive order that really is about taking action to secure and build our high resiliency natural and working lands and waters. And there's a few things in there, including keeping our working lands working. And that's really an emphasis on our own state programs, policies, actions that connect to that, to stewardship of working lands and waters and what we can do to improve there. And then we also have a directive for our state agencies to secure a 10% either conservation, protection, restoration, or connection of our lands and waters within 10 years. And there's also a subsection in here about taking a hard look at our mitigation programs across our agencies and striving to think about some innovative options in that space. We have a section about our state agencies leading by example. So where we have agencies that are managing lands or waters, they have their current management objectives and they will take action to also improve climate resiliency as part of their management objectives as well. And then there's sections on building community and wildfire resilience with, of course, a strong connection to ODF in that space because it is around increasing the pace and scale of implementation of the shared stewardship, the 20-year strategy, and also taking action to create fire adapted communities. And then there is also an effort in there connected to our resiliency officer and her work to build a plan for resilient Oregon. So that was, again, just a quick recap. I know we talked about this in a little bit more depth in February, so happy to take questions, of course, on any of those parts, but just didn't want to retread some of the stuff we had talked about last time. We also talked last time about how we intend to do the work under this executive order, and that's what I'll talk to you about now because we have as Jeff noted, taken some steps. We're really starting to focus in on implementation of the executive order components. And as I had noted before, one of the first steps that we had identified that needed to occur was the development of the attributes. Again, the level setting, make sure we're on the same page. We had tasked ODFW and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board with co-leading this work, bringing our agencies together to have, this really wasn't about developing necessarily new information. It was about synthesizing and collecting relevant information and hearing from content experts and thought partners about approaches the state might want to consider in terms of putting attributes together. So what OWEB and ODFW have done is they've done some work with a facilitator to put together a 3-day workshop, which is going to be happening next week, to do a pretty intensive effort with partners to put together some draft attributes during that 3-day period. And so there is a video link to this workshop so anybody can observe it. The folks that are around the table, though, are invitees and are folks that are connected to having done this work either elsewhere or as part of their professional careers, or they have some science expertise or technical expertise that is connected to this work. We also have a session with tribes where we have invited tribes to provide perspectives on the work as well. And then the interagency team, so state representatives of impacted agencies are participating as well. So the hope is that we have some draft products coming out of that workshop that we can then work with internally, and we will have some other sharing opportunities with the public before those are finalized later in spring. So that's where we're at with that work. We have also, as I noted before, the EO requires the formation of an interagency leadership team to move forward the components of the executive order and make sure we're doing that in a really coordinated and strategic way. So we have put together this interagency leadership team. Tim right now is the representative for ODF, and we've been having some conversations around the development of work plans. As you might recall, all of the agencies are required to develop work plans to showcase how they're planning to implement the executive order. Those work plans are intended to be shared with boards and commissions and also have the opportunity for public feedback. And as Jeff noted before, the executive order does not call out specific actions for agencies, right? It is about establishing a process, establishing broader-based outcomes that we're looking to achieve, and establishing some accountability measures to showcase how we are moving forward on achieving those broader-based goals. And so the agencies at this point have really been thinking about their connection points to the executive order, which of these connection points should really be prioritized, how, if those connection points are programs, policies, projects that are underway, those might be able to be improved, how they connect to other state agencies and work they're doing, how those initiatives might be leveraged together. And then we also have asked for some thinking around, what are the hot spots or areas of opportunity that we might not be leaning into right now, but really could yield some significant value if we did. And it might not be something that we have under our current budget framework, but we think it's really important to identify where those lean-in opportunities are so that we can strategize around how we might be able to advance those in the future. Also in the executive order, there is a requirement that we put together a board advisory committee, and this will be, again, board members from different natural resource agencies, boards and commissions that are able to advise on the implementation of the executive order, and that is something that we are still in the process of forming. So I expect that by maybe the end of spring that we'll have that entity together as well. And then I guess I just remind that the other point we had talked on that is in the executive order is around KPMs and working with DAS or having the agencies work with DAS to think about how key performance measures may be adjusted to, again, better reflect what we are trying to track under the executive order. And so we'll anticipate that, particularly after the attributes and we start working through work plans, that that'll be a conversation that we'll be having as well. So with that, unless you want to add anything? And we're happy to have some conversation.
I'll have one question to start us off. I mean, this is a directive from the governor's office. And a letter is going to go to Casey, as I heard, that set out expectations, I guess. How do you see our role? as a board in this? Because a lot of this is, top down to the agencies, right?
Chair Kelly, thank you for the question. So what's top down really is the process and the expectations for movement in a broader way. I think what is ground up is how you're going to do that. So what I would expect is that the agencies are doing some hard looking at how they connect into the executive order and are bringing that to you. And I would expect that maybe even in advance of that work plan, there may be some conversations here that are very relevant to inform the development of that work plan. And then I would expect hard questions on the work plan. Does that make sense to you all, how the department is planning to prioritize its work under this executive order? And then I also would expect some conversations perhaps on where the opportunity areas are that maybe weren't identified or maybe are something that should be on our radar for consideration in the future. And I also expect that there'll be participation in the board advisory committee. And that again is a space for us to gut check whether we're on the right track, or if we're missing anything, or if we're missing connections. Because the other place I would see maybe some conversation is you all helping us identify where there might be some important connection points with other boards and commissions, because I know some of you are connected to OWEB or other boards and commissions, or partners, because part of this is about laying out a vision for the agencies, right? But part of the execution of it anticipates that we may be able to leverage with the priorities of our partners and with our sister agencies and with the federal government. And you all have a lot of expertise and knowledge, I think, on where there may be opportunities there too.
Yeah, I would just add just a little bit, and that is this executive order did not come out of the blue for the agencies. It actually was more of a ground up discussion with the Natural Resource Cabinet, with the directors, saying how can we help the governor construct her vision for how we relate to the administration going forward in a way that lets us knit together what isn't a DNR, but we would like to have it work in a more closely coordinated fashion. And so a lot of discussion, about a year's worth of discussion went into this before the drafting began. And it was something that came from our directors and from the natural resource team for the governor, and then working with her and then putting pen to paper, so to speak. And I think it's, I agree with everything Chandra just said. And aside from the work plans and some of these more formal expectations, it really is an opportunity. And we're visiting every single board and commission for all 14 agencies and saying the same thing. It really is an opportunity when staff for the department are sitting here talking to you about a policy direction and working with you on rulemakings or other issues related to your land management responsibilities and performance expectations for the agency. A very legitimate thing for you all to say, so how does this relate to the governor's executive order that we've been discussing? And is this integrated into your work plan? And what are you doing with other agencies? And really just kind of creating that dialogue that's going to help us keep this North Star and the collaboration moving forward.
Yeah, thanks, Chandra, for going over that information again. Last time you were here, I think we talked a little bit about the durability of this EO. Governors come, governors go, so do the EOs associated with them. So if this is going to have any durability, then it needs to be represented in policies that this board has responsibility for. Earlier today, we listened to the progress being made on the State Forest Management Plan. I'm really struggling to see where this EO is represented in that draft plan. Later today, we're going to talk a little bit about the PFA and one of the issues there with tethered logging, but the PFA is another one where I'm not seeing the connection, nor am I seeing the connection with the climate change and carbon plan. Fire, put out fires as quickly as you can and keep them small. Okay. How is that connected to our long-term forest resiliency goals? I'm not seeing it. So you've been on this board, you know the agency. Help me here. What are we supposed to do?
Chair McComb, thank you for the question. Yeah, At this point, what I would say about those efforts is I actually myself do see some connection points, but it really is the agency's job at this point to find those connections and have that debate and conversation before this board. And if that is not apparent, that is a conversation that should happen here. And I expect that to be a conversation that we have also in our agency team. Because a lot of the work that you've talked about is connected to other agencies and their goals and objectives as well. And that's one of the benefits of the space that we're creating is that, we're hoping not to miss, again, the connections and making sure that we're all moving towards the same broader goals together. I think there's also opportunity here for some of the plans that maybe have been plans that have sat on a shelf and haven't been, maybe fully implemented, or ideas haven't been shared about how to implement those, to have those conversations. Like we've said that with a lot of our agencies. We've done a great job at creating a lot of plans across the administrations in the past, our agencies. Many of them have their own plans or joint shared plans. And sometimes it's just a little bit hard to understand or see the progress we've made on implementing those. And so what we didn't want this to be was necessarily another planning exercise. We think a lot of great work has been done to identify good ideas, right? That could help move us forward. So it's about identifying the needle movers now, and in some cases, talking about how we're actually going to implement. So I'm afraid I can't solve the problem or the issues right this moment, but I think we do have space. We've created a space and a process and an overarching framework that I think is intended to get us there.
I totally agree, and I think it links right back to Chair Kelly's question about what is there for this board to be doing to implement the executive order with the state forester, and I think that's the challenge that this executive order is putting down for this agency in particular, given land management responsibilities, regulatory responsibilities, resilience, and the potential for partnerships for more active resiliency efforts to prevent and minimize catastrophic wildfire. There's a slate of really good work that is ready to be done, that is consistent with the executive order and the charge of the agency and this board to help push policies forward. And so I out of all the agencies, I find this one, they have some of the most exciting potential to move from a planning stage into an implementation stage, thinking about things with a different dimension than maybe has been part of a conversation before.
Liz, go ahead.
So I'm sort of want to think out loud. Here. Is there a hum reel? So to Brenda's question, I'm just trying to think out loud too about this. And so just my experience being on OWEB, I know that there are certain grants that ODF contributes to OWEB that are part of our interest, and that those result in real change on the ground. And so then is it just more of a matter on this North Star piece, defining the North Star, is it placement of priorities that get to some of the climate pieces? What is it? I mean, is that sort of those the kind of questions, just following what we already have anchored into, and then finding where we start, what you said, move the needle closer. Is that, thinking out loud, is that a path to go down?
Yes, thank you, Member Agpawa. Yeah, I think speaking personally, I guess the agencies get to interpret this in their way as well. But yeah, I think that is the right path to go down. You're looking at your different connection points to the executive order, and in particular, the one you've referenced around grant programs, I think also connects really strongly into our Keep Working Lands working section, where we have asked, to the extent that we have programs, resources, policies that are connecting into stewardship of lands and waters by private entities, what is going well in those programs? What is not going well in those programs? In some cases, our grant processes have been identified as being a hindrance to their use. Some cases, they've been identified as maybe if we made some tweaks, they'd actually be a leverage source for a different funding place over here. We've talked about merging funding programs in the past. So it really is a look at how we can improve the tools that we have. But I don't want to preclude the conversation, which should also happen, about where do we not have the tools that we need? But kind of the first order of business is what we do have. How do we improve upon that? And how do we work with our agencies? Because like you've identified, there is a lot of cross work that's happening. And I think we've already had a number of conversations that have identified some potential areas of improvement.
Go ahead. Ben Darling for the record. Thank you all for being here and for continuing this conversation. And maybe we should, thinking of our new agenda development procedures, maybe they should wait till the end, but it seems like the board and staff should spend some time on this in the coming months as some agenda items. That seems to be coming to the surface here. So I look forward to those conversations. Going back to some of the key pillars of the executive order, keeping working lands working and waters as well, but for our purposes, working lands. I've been sort of flagging this for a while now, and I think we don't have very good ways to measure how many lands we have that are working and the change in those lands. Deforestation from conversion, from wildfire, from insects and disease, afforestation, which is happening as well, in smaller acreages. And I have been advocating at the department level, and I think at the state level would be valuable as well, to embrace the resources that are available to try to measure that more carefully, so that we can have better knowledge of how to keep those lands working and what we are losing and what we are gaining across the state. So I welcome continued collaboration with your office and other agencies on trying to do a better job of that.
Member Doyman, thank you for that comment. Yeah, that is a challenging area. And I'd say that having adequate data across the board is a constant area of joint interest, almost amongst anybody I talk to. So I do think that is a significant opportunity area. And I'll say that one of the directives, of course, in the executive order is for our interagency team to be thinking about how it might measure baseline. As a starting point, where are we? And clearly that's not necessarily pulling new information. So it is going to be kind of a synthesis of how do we articulate where we are right now in the best way we have with the information that we have. But I do think it'll be a rich conversation to talk about how we measure progress over time. And some of that will be, how you're thinking about climate impacts over time as well, that might be shifting with or without your action. So it is very complex, and I appreciate the focus on it. And I think there will be a lot of conversations to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would just add, I know that this department has worked closely with the Oregon Department of Energy as it developed its land-based net carbon inventory. I don't know if you've gotten a presentation directly on the topic yet, but that inventory over time will be tracking those types of land use changes that you mentioned. So if it's not on your radar, I encourage you to look into it. It's pretty exciting research and analysis.
There's a good overlap there with where also, what clearly has to be part of that measure is climate change driven change to forests, specifically where we are potentially losing forests, even where, we can't fix it with a change of species, but you're just not going to be able to grow trees there anymore. We need to be tracking that as part of that. Go ahead, Eve.
Oh. Just to put it on your radar, Amy, I guess we could follow up separately, but you mentioned, forest residuals and biomass for purposes of energy production. I think that there are industrial facilities that would be interested in developing more cogeneration, but the power pricing for biomass cogen is not sufficiently high to merit that presently. So I just wanted to, let you know that I think there would be some interest in in that capital investment, particularly given that residual pricing for mills presently is pretty low, and it's a challenging market. And so an alternative home for those residuals, including from the forest, makes a lot of sense, but that can be, it's not always cost competitive with natural gas, and so I need some help there.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Board Member Curtis, thank you for those comments. You are absolutely correct, and these are problems that we're trying to figure out how we can solve the cost and economics problems or constraints for biomass production. So happy to have continuing conversations on what we're finding and exploring.
Yeah, and I would add that I think, you know, it's a great point that you have that leads me to say, you know, part of Amy's, the executive order she was covering is really an emphasis on convening public and private partnerships to kind of find out a way to kind of crack open a problem like that, and an openness on our part to create the forum to have the right people come and say, this is what could be done that would matter to industry to help move us into a place where we could consider co-benefits more on an equal footing. And we, the state, cannot come to all of the places that we need to get to without having the private sector come and say, here's some of the steps that would make a difference. Here's the incentives that would make a difference in the investment in our portfolio. So we're totally open to some intersection on that topic.
That's exciting, actually. There is definitely interest there.
Yeah.
I would just,
Sorry. I think he has a good point. You know, I've been frustrated. It seems like, you know, not only conservation groups, but state government, I think, has been pretty conflicted about biomass because we're burning something. But I'm swayed by the issue of, do we burn it in a clean way that is beneficial and creates energy, or do we just burn it in wildfire? And it seems like the answer should be fairly obvious. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to point out, and if you want to, you know, with Eastern Oregon, we've had significant changes with mill closures and issues, and we are now, you know, running into species that have no merchantable value. You know, we're ponderosa pine specifically. Eastern Oregon, you know, it's that whole market has changed significantly, and so if you're looking, I mean, please, you're welcome to reach out to me. I mean, that's something we're grappling with in a very, very big way in Eastern Oregon, is our species, you know, as a result of closures of mills, the American consumer wanting different things, which has changed what mills are doing, a variety of things. But it's from I mean, he's talking about the residual market related to mills. I'm, you know, thinking about the whole log market, and you think about John Day country and Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon. But certainly reach out to me. There's a lot of people talking about that very problem. So.
Any other questions and comments? Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, just curious what how you foresee accountability for progress on this. Will there be, sounded like there might be budget implications for the agencies if they're not making progress? Will there be alternative budget implications if they're making tremendous progress? Where do you put the expectations aligned with the progress that is or isn't being made?
Chair McComb, or Board Member McComb, thank you for the question. So first, accountability place, we're expecting to see targets of what we're trying to achieve is in the work plans. We're also looking at, again, the KPMs as a place to mark progress as well. And through the resiliency attribute process, they're looking at kind of those broader base broader base characteristics, and then potentially targets for trends. You know, so we might have some indicators that come out of that space as well. But it would be the agencies thinking at that next level if there's a way to get to metrics. So just in terms of what we're tracking and how we're tracking, you know, I think we'll have some different levels of resolution for those items that we're going to be identifying in the work plans, and that there is a reporting requirement as well that we're intending to ideally do it in a roll-up fashion where you're seeing what the administration at large has been doing in terms of administration of the executive order. It will relate to the budget process. And just like every budget process is a pitch, if you will, about, where we get the most value added for limited dollars. And so I would say that you're going to be in a more competitive space if you're demonstrating progress on something. But it's, it'll be a conversation during every budget cycle.
I'm going to put a finer point on the last piece. In the last week, I think it's been a week, and that probably has not arrived as a conversation here yet. The governor, the Department of Administrative Services put out the budget instructions for development of agency requested budgets across the enterprise, not just natural resource agencies. And the instructions for the coming biennium are there will be no new dollars beyond current service level. That the option is there to do a rebalance of programs within your agency, but it has to net out at zero unless, and it's the unless I want to focus on, you have packages, they won't be packages, but an invitation to identify potential new expenditures that are part of implementing existing executive orders issued by Governor Kotek. So what we're here talking today about has real relevance in the construction of the agency budgets for the natural resource agencies. And it will be the only avenue in for having a conversation about new dollars in all likelihood for the 27-29 biennium.
So essentially, you're kind of setting up a competition with a carrot out there amongst agencies. Is that putting words in your mouth?
Yes, it is putting words in my mouth, Chair. But it is, I think, one of the things that Governor Kotek has done in this administration is say, here are my priorities, and I really want to move the enterprise toward the things that I ran to be governor to accomplish. And so the existence of these two executive orders in the natural resource arena identify the area that she really wants to help move the enterprise of 14 natural resource agencies and 34 boards and commissions forward. And we occupy you've heard me say this before, 2.8% of the budget for general fund. That's not a big slice. So it's either how we're going to reallocate in that, or if we're going to have new dollars, are they going to be focused on, what are they going to be focused on? And I think the executive order is the articulation of what new dollar potential will have to be focused on.
Nothing wrong with feeling a little competition, is there?
No, there's not.
Okay.
Jim? So it's great to have carrots, especially if they have multiple rabbits trying to eat the same carrot. What's the stick?
I'm going to say you all. And an expectation that the agencies are part of this administration and work for the governor, and we want to see progress made that is focused and moving forward. And it was very deliberate that we did not say, go do this, do that, Department of Forestry. We set a framework, and we really want and trust the directors and our boards to identify how best to fit into that framework and make progress, and then articulate that. And once it's articulated in a work plan, then the expectation is, well, there will be follow through.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't see that as a stick. What's the penalty to the organization if they don't meet expectations?
I think we've had some very overt examples of what happens when expectations aren't met.
With boards as well as agencies?
Both.
Heath, you look like
I'm supposed to cower. Is that?
Yeah, we're shaking in our boots over here.
I don't want you shaking in your boots. I just answered the question that was persistently asked, and I don't think there's any reason to. We're all in this to try and make progress. And we were in front of the LCDC and the Water Resources Commission last week, and we talked about the fact that you can say what you want about Oregon, but when you get down to it, the natural resource base is the heart and soul of this state. And we are very passionate about it. We have passionate discussions and arguments and fights about it. And we make progress incrementally. And sometimes we make a big step forward. And sometimes we're incredibly frustrated that we can't. But it's just in every conversation that we have in the legislature and across the agencies. If you forget about the importance of natural resources and working in natural landscapes and waters in Oregon, you've forgotten a big piece of what makes Oregon, Oregon. And so it's just a matter of us continually trying to make that progress. And that's all this executive order is about. And accountability is how do we work together to keep making progress and keep pushing it forward, even when there are overt big problems and priorities in the state that don't have anything to do with natural resources. Our little segment has got to keep pushing forward because it means a lot across the entire population of the state of Oregon, and regardless of whether they're in urban areas or rural areas or on the coast or in forests. So I don't mean to be too direct about accountability, but I think we all need to hold each other accountable. That's all we're talking about here.
Okay, well, thank you all very much for coming here.
Thank you, Chair, for having us multiple times. I hope you invite us back again in the future. I have wonderful conversations here, so really appreciate it.
Good to have you back, Chandra. Thanks again. Okay, up next on our agenda, let's see where we are on time. We're a little bit ahead of time, so that's good. Is the update on the adaptive management program. And Josh will be leading that. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Casey. I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. We're here today to provide an update on the adaptive management program's work over the last year. As a brief reminder, in February 2020, conservation and forest industry groups offered to revise the Forest Practices Act and administrative rules through a memorandum of understanding to include mediated discussions known as the Private Forest Accord. In June 2020, the legislature adopted Senate Bill 1602, which increased helicopter spray buffers, directed rulemaking for salmon, steelhead, and bull trout streams in the Siskiyou region, and set communication laws for spraying pesticides by helicopter. The bill set the accord timeline and topics for making changes to the Forest Practices Act and rules from which the board could apply for a programmatic HCP, or Habitat Conservation Plan. In March 2022, the legislature adopted the accord recommendations through Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 and House Bill 4055. Senate Bill 1501 modified existing Forest Practices Act statutes, directed rulemaking, and incorporated by reference the Private Forest Accord report. Private Forest Accord report further detailed the recommended changes to be made to the Forest Practices Act rules. The Adaptive Management Program was established by Senate Bill 1501. With us today for the presentation is ODF staff, Adaptive Management Committee co-chairs, and representatives from the science team. To get us started, I'm going to turn it over to Terry Free, our Adaptive Management Coordinator, who is joining us virtually today.
Thanks, Josh. Next slide, please. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and a special welcome to State Forester Casey. I'm Terry Free, and I'm looking forward to presenting an overview of the laws of the Adaptive Management Program before I hand it off to the Adaptive Management Program Committee's co-chairs. Next slide. This program was mandated in Senate Bill 1501 and is required for obtaining a Habitat Conservation Plan, or HCP, and associated incidental take permit for the private forests. I cannot overstate the Adaptive Management Program's key role in an approvable HCP. A few other things to note. per statute, substantive changes to PFA rules can only happen through the adaptive management process. Using science and an adaptive management framework is also part of ODF policy development, with the SSBT rule change being a past example of this type of process. The difference is that now the work happens outside of ODF per statute. This program will require ongoing funding for the agency. And finally, we are coordinating with the compliance monitoring program to ensure alignment and continuity across both programs. Next slide, please. Per rules, the purpose of the adaptive management program is to ensure timely and effective change as needed to meet the biological goals and objectives, provide predictability and stability of the process of changing regulation so landowners, regulators, and interested members of the public can understand and anticipate change, apply best available science to decision-making, and effectively meet biological goals and objectives with less operationally expensive prescriptions when feasible. Next slide. Per rule, the adaptive management program must conduct effectiveness monitoring by assessing the degree to which the rules facilitating particular forest conditions and ecological processes achieve the biological goals and objectives, and conduct research inquiry and validation monitoring to determine if additional scientific inquiry is needed to fill knowledge gaps related to biological goals and objectives. Both statute and rule specify that the initial priority topics are A, a literature review for Eastern Oregon steep slopes, B, baseline and trend monitoring of road rules, and C, amphibians. Next slide, please. These are the participants in the adaptive management program. Their respective charges in the program will be described in multiple upcoming slides. The Adaptive Management Program Committee, or AMPC, is a balanced set of organizations named in statute with the representatives selected by the board. Currently, the Independent Research and Science Team, or IRST, are nominated by IRST members and appointed by the board. You folks are familiar with the appointment of board forestry members. And finally, ODF is primarily represented by the Adaptive Management Program Coordinator, with other staff and leadership playing key roles in the program. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the group's participation in the adaptive management process per the rules passed by the board. The board's rule-based role is shown in the peach-colored boxes on the right. Note that statute says of the AMPC, quote, "The committee shall guide the adaptive management process," end quote. So going through the steps of the process. In the first step of the process, the AMPC identifies an initial research question, including key contextual information, such as objective of the research. The board may also direct the AMPC to develop a particular research question. In the second step, the IRST shall refine the AMPC research question and confirm with the AMPC that their intent is maintained. The IRST shall then develop a scoping proposal for doing the research that includes a literature review, a project scope of work with deliverables, timeline, and an estimated budget. In step 3, the AMPC prioritizes these IRST scoping proposals in a research agenda and forwards the associated budget to the board for your vote. In step 4, the IRST develops an annual work plan to implement the research agenda, which they will implement via competitive requests for proposals. In step 5, the IRST, could you go back a slide, please? Thank you. In step 5, the IRST sends final reports and summaries of the reports in lay terms to the board and the AMPC for the respective considerations. Finally, in step 6, the AMPC assesses the reports from the IRST and sends a report of their own to the board for consideration. The AMPC may recommend no change, rule change, additional scientific inquiry, or other policy actions such as rule guidance or training. Also, AMPC minority reports may be included in the reports to the board. The board will then decide on the AMPC recommendations. Next slide, please. This slide emphasizes the rule-based deadlines. The IRST must submit the detailed technical and summary reports to the EMPC and the board within 30 days of completion of both of these reports. In response to these reports, the EMPC must submit a report with alternative actions to the board within 90 days of the EMPC receiving both of the IRST reports. The board will vote on the EMPC alternative actions by the second meeting after receiving the EMPC report. I will now hand it over to the EMPC co-chairs, Stacy Detweiler and Seth Barnes, to discuss program status. Next slide, please.
Great, thanks, Terry. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Casey. My name is Stacy Detweiler. I'm the Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center. I'm co-chair of the Adaptive Management Program Committee with Seth and have been on the committee since it started, which I think was 2022. Feels like a while ago. We last met with you in September 2025 to discuss the research agenda and the budget, and we really wanted to provide you with an overview of the work completed over the last year. We present to you annually on this work in progress and then speak to what's ahead. Next slide, please. So we wanted to kind of break this out by those issue areas as well as effectiveness monitoring. So Terry mentioned that roads, Eastern Oregon steep slopes, and amphibians are in statute required as priorities for the adaptive management program to start working on. So in 2025, on our roads work, IRST completed the scoping proposal in response to the AMPC's research question package in May of 2025, which identified different methods, timelines, and estimated costs to complete the research. We discussed the methods, those timelines, and costs with the IRST, and then finalized a recommended approach, which was included in the research agenda presented first to the board in July. And just as a quick reminder, the road stream hydrologic connectivity baseline assessment and sediment modeling is really this work focused on two questions, and maybe Jessica and Kelly can speak more to this, baseline report and then trend monitoring. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I back one. Seth will speak a little bit more specifically to 2026, but I just wanted to flag that we were preparing to discuss any contingency planning for budget reductions as needed to this work. IRST will kick off the RFP process, but you'll hear more about that shortly. Now, next slide, thank you. On Eastern Oregon steep slopes, IRST completed their scoping proposal in January. Similar process, we discussed those proposed methods, timelines, costs, different options, and then identified a recommended approach, which is included in the research agenda that was presented to the board in July. Overarching question for that research is really focused on the impact that hill slope processes have on the covered species included in the HCP and their habitats in Eastern Oregon. And work in 2026 will really kick off. And again, Jessica and Kelly will speak more to that. Next slide, please. Amphibians is the third research area. AMPC finalized 2 research questions and included them in a research package in April to the IRST. We are still in sort of finalizing that third question. We've had some really productive back and forth with IRST responding to their clarifying questions and finalizing those responses in October. And really those first 2 questions are focused around, for each of the covered amphibian species, what is their distribution within Oregon, what factors like stream gradient, stream size, et cetera, determine this distribution. And then the second question around what is the population trend of the Columbian southern torrent salamanders over time on land subject to Forest Practices Act. And the third question, which like I said, is still somewhat in development with some back and forth around sort of appropriate rules involved, really focused on how do rules for no harvest RMAs, riparian management areas, type N streams, and steep and unstable slopes affect Columbian southern torrent salamanders. In 2026, we anticipate scoping proposal from the IRST for those question 1 and question 2 in June. And then AMPC will finalize that third question, send to the IRST, and they've estimated around 7 months for scoping proposal. Last slide, please, or next slide. And very core to this work and really underpinning the HCP, and Terry mentioned this, is the effectiveness monitoring that the Adaptive Management Program and ODF and the board is really tasked in creating. So the AMC and the IRST together have started discussing how to develop the broader effectiveness monitoring strategy for the HCP in 2025. We had meetings in April and October. This has been challenging because we're kind of working in parallel streams where the HCP, the official submitted application was submitted by the state December 2025, which means that we've been working on this with a draft. It's not final, it's not a public draft yet. So that means that it's still possible for the biological goals and objectives potentially to change. So it's sort of, you don't want to get too far ahead of that. But we know that we need to make progress because this is really a key component of the Habitat Conservation Plan and getting that federal approval. We've got a joint meeting scheduled in April to really kick off development of that strategy. And this is just another way to kind of visualize some of the timelines I've been talking about, just to kind of put that into perspective. So I'll hand it over to Seth to dig a little more into what's next.
Thank you. Seth Barnes, for the record. I'm a Director of Forest Policy at the Oregon Forest Industries Council and co-chair of the Adaptive Management Program Committee with Stacy. So along the lines of what Stacy just shared with you, this largely just puts in a graphic form all of the 2026 pieces of the slides that she had in there, showing that we've been working on roads, east side slopes, amphibians, and now are starting to move in the direction of an effectiveness monitoring strategy. This gives you sort of that timeline of when you might expect things to come back into certainly across 2025. We did quite a bit of work, and in 2026 we expect more on each one of these topics. East side slopes is going to be the first out of the chute, and IRST, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that, with roads coming right up behind it, all subject to the budget coming in where we think it is going to come in, and hopefully everything there settles out just the way we expect it. And then amphibians close behind with that last question. Next slide. So what's ahead for 2026? As it says, the AMC is going to finalize our response on the amphibians question 3. We're going to start working on the effectiveness monitoring strategy. And as Stacy mentioned, this is very much tied in with the Habitat Conservation Plan that is still in draft form. And we're just now able to share that around with all of the members of the Adaptive Management Program. So we're going to spend some time with the IRST coming up in April to digest this together, ask questions, start to formulate a pathway forward around an effectiveness strategy overall, all to achieve the biological goals and objectives that are outlined in that draft HCP. And then we will again begin working on that question 3 with the amphibians, and really finalizing question 2 and bringing that back to you all as well. So you should expect that question 2 sometime in the near future, and discuss future questions. And then with that, I will kick it over. I think that's my last slide, right? I mean, this starts to get into the IRST work, which I'm sure. Oh, I guess I had one more slide, sorry. Into 2027, again, just kind of reiterating in graphic form what we've just shared, and the topics that we're working on, and where where you might expect pieces to come back to this board. I think that's next slide.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Jessica Homiak. I'm the Director of Environmental Research and Operational Support for Weyerhaeuser, and also a co-chair of the IRST. I'm joined by my companion co-chair, Kelly Burnett, virtually, so she will pick up the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So just to reiterate some background, or perhaps this is new background for some of this audience. The Independent Research and Science Team, again, is this group of science-based practitioners that were appointed by the Board of Forestry. And some of the background that we have is that we are required to have basically a subject matter expertise in a relative field and a graduate degree in a relevant field as well. So The original members, there were 5 of us. Again, we were appointed by the board. When we got started, this actually was a decision that came through the AMPC. And the final candidates, I think we were appointed in September 2023. So we serve a 4-year term, which actually began in October 2023. Our terms can be renewed with a 2/3 vote of the rest of the IRST and then ratified by the Board of Forestry. And there are currently no limits to the number of terms that can be served. I just wanted to highlight that in the past year, we added 2 additional members to the IRST that are highlighted here, Michael Furness and Josh Roaring. And these 2 individuals have expertise that complement the original group of 5, and their backgrounds are really helpful for some of the research questions and projects that we're currently undertaking. Having 7 folks instead of 5 on the board has also been very helpful for our functioning, allows us to be more efficient with developing subcommittees and maintaining a quorum as well. Next slide, please. Just wanted to remind people too that there are some administrative requirements that are documented in rule for how the IRST functions. So here are some of those requirements that were met in the past year, including the requirements for developing an annual plan. This is something that we update quite frequently, and also a succession plan, and of course, holding public meetings. So next, we'll go into more detail about how these kind of organizational or process-related structures translate into our research agenda. I also just want to highlight and remind people, I think you can see based on the slides that came before, that our group communicates frequently with the AMPC. We do this really to make sure that we are staying aligned with their requests and our administration of the research too. Next slide, please. So this is the current state of progress for the 3 active research projects that were described by the AMPC chairs previously. So again, for the Eastern Steep Slopes literature review, this does have a shorter timeline because it's a structured process really just to review the available literature, not to conduct field research. For road streams, hydrologic connectivity, again, we are close to having a request for proposal to send out, but we are again waiting for a finalized budget so we can be judicious with how we request that proposal. If all goes well, we plan to release that in about May of 2026. For the amphibians questions 1 and 2, again, we are at the beginning of that process with developing our scoping proposal. So this is both the literature review and helps us kind of refine what the questions are into actual researchable questions and a plan for conducting research. And then I'm going to pass it off to Kelly, who should be joining us virtually.
Yes, thanks, Jessica. And thank you, Chair Kelly, board members, and a special welcome to State Forester KC. Thank you all for having us here today. And as you've heard, we have several key milestones coming up. And this is a textual representation of the graph, basically, that Jessica just showed you. We issued the RFP for the Eastern Steep Slopes literature review on February 23rd. We are awaiting the return of those proposals. The next step will obviously be to review those submissions and then award a contract. And then throughout the 3rd and 4th quarter of this year, the IRST will be administrating the award, reviewing the drafts that come back from the literature review. We're expecting a product delivery to the board in early 2027. That product delivery will include the original report that we get back from the successful proposal, as well as a summary of, in layman's terms, and I'll talk about what that will look like a little bit in the next slide. As far as the road stream hydrologic, oops, go back, please. Thank you. As far as the road stream hydrologic connectivity, we will be issuing the final we'll be finalizing and issuing the RFP. Again, as you've heard, it's related to the amount of funding. We've done a little bit of strategizing to identify how we might adapt our original proposal as approved by the board to phase it depending on the amount of funds that come in. But I think we're all optimistic at this point. So again, a review of the submissions and the awarding of the contract throughout this year. And then the IRST will be administering the contract, reviewing plans and drafts as they come in. That road stream hydrologic connectivity is really a piece of the effectiveness monitoring strategy. It was jump-started in statute and rule, but it really becomes a part of the contribution of the AMPC to the effectiveness monitoring program. The amphibians initial questions, we will begin, well, we've begun the scoping process with a very detailed literature review that is being supported by the Institute of Natural Resources. They've got some wonderful expertise. And so the INR and IRST are about to complete that initial literature review that's required by statute and rule to complete the scoping proposal. So we're well on the way of having that done. And then back to the Adaptive Management Program Committee. And once that they have the opportunity to review that, decide which of the alternatives best meets their needs, that will go to the Board of Forestry as part of the research agenda for approval. And then we'll be able to begin drafting the RFPs. And then for the amphibians, the third question, the rule specific questions, again, as you've heard, we're waiting to get more detail back from the reviews by the services, federal services on the HCP before we can move too much further with that. But we are, we do anticipate being able to return that within the next 7 months, a scoping proposal. So as you've heard as well, effectiveness monitoring is on our agenda, and that again is somewhat HCP dependent. So next slide. And so through each of the products from all of the proposals, 2 reports are required. One is the report back from the contractor, a detailed scientific document. Another report is a layperson's document, and both of those will go to the board. The layperson's document will summarize the results in generalized terms, talk about any effectiveness of the alternative prescriptions that may or may not have been examined, look at causal links, any magnitude of impacts on covered species, have to include information on time scale, scope of inference, and the degree of, excuse me, scientific confidence or uncertainty. Unfortunately, that's all I have because I think my voice just gave out on me. So if you have any questions, I'm sure all the folks that have spoken will be happy to answer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, Jessica or Seth, remind me again, the Eastern Oregon, the literature review on steep slopes, next year that we will summarize that information, that review. And then what's the next steps from there? Just an evaluation of that and determining whether we move forward, or is that, what are the next steps from that?
You're correct on the timeline for the Eastern Steep Slopes literature review with the RFP just going out. We expect to have it awarded later this year. So by early 2027, the final report and then that secondary layperson's report will be provided back to the AMPC.
To answer your second part of that question, that's where the AMPC will have to look at what comes back from that, right? And that will be a robust discussion, I'm sure. And Stacy, I don't know if you want to add anything here, but we don't know. I mean, right at this point, there is no like map as far as where it goes. We'll have to wait and see what we get, and then it'll be a conversation about what we would prescribe, what we would prescribe to you all be the next step, and then that's where that kind of lands.
No, thanks. That's kind of what I thought, but I just wanted to kind of confirm that. That's my understanding. Thanks.
Two quick questions. One, those initial amphibian questions, what are they? I'd be interested to hear about that. And then the second question is, how you doing on money? You getting funded? Maybe we could get an update on how adaptive management is doing on that.
Yeah, thanks for that question on the amphibians. And this is up on our website too, so I'm sure we can circulate them as well, the preliminary question package. I tried to run through them quickly, so I was missing some nuances, but essentially there's 3 questions. Did you want me to run through all those or specifically one of them?
No, just the 3. If you said it, I missed it.
Okay. All good. So the first question is for each of the covered amphibian species, what is the distribution within Oregon? Again, I'm trying to summarize quickly, so the full text is there. What is the distribution within Oregon and what factors like stream gradient, stream size, fish presence, microhabitat conditions determine this distribution at a smaller spatial scale, for example, watershed? And then the second question, and these are still being those 2 are final. The third one is being refined. The second question, what is the population trend of the Columbia and Southern Torrent salamanders over time on land subject to the Forest Practices Act rules? And then question 3, this is the one that we're still having some back and forth between IRST and AMPC to really refine. Specifically, one of the points is around sort of what rules we're talking about. So there's 3 parts to this question. How do rules for no harvest RMAs affect Columbia and Southern Torrent salamanders habitat? How do rules for type N streams affect their habitat? And how do rules for steep and unstable slope protections affect their habitat?
Amazing. So those will require field work to answer.
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah, all 3 of the questions I think will require field work to answer, and we'll know. We're also asking, to what degree, if we do have information about some of, existing information that can answer some of those, how well can it answer those? In other words, is the science robust in a certain area, or is it fairly thin? And we want to know that for obviously purposes in terms of where we invest to fill in gaps.
Yeah, well, to the degree it does require field work. To my second question.
I'll start, and Seth or others can add on. A few of us noted that there were potential budget reductions on the table. I think we highlighted that when we brought the research agenda to you back in the fall, but that was, of course, at the end of the biennium, not into this legislative session, where reductions are contemplated. And at the start of session, kind of early January, and Terry can correct me if I get this wrong, but potentially there was the 3.1 million of new funding allocated to the adaptive management program for this next biennium on the table for some degree, or kind of essentially totally getting zeroed out. So we were having conversations around what that would mean, given that there was funding from 23-25. We weren't able to expend that because we didn't have the system set up. IRST was still getting formed. So that funding was available, but this new funding was not. And the research agenda you all approved was contingent on the approved 25-27 budget. Does that make sense? Or anyone else want to add? Terry, if I got something wrong.
I can add. Based on what we know, and for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief, there should be approximately, at least based on what the legislature has awarded, around $6 or $6.1 million available. And as Stacy said, half of that came from the first biennium of funding. that is still available for research. And then the second half was newly awarded this biennium, but it is connected to the letter that we've mentioned to you before with the governor's office. So based on Derek Wheeler's update this morning and discussions I've had, there are no planned reductions for it by the legislature this session, so that we will retain that full amount in our budget, and then we'll be working through getting those funds released from the governor's office by that signing letter. So we should have access to the full 6.1 million with a couple of things that we need to do here on the executive branch side.
Well, just that's great news. You know, this adaptive management component of the private forest accord was a meaningful and significant part of kind of the negotiated outcome. And I do hope we can all work together to see that that's funded and proceeds forward as you are, right? That's a great plan. I really like the roadmap.
Yeah, I just wondered if you were open to suggestions for the effectiveness monitoring component, what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Absolutely. I mean, I think we are in that phase of, it's slightly different than some of the other research questions that we've worked through, and our joint meeting in April, I think, will be a really great opportunity and conversation for both committees to talk through that. We're planning to have presentations from ODF and ODF&W staff to provide some other examples of comparable effectiveness monitoring strategies we might learn from, and really starting to build that, because it is so central to the HCP. But I would kick it over to Kelly or Jessica for an IRST perspective, if you have one to add.
We, of course, would appreciate your input.
Can I make a suggestion now? I would suggest that you'd assess how effective PFAPs allowed within riparian areas contribute to the development of the desired future condition of those forests. And I think that relates directly to our next topic on the agenda.
Thank you for that.
That actually does raise an interesting question, Jim. I do know that, if I recall correctly, there's a mechanism for the Board of Forestry to offer suggested questions to the AMPC. It's probably worth that being like an agenda item. You know, I appreciate the kind of ad hoc suggestion. I think it's anticipated it might be a little more formal than that, but I do think that we don't presently have any kind of deliberate opportunity to do that in our work plan.
Well, thanks for that, Heath, because I looked at that chart that was put up earlier and it showed the board having some input into questions. I don't remember the board being specifically asked, nor am I aware of the process that you just described. So there seems to be a pretty significant disconnect between the AMP process and what the board is supposed to do, even though we vote on it. So something's broken.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think I think we understand that we can make requests, but it seems to me that that should be formalized in something really voted on by the board, because it's a big deal. You know, if you're going to start one of these projects, and the number of years and the amount of work and the money involved, it shouldn't be, you know, it shouldn't be based off anybody's offhand remark. I don't think it is either, but anyhow, I don't think we have done that clearly.
No, nor do I. And I agree with you, Jim. However, if we look at the schedule that they just put up on the board, they're moving along with some number of things.
Yeah.
And if we're going to have a board level discussion and vote about what should go into that, we're already behind.
The good news is that the topics that they've shown us so far were all kind of dictated by statute and rule.
Right.
And so, yeah, and I don't know about the effectiveness. But I don't think, to the degree we're behind, we're not too far behind.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, this is an opportunity for us in the future to be making some decisions. But yeah, we inherited a lot. Ben?
Yeah, this is a great conversation, and always interested in continuing to clarify the board's role in all of this. I guess I have some questions around timelines and sort of expectation management. And early on in Terry's presentation, sort of some of the authorizing language talked about the AMPCs being set up for timely and effective change. And then you have your 6-step map, your chart of sort of the steps. And I guess my question is, what are sort of some expected turnarounds? Because it sounds like with the steep slopes, we're getting there. We might be getting to step 6 pretty soon. With some of the other questions, my expectation is it's going to be a very long time before we get to step 6. Can you guys help explain a little bit about that timeline and what we might expect from those different questions and when we might get to step 6? That's the one I'm interested in, because when you report back to the board on whether this is working or not and whether we need to make a change or not. And everything up until then is nice, but it's academic for our purposes. Can you provide some expectations around those timelines for those different questions?
Sure, maybe I'll take a first stab at this and then others can follow up. So the expectation is that this program very much is a science-driven program, right? And by definition, it's based on best available science, and IRST went through a process of defining that. And so it involves, conducting literature reviews and then doing actual research to try to fill in that knowledge gap. And starting from the standpoint of assuming that the practices that are out there are good, but are they good enough to achieve, and not necessarily, not necessarily assuming the opposite, right? And so it is not a system built for immediate change across the board. In fact, definitionally, it's something that's going to take a little bit of time to put the science out there on the ground. But when it does come back, hopefully that process allows it to have some, and the fact that there was, buy-in from such a large body and it's funded well, that there can be a robust conversation around that and some confidence in the research that comes back. So I think that's the goal, and that does require time. In the situation with the east side slopes question, it's a literature review, so it is coming. So it will get through that process fairly quickly, which is useful. It doesn't necessarily prescribe what the next step is. The next step may include some type of a research question that would then turn into on the ground research. I don't know. I'm not going to assume what's going to come back in that conversation. But I think that as far as timing, you can expect that this process will not always move at the speed of light, but it will always be moving, right? And I think as we start to get into the swing of this, there will be things that come back on a fairly regular basis, because studies will be going out yearly, right? And then they'll come back in different sort of phases. And so, but it is deliberate. And I think that will be beneficial to everyone involved, that it be deliberate and thoughtful.
I was going to ask essentially the same question, because I noticed that same word timely on the first or second slide. And I hear your answer, and it all makes sense, but still begs the question, is there anything that drives timeliness in your process other than anything at all?
Thank you for that question. It's making me reflect back, and some, not myself directly, but others involved in sort of crafting this, really looking to Washington and the SEMA process and what could lessons learned from what was done in Washington, and concerns around adaptive management and research taking a long time and decisions kind of not getting resolved. And so the structure does reflect that to a degree. And I do think that's important to flag, We are not required to have a unanimous vote, for example. We strive for consensus, but it's not required. And there is always a minority report option for any of our votes and final decisions. So I think that is one mechanism to advance things more quickly that we tried to learn from Seymour's process. There's also timelines. It's every July of odd number years that we bring the research package to the board, and then you vote on that research package and budget in the fall. And so, that's an opportunity where we're coming to you, or the board is developing questions ideally ahead of that. So it can be in a package that you look at in July and then make a decision in September. That doesn't address the problem or reality of that some of the science will require on the ground work and monitoring and assessment that may take more time. That is where the IRST, I think, plays an important role in their scoping proposal, where they provide different options for that, studies of different lengths and what it would cost. And then our role is to look at that and provide some recommendations based on that. And then the deadlines that Terry highlighted around the reports sort of at the end of research, that I don't remember off the top of my head, but IRST developing their technical and then sort of like the layman's regular report, and then AMPC providing a report and recommendation to the board within it's either 30 or 60 days. So with sort of the caveat that the science itself may take longer, and we don't exactly know what that will be up front. There are some checkpoints, I think, to provide input on that. I'm not sure that resolves your concerns, but
Well, I guess the taxpayer in me would just be wanting you guys in every one of your meetings to be asking, is there anything we can be doing different at this point in this process without sacrificing the quality of the science, to make this more timely? I think it's a big deal. And I feel if I wasn't in my last year on the Board of Forestry, I'll be exaggerating here, but I was in my first year and we were coming up with another topic that we wanted you guys to deal with, I would be worried about whether we would get it back before I was gone. I'm exaggerating, but.
Yeah, if I may, I'll just add on and underscore something Stacy said. Just I want to make sure it's not missed. There are within the rule and statute timelines required for when things are given to IRST, how long IRST has something to get something back to us. Those are presently driving us, and those do very much drive us getting stuff out in a timely manner, and in some instances uncomfortably so, right? And so that is the part of the process that we control, and we do have, when I say we control it, it's under the rule to drive that. We don't necessarily control, once the research gets funded, research takes time, and usually in order to get good results, you want something it's repeated for a certain amount of time over a certain amount of space, so you can count on it. And that'll depend on the type of research and the questions that are asked. And so that's the piece we can't really control on to some extent. I'm sure IRST can come up with some ways of maybe quick response versus longer response with more confidence sort of things. But there are timelines that are built into the process that do drive us.
Ben?
So I appreciate the explanation, and I completely understand good science takes time. But you haven't answered my question yet, which was from step 1 to step 6, what might we expect? And is it on average 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Like what is that? What might a reasonable expectation of that time frame be? Because the reason I ask this is, if we're talking about bringing another question to you, is Alexi going to be here to see us get to step 6? If it's going to take a decade, I will think differently about asking another question than if it might reasonably take 2 years. And I understand that it's not necessarily easy. You can't say it will take X amount of time, but so far I don't know what to expect. I don't know if it's a year or 10 years. Can you help a little bit with that?
I can offer you the perspective from the IRST. So again, Jessica Homiak, co-chair of the IRST. So we heard for Eastern Steep Slopes, this is a quick process, no field work. So this is going to be somewhat context dependent. For road stream hydrologic connectivity, expect several years because this will be several years of field work and monitoring because of the scope of the question is forest roads in the state of Oregon, right? So that's just an enormous ask. And actually the entirety of that is trend monitoring. So it'll be several years to establish the baseline. So if you're thinking of the entire project, it may extend for multiple decades because I believe the question was written for a 25-year trend monitoring. So amphibians will be quicker, but I also wanted to add on to I think what Seth and Stacy were saying is we've built our process now in the past 2 years. When we started, we didn't have a process for a scoping proposal or a request for proposal. And so every time we're going through it, at least the front end work is going to be more efficient and easier for the IRST to do their work and kind of build that back and forth with the AMPC as well as like, how do we develop questions that are in fact, we can translate into a research question. So it may feel like a bit of a slow start too, but I think already we've made some big strides in improving our efficiencies.
Just to add to that quickly, the research agenda packet that we presented and discussed in September, that did give, again, it's based on the scoping proposal, so they're going to the RFP process, so that may be refined, but estimating 10 months for Eastern Oregon and 50 months, around 4 years for the roads, for question 1 and question 2. So that's sort of the point at which collectively the program sort of presents that to the board with this is anticipated timeline, anticipated cost. RFP process may refine that, and my colleagues who do this way more than I do would know better how much that's likely to change. But is that helpful to the extent?
I think so. You said either 1 year, 10 months or 4 years. Is that to get to step 6? Or is that to get to some intermediate step on that chart?
So,
sorry to keep laboring this, but I'm not getting it.
For roads, that would be to get to that report that would end up being delivered to the board.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions? Perhaps Alexi's daughter will be on the board of forestry at the time that comes back. Okay, thank you all very much. We really appreciate all that you're doing. Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but let's take a short break, 15-minute break. Let's be back at 2:55. Okay, next on our agenda, we have the tethered logging rulemaking, and this is a decision item for the board. There will also be time for public comment on this agenda item before we make a decision. And all board members will be tethered to their seats until we do make a decision. All right. Josh, will you lead off here for us?
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester KC. I'm Josh Bernard, the Forest Resources Division Chief again. The purpose of this item is for the board to determine next steps related to tethered logging rulemaking, which was initiated last March as required by Senate Bill 1501. Next slide. As a brief reminder, in 2020, conservation and forest industry groups offered to revise the Forest Practices Act and forest practice rules for a memorandum of understanding to include mediated discussions known as the Private Forest Accord, or PFA. Later that year, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1602, which set helicopter pesticide application requirements and required the governor to facilitate mediated sessions between conservation and forest industry groups. As a product of this collaborative process, the 2022 PFA report was drafted and released by an author group comprised of representatives from those discussions. During the 2022 legislative session, Senate Bills 1501 and 1502 were adopted, making substantial changes to the Forest Practices Act and requiring the board to incorporate the recommendations of the PFA report into the forest practice rules through the adoption of a single rule package to support the development of the Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan. Additionally, Senate Bill 1501 required the initiation of rulemaking concerning tethered logging by March 17th, 2025. A completion date was not prescribed for tethered logging rulemaking. Instead, the board is to prioritize the rulemaking and determine whether or not to promulgate additional rules regarding tethered logging practices. The legislation also provides the board with discretion in deciding whether to solicit and consider reports pertaining to tethered logging from the Adaptive Management Committee and the Independent Research and Science Team. At the March 2025 Board of Forestry meeting, the rulemaking was initiated in the department along with guest speakers, including Amanda Sullivan-Astor from Associated Oregon Loggers, Dr. Woodham Chung from Oregon State University, and Mark Cannon from Weyerhaeuser presented on the practice of tethered logging, its intersections with past and present forest practice rules, and science related to the topic. During the September 2025 field tour, board members were able to observe active tethered logging operations and hear from ODF field staff, landowners, operators, representatives from Oregon State University, and the Associated Oregon Loggers on the use of tethered equipment. At the end of the tour, during a discussion on desired next steps, the department was asked what needed to be addressed related to tethered logging. The department is now returning with that information. Next slide. As a refresher, a tethered logging system is where a machine such as a feller buncher is tethered or held, usually by another machine with one or two cables from above. The cable system allows the equipment to operate on slopes in a way that was not previously possible. Tethered logging has been considered a standard practice under the forest practice rules except in two situations. The first one when operating within 100 feet of a stream channel on steep erosion prone slopes or when operating on high landslide hazard locations. Next slide. The need for a plan for alternate practice within 100 feet of a stream channel was based on Oregon Administrative Rule, or OAR 629-630-0150, which requires operations that will result in excavated or compacted skid trails on steep erosion-prone slopes to locate skid trails at least 100 feet from any stream channel. When the use of tethered equipment was newly emerging, the soil impacts were unknown. Working with the regional forest practice committees, the department started requiring operators to file a plan for alternate practice to more closely track these types of operations and their impacts. With the information presented by Dr. Chung during the March 2025 meeting and the information from the September 2025 tour, it appears the use of tethered equipment does not inherently result in compacted or excavated skid trails. If the board agrees with this assessment, the use of tethered equipment within 100 feet of a stream channel on steep erosion-prone slopes would no longer prompt an automatic need for a plan for alternate practice and be considered a standard practice within the existing rule language. This will allow for regulatory and operator efficiency while maintaining resource protections when tethered equipment will be used on steep slopes, and the equipment will be required to operate within the existing rule language. So board options, option A, the board determines no further board action is needed at this time and closes rulemaking related to 629-630-0150. This would end the automatic need for a plan for alternate practice. Option B,
The board determines it is necessary to continue rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0150 and provides direction to the department on the desired impact of the continued rulemaking. The requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act, ORS 527, 710, and 714 would apply to the rulemaking. Next slide, please. The need for a plan for alternate practice when operating on tether equipment on high landslide hazard locations is prompted by OAR 629-630-0500 sub 4, which prohibits the operation of any ground-based equipment in these areas. As defined by the forest practice rules, high landslide hazard location means a specific site that is subject to initiation of shallow, rapidly moving landslide as defined by the criteria specified in rule. These plans for alternate practice are reviewed for resource and public safety concerns and are only approved in instances where there are no downslope public safety risks. Due to significant variability amongst high landslide hazard locations, these reviews often require careful consideration of the specific site conditions to determine the appropriate risk rating and necessary best practices to mitigate risk for both public safety and resources. A recent update to FERNS, or our online electronic notification system, is able to track the rule of plan for alternate practices being requested, improving our data collection. In reviewing that data, a high volume of the tethered logging notifications submitted have been submitted with both rules, 629-630-0150 and 629-630-0500 selected. If the board moves forward with option A related to 629-630-0150, the department will be able to collect better data on the volume of plans for alternate practice specific to HLHL and evaluate those to determine if there's any level of consistency in the best management practices needed that lend themselves to being standardized. The department could return to the board in the future if the volume of plans for alternate practice related to this rule indicate a need to address the topic for regulatory and/or operator efficiencies. Alternatively, if the board is interested in allowing the use of tethered equipment in these areas as standard practice, limiting the need for a plan for alternate practice, rulemaking will be needed as the current rule prohibits the use of ground-based equipment in these areas. Board options. Option A, the board determines no further board action is needed at this time and closes the rulemaking related to 629-630-0500 and directs the department to return to the board if a future need for action is identified. This would continue the need for plans for alternate practice for tethered logging operations on high landslide hazard locations. The department would then track the volume and consistency to inform whether future board action is needed for regulatory or operator efficiencies. Option B, the board determines it is necessary to continue rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0500 and provides direction to the department on the desired impact of continued rulemaking. The requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act would also apply here for 527-710, 527-714. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the department has prepared staff recommendations for consideration by the board related to tethered operations within 100 feet of a stream channel on steeper erosion-prone slopes. The department recommends the board determines no further board action is needed at this time and closes rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0150. This would also end the automatic need for a plan for alternate practice for this particular rule. Related to tethered operations on high landslide hazard locations, the department recommends the board determines no further board action is needed at this time and closes rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0500 and directs the department to return to the board if a future need for action is identified. This would continue the need for plans for alternate practice for tethered logging operations on high landslide hazard locations. The department would then track the volume and consistency to inform whether future board action is needed for regulatory and/or operator efficiencies. If the board adopts these recommendations, the tethered logging rulemaking initiated under the requirements of Senate Bill 1501 would be closed. That concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back to the chair to facilitate board discussion and public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Josh. Now that that presentation has been concluded, we will move to public comment opportunity on this topic. Shauna, do we have anyone signed up for public comment for this? Great, thank you. All right. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on this item. Before you begin, please state your full name and associated affiliation if you're representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. All right, so are you ready to go, Donna?
Yes, Chair Kelly, thank you.
Turn it over to you.
Today, we have 5 people in the queue who have signed up to provide commentary today. To help us stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. Please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 3 minutes. When the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. Testimony will start with those who are in the room before transitioning to those who are participating online. For the record, there are no online participants. Will the following individuals please come up and have a seat at the presenters table? Stacy Detweiler, Seth Barnes, Mike Caprotara, Megan Tuttle, Amanda Sullivan Oster. We will begin with Stacy Detweiler.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Casey, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler, Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center, a nonprofit organization based in Oregon that works to protect and restore salmon and steelhead habitat. I also serve as co-chair on the AMPC, but I'm not speaking on behalf of that committee. We've submitted more detailed comments into the record from several conservation organizations that highlight our concerns regarding potential environmental impacts on the current use of plans for alternate practice, PFAPs, for tethered logging on steep slopes. Existing rules set limits on ground-based harvesting on steep erosion-prone slopes and specifically prohibit ground-based equipment operations on high landslide hazard locations, HLHL. Operators may conduct tethered logging under PFAPs, but must include sufficient information that the results will be consistent with the Oregon Forest Practices Act and that it will, quote, result in the same effect or meet the same purpose or provide equal or better results, end quote, as standard practice. Approval of a PFAP also requires the state forester to determine that waiving or modifying a specific practice will, quote, result in less environmental damage than if the practice is applied, end quote. Potential impacts, as described in studies cited in our comments, include sediment delivery to streams, effects on slope stability and rutting that leads to channelization and drainage alteration. Studies including Chase et al. And Fincer 2021 found that soil disturbance from tethered operations was similar to untethered ground-based equipment on steep slopes. We're concerned that the information presented to the board at the March 2025 meeting and the subsequent field tour in September 2025 is not sufficient to discount those potential environmental effects. And in closing, we recommend that the board should continue to require PFAPs for tethered logging under the -0150 and the -0500 rules, direct ODF to monitor soil disturbance, compaction, drainage alteration, and sediment delivery to streams over the next several years for tethered logging under PFAPs, assess compliance with OAR 629-630-0800 that establishes equipment limitation zones, and direct a research question to the adaptive management program related to potential environmental effects from the use of PFAPs. Thank you for your consideration of these comments, and we've included more detailed comments into the record.
Next, we will hear from Seth Barnes.
Good afternoon, Seth Barnes, my name is Seth Barnes, Director of Forest Policy with the Oregon Forest Industries Group. State Forester Casey, Chair Kelly, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to come before you and talk about tethered logging. The staff recommendation before you is a reasonable choice, balancing the need for more information in one specific area or situation with the abundance of evidence, both scientific and observed, or lived experience by both operators and regulators, which tells us that this tool is safe for operators, effective at helping achieve resource goals, and protective of sensitive soils and streams. OFIC urges the board to adopt a staff recommendation which recognizes the plan for alternate practices are unnecessary for the general application of these tools on the landscape and requires the standard rule to be followed to achieve the resource protection goals, which, by the way, those standard rules require a written plan. In an environment of very regimented command and control type regulation, it is often difficult or darn near impossible for agencies and boards to keep up with emerging technologies, even when those technologies can and do help achieve the very resource goals stated in the purpose for the regulation itself. That is very much the case with these tethered logging systems. We have learned a lot over the last 10 years since these tools have been implemented in Oregon and Washington, and it's time that the regulatory framework catch up with the tool that is practical, improves safety, appeals to the new generation of forest workers, and achieves the resource outcomes we all expect. To that end, we urge the board to support the staff recommendation before you. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Mike Cafferata.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester KC. My name is Mike Cafferata with the Oregon Small Woodlands Association. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you in this position. So I've been here for about 8 months now, and I'm learning a lot about the small woodland community, and it's fun to represent them. Now, they are very diverse, really diverse. And so that's, I can tell you lots of stories about that, but when I come to you, I have to have that diversity in the back of my head. And when you think about new rules, one thing for them is that we need to convince them that it's needed, that if it's not needed, they're going to be really against that new rule. And if it is, they'll be okay with that and they'll go along with it. And so I'm going to tell you a little about the organization and how we come to our agreement on this set of rules. We support the staff recommendation from that standpoint. So we do really 4 things. We do education. We help landowners with that and really appreciate the department's efforts around education. That is really needed. And part of education is trust. You need to have trust with the person you're being educated from. And so in this rule set, when the stewardship forester's perspective is, you can't do that unless you have a plan for alternate practice, that's not a trust building relationship to start with. Much better to say, wow, you have a really hard spot here. Have you considered tethered logging? It's a great way to limit your road building. It's low impact on the ground. Let's think about that as a practice. And we really want to support that environment where those are educational opportunities, not coming from a place of you can't unless. So that's an important concept here, is that we want to support that. The outcome of that education is stewardship. This is a tool that helps people do better on their lands. So they really support it from that standpoint, is you can do a good job of managing your lands in that way. And then, of course, we do fellowship, and that's part of trust building. So we appreciate when those folks or stewardship foresters interact with landowners and build some trust before they start around the rule set. And the fourth thing is advocacy. We try and support a landscape where landowners can manage their lands for all the outcomes that you all want and landowners want. So when you think about those 4 things, we look at this rule set where we support the department's recommendation. Around streams, it isn't necessary. There's other rule sets that cover sedimentation. And so if someone is putting sediment in the creek, it's not because of this, it's because they've really screwed up in other ways. Other rule sets cover this. So we don't think it's necessary. That standard practice is really what this has become. Around the high landslide hazard locations, like there could be a problem there. It's probably a good conversation to have to make sure you've got everything right. And so we support that as well. So, okay, my overtime, or I got 20 seconds left? No, that's it. We do all the reasons we've already talked about of why it's a good thing. It keeps land in production, light in the landscape. It's another tool, and frankly, small landowners need all the tools they can get. So, thanks for your time.
Next, we will hear from Megan Tuttle.
Chair Kelly, State Forester KC, and members of the board. My name is Megan Tuttle. I manage environmental regulatory affairs for Weyerhaeuser, one of the largest private landowners in Oregon. Weyerhaeuser has operated in Oregon for over 100 years, more than a century, managing working forests that support rural communities, forest products, and long-term environmental stewardship. Our Oregon timberlands are independently certified to internationally recognized sustainability standards, and our approach to forest management is grounded in science, adaptive learning, and compliance with Oregon's regulatory forest practices framework. I'm here today both as a landowner, representative, and as someone who has been actively engaged in tethered logging. I participated in development with ODF on the draft plan for alternate practice template, originally in 2019, have participated in the department's discussions on tethered logging rulemaking and the September field tour, where the board members had the opportunity to see tethered logging operations firsthand and hear directly from operators, agency staff, and researchers about how this equipment is used on the ground. I want to start by acknowledging the department's work on this issue. The staff memo does a good job clearly laying out how tethered logging fits within the existing forest practices framework. what questions are before the board, and importantly, what decisions are not required today. Tethered logging is not a new practice. It has been used for years to reduce soil disturbance and improve safety on steep ground, and it already operates within existing rule guardrails. Over that time, Weyerhaeuser has invested in research, developed internal guidance in the absence of a specific rule, and relied on experienced operators to implement tethered logging in a manner protective of resources. The staff recommendation recognizes this history and draws an important distinction between the use of tethered equipment and potential soil disturbance. For operations within 100 feet of streams, staff conclude, based on field experience and information already before the board, that tethered equipment does not inherently result in compacted or excavated skid trails. Treating those operations as standard practice while requiring a PFAP when soil disturbance may occur maintains resource protection while improving regulatory clarity and efficiency. I understand there are calls to refer tethered logging more broadly to adaptive management. I want to be clear that industry supports adaptive management where it is well suited to resolve significant uncertainty or competing hypotheses, and where it meaningfully informs future decisions. Adaptive management is most effective when applied to questions with unresolved risk that cannot already be addressed through existing rules. As the board considers next steps, I would like to encourage you to be intentional about where additional process is most likely to improve resource protection beyond what existing rules already provide.
Next, we will hear from Amanda Sullivan Astor.
Sorry, I have to log back in.
I talked too long.
Okay, thank you guys. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. I serve as the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers, also known as AOL. Not Got Mail, but Associated Oregon Loggers. AOL supports the staff recommendation and urges your swift adoption. The staff recommendation supports the experiences and observations of our members along with the peer-reviewed literature on tethered logging implementation. Tethered and winch-assisted equipment does not result in excavated or compacted skid trails, and thus can occur under the Forest Practices Act as an operational method that avoids these negative outcomes near streams. Tethered logging innovation has significantly decreased serious injury of loggers during forest operations and fire suppression activities. Mechanization has also increased wages and created transferable skills and their development across the sector at large, which provides a great workforce benefit to our critical small business forest contractors in the state and their employees. Although we believe the best available science also validates the environmental sensitivity of tethered or winch-assisted equipment on HLHL to provide the necessary relief of ground PSI to protect steep slopes or headwalls subject to the initiation of shallow, rapidly moving landslides, we are comfortable compromising and giving on the HLHL rulemaking to support the continuation of PFAPs to allow for more data collection and the use of their this worker safety tool in those areas. We believe the staff recommendation strikes a clear compromise and opportunity for additional collaboration and discussion for tethered logging and PFAP use moving forward. Thank you.
I would like to thank each participant for their testimony and for being respectful to the time limit. Chair Kelly, State Forester Casey, and members of the board. That concludes our public testimony for this afternoon's agenda item 12, tethered logging rulemaking.
Say, Jim, can I break a rule real quick? It's like if I've got a question for Stacy.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like, well, two comments. One, I think I'm like the bad guy that the environmental groups don't generally call before these meetings, but I would encourage you to do so. I'm very interested. Your reservations on like the 0150 absent a PFAP, where are those rooted? Like, it seems like everything was kind of lining up pretty well, that people felt pretty good about that. you know, would you be satisfied if like we didn't require a PFAP and we sent it to adaptive management? Like, I'm kind of curious where you're landing on that.
Yeah, appreciate that question. I think that piece stuck out to us. I mean, certainly we're not calling or asking for rulemaking at this time, just asking for more information to understand. And I think that our review of the literature shows that there's not enough there to say definitively that it's not resulting in these problems. I mean, I think there's real safety benefits, and I don't discount any of that. We just have questions around that environmental impact. And a PFAP is a way through the rules established now that if you are doing tethered logging in those situations, that there is some additional tracking and some additional information. And so suspending the use of PFAPs in that the -0150, the 100 feet near stream channels, would remove that and make it harder to understand if there is a problem. If there's another way to approach that, I think open to ideas. I think just wanting to convey our fundamental concerns that it doesn't seem that there's been enough information provided to just discount that there may be that environmental impact given the existing rules are not specifically designed for tethered logging. So how do you work through that?
Just a kind of a precautionary position.
Exactly.
I see.
Thank you all. Okay, before we open this up to board comments and questions and all, since this is going to be a decision item, would anyone like to declare a conflict or an appearance of a conflict on the agenda item before we move closer to a decision? Not hearing any, fine. Okay, people, anybody have comments? Ben, you do?
I'll start. I've got a handful. I'm generally okay with the trajectory we're going here. I have two concerns, and maybe concern number one I'll put out there is I think, especially following on last month's presentation on rulemaking and the governor's sort of best practices around good rulemaking, I think this is worth pushing forward, but I think we just heard testimony. We've received testimony. Honestly, I didn't know that this was going to be on the agenda until about a week ago. I look forward to a robust discussion, but I would suggest that we postpone a decision on this item until our June meeting to give us time to think this all through. Just putting that out there, I think this feels a little rushed to get us over the finish line right here. This isn't coming from a place of I don't want this. It's a best practices. Related to that, for the 629-630-0150, I've spent a lot of time staring at these rules, and there's 9 bullet points here that basically say don't damage the soil around streams. And I think that's good. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about not damaging soil around streams. I'm wondering if this is an opportunity for us to possibly clean up this rule a little bit. If I was an operator and having to read through 9 bullet points on here, it just seems a little clunky. Wouldn't it be okay to say, don't damage the soil within 100 feet of streams, period? Whatever machine you use is up to you, but we're really interested in outcomes. And the outcomes is we don't want sediment delivery to streams. We don't want soil compaction next to streams. We don't want deep ruts. So I feel like all of this work around tethered logging is sort of highlighting a complex rule that honestly, it doesn't, if you have a tethered machine or you have a skidder or a dozer or any number of different machines, the risks are there, but the opportunities of doing it right are there as well. So I'm generally, I feel like we could do better than these 9 bullet points. I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, let me, so Ben, I've dealt with the Forest Practices Act for a lot of years and done a lot of harvesting around water, and Seth even pointed out there's a mechanism called the written plan. So written plans are a wonderful tool, a great tool that landowners use in working with stewardship foresters to come up with specific plans related to activities around water, right? And that's because you're having to define to that stewardship forester exactly what you're doing to protect that water resource. There are situations and unique situations that maybe cause you to do things. Could be road building, could be, you may not have the landing space. There's a number of specific things when you start when I say tractor, like using mechanized equipment on the ground, that you may have to move some dirt around, right? And so that's really the mechanism that's, and a really, quite frankly, a very, very effective mechanism that's very site specific, that I think is a great part of the Forest Practices Act. I think this is pretty, and I've been around tethered logging. I've had the chance to see quite a bit more of it, probably than most of the board members here, see how effective it is, what a wonderful tool it is. I also think that the department's done a fantastic job bringing this forward to us. I think they provided, data, information. We've heard about research. We actually visited sites. We've seen it. I'll concede that I've seen a lot more of it, and than probably most, not all people in this room, but a lot of people in this room. And it's just, to me, this is one of these situations where I think we just simply need to move this forward. We need to make this decision. But I hear you, sometimes not, having the experience that I do. I'm sensitive to the fact that you may not see it in that same vein. So.
Thanks, Joe. And I appreciate that. And I guess this isn't coming from a place of, I don't think we should move this forward. It's coming from a place of, let's just tread methodically through this process. And is there an opportunity here to make life easier for folks? I think my goal at the end of the day is to get tethered logging more accepted on the landscape, because it is a great tool that we have seen can be done well. But like any other tool, it can be done poorly. And I just want to make sure we're not opening up to damage. And I think the rules are pretty clear that damage shouldn't be occurring. So.
Yeah, and you have to also understand, if damage does occur, that's part of the role of the stewardship forester. Mitigation measures have to take place. So there's, in standard practice, there's, we do these things. I mean, those things are accomplished.
And then.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm intrigued by tethered logging. I've seen several operations where it's been used. It's clearly a worker safety advantage, huge. And the impact seemed to be fairly limited and modest. It's a tool. And like any other tool, it can be used really well and do really good things. And in other circumstances, it may not do so well. And I refer back to this paper by Chase et al., published in Forest Ecology and Management in 2017, I think. I believe that's right. And the authors are all Weyerhaeuser employees. And they say, our study indicated that while soil disturbance associated with tethered machines harvesting on steep slopes is greater than that caused by conventional steep slope harvesting practices, disturbance levels are similar to those seen with untethered heavy machinery and meet or exceed regional thresholds, which raised a little red flag in my mind. There are impacts. And yeah, we heard from Dr. Chung and his folks and what work they're doing. The impacts seem to be fairly modest, at least in the sites where they worked. So what I'm coming to here is, I'd like Ben, I'd like to see this move forward. But to quote a former president, trust but verify. And I'd like to see this move forward in a way in which there's a formal assessment of impacts by the stewardship forester wherever tethered logging is used within 100 feet of a stream, and have a protocol in place developed by ODF and OSU. Dr. Chung would be a good one, that the stewardship forester can use and say, there are no impacts, there's this level of impact, whatever it might be, and then accumulate that information, bring it back to the board so that we can assess just how effective we think this is. Is that more work? Yeah, maybe some, but stewardship forester has to be out there checking on this anyhow, Joe. So, so why not have something in place that will allow us, the stewardship forester, and the landowner to know that that the impacts are not there or are very modest.
Hey, Jim, yeah, I mean, you know, there's always a question about what the right level of precaution is. I was sent Dr. Chung's paper from just January of this year, where they conclude that these results suggest for the 2-year observation period that tether assist harvest on these soils does not more negatively impact soil compared to the current steep slope harvest standard of hand filling. And, you know, I mean, like my comment around that is, you know, if you want to look at it more, I'm not really afraid of looking at it more, right? Like, that is to say, I'm pretty confident it's going to come to similar conclusions. It's a very safe and good practice, and good environmentally. And, you know, we want people to have confidence around that. You know, typically, you know, you suggest like this formal mechanism. Well, I don't know how formal you suggest. You suggest this mechanism whereby the stewardship forester is monitoring each of these and reporting results back to Dr. Chung. You know, it's kind of easy to say that, but that could be a lot of work. And I think typically the way we assess the effectiveness of our rules is through the effectiveness monitoring process. And I don't know, maybe we could suggest that a priority for effectiveness monitoring be tethered logging. I suspect that the timeline usually on effectiveness monitoring is longer than you're comfortable with, but I don't know how we do this on an ad hoc basis. You know, this rule, but for what it's worth, 0150 is not a well-drafted rule. And I don't kind of have to squint at it a little bit myself, Ben, to figure out exactly how it works. But I like the department's interpretation, and you know, the question I think on the table today is, do we proceed with the department staff's recommendation? Sounds like there's some agreement that we should. And the question then is do we tack something onto that? Right? And what is that something? And I'm not terribly afraid of doing more work on this. It's just kind of the nature of the work, and I wonder whether we're prepared to craft that today.
Alexi, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to say that I too, like, generally am okay with the trajectory of this. But I'm just curious, like, do we as a board feel like we have all the information and the data that we need to make a decision? Unlike Joe, I'm not super familiar with tethered logging. I've seen it a couple times here in Southern Oregon and then on the field trip, but I just want to be sure that we have the information we need. And is there any other data, lit reviews, or anything that ODF has done in the past or present that could be shared with the board? Is there any other information that we as a board can look at together? And I do think it's important to keep the PFAP just so we can continue to monitor the effects of tethered logging, and just to kind of create a data set and have something to look back on. And I would support the idea, and I agree with Ben that maybe today is not the best time to make a decision on this, and that having more time until June could potentially be. I support that idea.
Liz Ekpawa. I wasn't surprised to see this on the agenda. I mean, I think we had a great presentation from Dr. Chung. There was a field trip. we knew we were moving forward with this, so I was kind of expecting it and not surprised. I think about things that we've debated before, and you said that we wanted the science. And I was really impressed by Dr. Chung's presentation and from what I understand of the field trip. So where I am, and then on top of that, the staff recommendation. So for where I am actually ready to move forward. That's just where I stand.
Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to repeat. I'm ready to move, obviously move forward with this. I'm not, but if other board members, I guess, need more time with this, I'm not gonna, boat my neck too hard here. I would just ask, what are we asking the department to bring back in June? I mean, what is gonna help us make this decision? Or I guess maybe we need to articulate that, what we're asking.
Ben?
I don't know that I'm asking the department to bring anything back in June. We've sort of moved controversial rulemaking to a three-step process where we have 3 steps now and regular rulemaking to a 2-step process. While I understand this isn't actually rulemaking because what's on the table is to stop rulemaking, but in making that decision, we are making a decision related to rulemaking. And I just, I feel like it would be appropriate to do this in 2 steps. I'm not interested in dragging this out for a long time. I'm not asking for another deliverable from the department, but I think it would be better to do this in 2 parts.
Who? Brenda?
Yeah, I would ask for the staff to come back with staff recommendation that included a step by stewardship foresters to assess impacts within 100 feet of a stream as developed in coordination with Dr. Chung. Not reported back to Dr. Chung, reported back to us, so that we can know whether or not the decision we're going to make either today or in June was a good one. It just seems like good business practice to me.
Okay.
I just feel like I need to know what bandwidth or resources those stewardship foresters even have. Like, this is an additional ask on, the Forest Resources Division and already very busy staff. Again, normally this would be something that we would design a deliberate effort around. And I appreciate that Dr. Chung could do that with the stewardship foresters here. It's just that normally we pay for that, right? Like, and I don't know that they're going to be able to be surveying impacts in a methodical manner given their existing job duties. And maybe they can, but I feel like the staff would have to tell us that.
If I could just respond. So this paper written by the Weyerhaeuser folks has a methods section. You don't have to go to Dr. Chung, you can just go to this. We quantified soil disturbance based upon visual characteristics as described in the soil disturbance classification of Henninger. You can find that paper. And it goes through the methods that they used. So we don't have to go to OSU, we can just ask.
No. Yep, true. Having been the guy that has to check a thermistor, I was paid in high school to check a whole bunch of thermistors on Prairie Creek in Blah County. It takes a bunch of time, right? And it's like, and it's not clear to me that the stewardship foresters would have that. And so maybe a resolution to this would be not to presume that element. That is to say, have ODF come back and tell us or give us a proposal for how we could learn more about the effectiveness of these practices.
Don't stewardship foresters have to be out there on site when this work is being done and afterwards? Isn't that a requirement?
Yeah, I mean, there's a notice of operation, and then if you're working within 100 feet, you're doing a written plan, you're doing planning surrounding about how you're going to protect that resource, right? So that is happening. But I'm not quite sure what we're asking them to do in addition. to that. I mean,
I'm just wondering if we're getting into an area on us requesting stewardship foresters to do something from the board. And I think, I'm just wondering if we're stepping over what should be done by the state forester in consultation with their staff. And I still don't know exactly what we're asking as well. So I'm a little muddled.
Okay, Ben.
I don't know if this is muddying the waters or getting us to a resolution, but, and maybe this is a question for Josh, that if I read the staff report and I hear what you presented to us, what I'm hearing from you is that if we move forward with this, we can expect to not see damage that is listed in 0150 from tethered logging, tethered machinery. If I can be sort of assured of that, I don't know that we are. I guess I know that I'm assured that tethered machinery can operate without creating damage, but I don't know that I have the assurance right here, right now, that that won't occur. Can you help me understand that?
the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. So when I think about it, it's like what's already been described, right? Like we have stewardship foresters that go out and do inspections on site. The point of this, defaulting back to the 0150 rule, all those rules will apply. And I believe somebody else up here said that, there's other rules that deal with that. We have a regular enforcement process. So if damage is occurring, it will trigger our regular enforcement processes, just like any other operation would do. So we would be looking at it from that standpoint, just like any other operation, going out, looking for that, making sure the streams are protected, that sort of thing. So that's what our stewardship foresters do. I would say if the board's looking for more information, as in statute as identified, the Adaptive Management Committee is probably the place to really go to for more additional information.
If you already have stewardship foresters going out there to check and see if there was any impact on the stream, can't they just indicate whether it was logged using tethered systems or not?
I think they could, but I'm not sure that's the purpose of those resources. They're out there doing field inspections, which are more than that, mixed in with the rest of their workload. So, but I think that's the point. If we're looking at effectiveness, anything, if we want to do effectiveness monitoring, goes through the adaptive management program for things associated with the private forest accord.
So Josh, if we did that, we made that request, how far into the future would we expect to see data collected?
We need to work with adaptive management and ISRT to kind of determine how that fits into the workload.
Best estimate?
I don't know. I haven't asked them that question.
Years?
I think that would be a future conversation with them. Like if the board decided today that they.
Josh, can I get an answer, please?
Yeah, so my answer is if the board wanted to engage in that conversation, we could invite the co-chairs back to have that discussion, figure out how that fits in the timeline.
Okay. I'll try to move us forward here. I'm impressed how much controversy we can have over stuff that isn't all that impactful, frankly. And I came up with a pun, not intentionally, but started thinking about, does this really all amount to a hill of beans? I've been lobbied by both sides. I understand the, points being made. So I would be comfortable with moving ahead today. And I understand several board members are not, and also understand that those who are kind of in agreement with me are okay with a delay. I'll go either way, but I don't think a delay is going to serve us. I think we're going to be back in the same place as my guess. Yeah.
Chair Kelly, I'm prepared to make a motion if and when you're ready.
I guess I'll, ask, I mean, if we're going to end up with a 4-3 vote or something, is that worth it? Or, I mean, I just need to, to try to take the temperature of.
Well, I can signal what the motion would be if you'd like to, it's a little bit of a compromise.
Okay.
So if I were to make the motion, and this is not how Robert's Rules works, but if
But
I
if
were,
it were, just.
if I were to make the motion would say that I move the staff recommendation with the addition that we refer the effectiveness of the current rules relative to tethered logging to the Adaptive Management Committee for a specific question. I'm sure that's not a timeline that appeals to you, Brenda, but I feel like that's how you design good science and get good answers to those questions. And if I recall correctly, the Environmental Coalition letter actually recommended that as well.
You know, I don't think I could be supportive of that because I think, you know, there should be a healthy competition about what the Adaptive Management Committee is, you know, asked to look into. And I just doubt, my gut is that this isn't important enough to do all that process and the cost and the time and everything. But
Well, you saved me the trouble of making the motion, I guess.
I appreciate that, Heath. I think I'm with Jim on this. I'm not in favor of moving this to adaptive management. I think A, that requires a longer conversation, and B, I don't know that this rises to that level. I think I could be persuaded to move forward today with this. I would like to continue to hear from the department about how things are going. And to assure us that this is working, because this is still, it's not new technology, but hasn't been vetted as long as many other pieces of machinery out there. So maybe it's just as periodic updates from the department on the success of this.
go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I support the tool. I support the use of the tool, but I cannot support it without verifying that it's being used appropriately.
No?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say that that's what they do. I mean, when we're using, using tractor equipment on the ground, I mean, that's what we do. That's what standard practice is. That's what, so,
Understand that, Joe. I'm not from Missouri, but show me the data that is being used appropriately. I mean, it's not a big ask. It really isn't. Since the stewardship foresters are already out there assessing things anyhow. I just don't, mountain out of a molehill, yeah, I agree.
Okay,
So
Lexi?
I just want to say that I liked Heath's motion, and that I just don't feel comfortable. I feel like why I'm hesitating is because I don't know if I have all of the information and the data that I need. And that having adaptive management do that research, I think would be very beneficial. And maybe, you know, some of this is probably on me that I haven't like dug into all the science, but I think a literature review would have been helpful or could be helpful. Maybe I can do my own due diligence, but I do like Heath's recommendation. And I don't, hard to say. Yeah, I guess I'll just stop there.
And for the record,
No,
Alexi, Jim didn't let me make a motion, so.
Right. I guess the hypothetical,
Is a
the
maybe
hypothetical
proposed motion.
motion.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah, Alexi, you know, I respect what you're saying, but I think one of the realities of being on this board is it's a rarity to be making a decision where you feel like you're fully informed and have all the information that you would like to have to make the best decision possible. It's not part of the world we live in, really.
Josh, you want to talk about enforcement and monitoring and, I mean, the system that we have in place today to verify that all operations are protecting waters.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Again, for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. I started to jump in there a second ago, Joe. So if folks are thinking about how do we know if it's working, it's if we start to have enforcement cases. And the board's a part of that, right? When we have a contested case and that lands on the board's desk. To date, we haven't had an enforcement action on a tethered logging operation. Rather, we had the operator of the year here in January, right, as an example. So just wanted to share that there are mechanisms in place in tracking where we are going to know what's going on. And if folks are violating that or they end up transmitting sediment downslope and into a stream, those are enforcement issues that we will take, and, you know, they follow our standard process. So that's in addition to all this that's in the discussion today. So.
Oh, we do have the regional forest practices committees. We could kick this down to them in a sense and let them review, do a deeper dive into the use of it, come back to us with I guess their opinions and evaluation. I mean, that's an option potentially. Is there further kind of guidance and best practices related to this? And though, you know, that would be, I guess, a way to utilize, you know, those committees in that capacity. I don't know. That's just an idea. If we felt like we needed more oversight, I guess.
So, yeah, mountains, molehills. I think that's where we're going with that, Joe. I don't think we need to do that. You know, if we could trust that we're seeing every violation within 100 feet of a stream by tethered logging systems and know what that is each year, that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for adaptive management studies. I'm not asking for a deeper dive by regional forest practices committees. I just want some data, some information that allows me, rest assured, after I'm gone from this board, that that this was a good decision. And if I can have that, then I would support this. But without that, I have questions.
Brenda, you bring up a really good point that I hadn't considered. Josh, you just referred to when it becomes a contested case, it comes in front of the board. But I'm wondering if in this particular case, could you report all violations related to tethered logging to the board?
Yeah, I think we could do that. I'd have to check our current website because it's switched around, but we used to have a database that was posted externally that just listed, you know, the number of violations by type. So that's, once the cases are completed, that's public.
That sounds good to me.
Sounds like we're.
I wish I had that answer about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. So either, and it seems like the choice we have in front of us is if somebody wants to make a motion and it gets seconded, we can vote. The other thing that we can do, I think, without a vote is table this until June. I'm okay myself with either direction. My preference, as I stated before, would be to get a motion, a simple motion. My preference would be to make the motion as is proposed by staff and pass it. But I'm also not excited about a vote here that's strongly divided. So,
Chair, I was ready to make that motion if it is timely.
you're making the motion?
If it's timely, I'm ready to make that motion. And I don't know if that's Robert's Rules of Order or not.
You're fine.
We don't observe those.
I move to make the motion, I don't have that in front of me, per staff. Does anyone have?
I can.
Can you please do that?
That you would be moving to close rulemaking related to OER 629-630-0150 and move to close rulemaking related to OER 629-630-0500 and direct the department to return to the board if a future need for action related to this rule is identified.
I do.
I don't know if somebody's going to second that, but I would make an amendment to that. So
Sure, we're getting into a dangerous area here with, you can suggest an amendment and.
I'll second it.
Wants to,
Yeah, and then it can be amended.
okay.
So I would amend it to say, and ODF will report all violations involving tethered logging to the board annually for the next 5 years.
And, okay, I think to follow the rules here, you would have to accept that amendment.
No,
Language.
no, that's her amendment.
And-
We would vote on the amendment.
You would?
Yes.
Sounds great to me.
No. I mean, the proper process would be now we would debate the amendment and vote on the amendment and then return to the original motion. So I would call the question on the amendment unless somebody wants to debate it.
No, I don't want to debate it. I agree with Heath. Let's
Yeah.
call a question on the amendment.
So we can call the question on the amendment.
Are you suggesting a vote on the amendment?
Yep, correct.
Okay. So
Just a voice
before us is
vote.
the amendment, which, Brenda, do you want to restate the amendment to what we have on the floor?
Brain, so that ODF will report to the board annually all violations within 100 feet of a stream.
The tethered logging.
All tethered logging.
They're logging annually.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right.
The 5 years.
So we're going to vote on the amendment to the potential motion here. So I'm going to just poll the board.
Voice vote.
Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Keith Curtis,
Yes.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Alexi Lavecchio,
Yes.
Brenda McComb, and I vote aye as well. So that amendment passes unanimously.
I'd call the question on the main motion as amended.
Okay. We have the motion. I will restate it just for clarity here. That it's been moved to close rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0150 and move to close rulemaking related to OAR 629-630-0500 and direct the department to return to the Board of Forestry if a future need for action related to this rule is identified as amended as we just was voted on. So with that, okay, I will poll the board. Liz Agpawa,
Aye.
Heath Curtis,
Yes.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Lexi Lavecchio,
Aye.
Brenda McComb. And I will vote aye as well. We have passed that unanimously. And for the meeting record, congratulations to all of you for getting through that. Impressive.
And thanks to Brenda for the compromise there.
Yeah, and perfect. Yeah. Take a deep breath. Good enough, guys. All right, we'll move on to the last thing on our agenda, which is just closing comments, and that is anything on anybody's mind, but I'd like to start with our new state forester.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I've learned a lot here today. And the first thing I'd like to say is a true thank you for the welcome to Oregon. It was a big decision for me and my family, and I'm very excited to be here and work with all of you on these issues. One of the draws of coming here and a reflection on kind of what I heard today, I'm still learning all of the acronyms of the Private Forestry Accord and the HCPs and the FMPs, and there's a lot of things happening. But But one of the things that really drew me here as I went through the interview process, working both with industry and with the conservation groups is, it's pretty clear that there was a desire to move forward in a different way. They came together, they worked on these plans together. That's something that we don't often see in this industry. And so where there may be differences in NITs when we get down to the implementation level or these things, there always is that level of together. We came together on what really mattered, which really ties back to that protection and promoting resilient landscapes for all Oregonians. That's something that always excites and drives me. One of the things that I heard as the EO was being discussed as well is an elevation of the great work that we get to do every day. Many of us chose forestry because it's, well, one, we don't like people. No, I'm just kidding. That's just what they say. We like trees and we like to be out in the forest and we like to do, and I think a lot of people care about that. I heard that today. And it's not often that the great work we get to do gets elevated to an EO at the governor's level, highlighting for, I think I heard Jeff say 2.5% of the budget for the state, but highlighting the importance of this, not only for just having resilient ecosystems. Resilient ecosystems are bigger than fire. They're bigger than insects and disease, their water, their health, their human health. There's all kinds of benefits, and that ties to all of the state agencies that are working in these areas. Our plans need to look bigger. We need to make ourselves adapt to the changing environment around us by planning better and differently together. So that's one of the things that very much excites me. As I kind of see, I've said this many times in my career, but I really mean it right now. It's like almost the most exciting time to be in forestry, because I think 20 years ago, we almost couldn't agree on what the issues were, or let alone how to address them. And now we can maybe not agree on every nit. I mean, if I sent two foresters out to the same forest, they might tell you two different ways to manage this a challenge that we're trying to address. But in the end, it will address that problem. And I think that's what's most exciting, is we're seeing a lot of coming together, and that in my mind is what the public believes that we should be doing, and that is what we actually should be doing, is looking for the areas where we can make a difference and where we can come to consensus at that higher level of what we're trying to do and implement for the betterment of Oregon. The issues we face are not holding back. The fires are going to come. The insect and disease is coming. The issue with climate resiliency is here. And so we have to adapt our management to kind of address that. And I really look forward to working with you all on that.
Thank you. Other end of the day, reflections, thoughts, suggestions.
Chair Kelly, I don't know if this is a reflection per se. One, I guess one reflection would be that I really enjoy working with this board. It's a group of smart people who engage these issues forthrightly and in good faith. And to be frank, that hasn't always been true of the Board of Forestry. So I feel privileged to serve in this capacity. On a point of business, I do think, we kind of left the legislative KPM conversation hanging at the March Board of Forestry meeting. And I don't need a response from you or State Forester Casey per se, but I suppose I would like to encourage a return to that conversation if at all possible. I'm not sure what ODF took away from that conversation or what they're recommending to the legislature. And I felt like there was a little unfinished business there. There was an opportunity to maybe kind of do a thing.
Tim?
Almost made it through the whole meeting. For the record, Tim Holzbach, Interim Deputy State Forester. The discussion in February had substantial notes. A lot of it was what the board wanted out of some of the KPMs and some of the feedback after the staff analysis. So as mentioned, just a reminder of the process for that, the next steps involve what is easy to glean for this current budget cycle. So that our 27-29 cycle, some of our documents are initially going to the governor's office next month.
So those items on there, the KPM 2, which is the board's evaluation, that is part of that, as well as the board was fully supportive of, I believe it was the change of the intrusionary KPM as well, which I think was KPM 6. The rest of them, we had more discussion. We looked forward to taking up that discussion with the board in the October retreat again, as we prepare for the next budget cycle, and also with, as we get the resiliency attributes. That discussion going on starting next week with the interagency group. That'll help us also include the executive order KPM references that the governor's office team mentioned today, and we can bring that to the process as well and have more collaborative portions. The other portions were some of the waiting for the HCPs and some of those other things to come into play, but working through what we heard and then how to formulate that back into the process again and back to the October retreat.
Well, okay. I mean, like, that'd be, those KPMs, if it was in the next budget cycle, wouldn't actually be adopted by the legislature until like 3 years from now, three and a half years from now. So like, that's a long time. We were told that, well, there's a statute that says that the Board of Forestry can't dictate harvest levels to the state forester on an annual basis. And there's some risk that if we make an instruction on a longer term, that still may run to some degree afoul of that statute, though it's not clear. One way to daylight for the public and for board members ODF's intentions around harvest was to endorse a KPM on that count that would be a legislative KPM. That is to say, that would be advanced forward. And that way, when we're approving the forest management plan this summer, we would have some visibility on how that forest management plan would manifest. And if the plan is to address that 3.5 years from now, of course, we're a long way into the FMP and the HCP. And so, I don't know, there may be some incentive for you to work with us some on that, and it may involve 1 or 2 other KPMs in order to get there. But if it's too late for that, fine, but not fine. I mean, it's going to make the conversation in June a lot harder. But take that for what it's.
Yeah, I wanted to circle back just, our conversation about performance measures. I felt it was really very, very, very abbreviated, and I don't know if Mike is here. But Tim, it's not clear in my mind how State Forest is going to bring information to us. I felt like that was just hanging out there, at least for me. I don't know how board members feel about that, but that's a hanger for me right now. The timeline that we have in front of us approaching a decision, if nothing else, some thought as to at least to communicate to board members what that timeline now looks like, what kind of information you're going to bring back to us. So I can at least visualize having, the time by which to evaluate that information.
So we were kicking around, Joe, the idea of between now and June of a special meeting, online, probably 3-4 hours with the expectation that we would be given by Mike and crew quite a bit that we could chew on beforehand so that we could use that time effectively. I think, there's and I wanted to just take the temperature of the board because I think seems to be a strong feeling that we have too much to.
Yeah, I feel like I've invested 8 years of my life into this, that another 3-hour meeting may not.
Yeah, there is that, right? Yeah. Is there any other comments on that? Is that all sound like?
Joe, you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, I think we need to dig into this in a much deeper way, and I hope 3 or 4 hours is long enough.
Well,
really,
I don't think we get to an end point then.
No, right. I understand that. We hopefully get to an end point in June or maybe shortly thereafter. I don't know. But we need a lot of discussion by all the board members, because as soon as we start talking about targets, some of them are going to be pretty straightforward, probably. Some of them are not at all. And it very well could come down to some split votes for some of those. But I would caution the board to think about these performance measures and how we go about deciding on them as a performance measure by performance measure vote, rather than whole ball of wax. Because I think some of them are going to be pretty controversial.
The only, the hesitation I have there is just that, like, I may be willing to do something in exchange for something, and that approach may not accommodate that.
I don't know if there's a way, I worry that we end up, with the whole package there, and a lot of board members have a real issue with one item or the other, and we can't come to an agreement. I don't know if we have a legal process maybe on performance measure by performance measure, doing non-binding votes in a meeting, perhaps, so that we can kind of get see where we're all at there, so that we can hopefully put cash in a package that we all accept. I'm just shooting here,
I guess I would just encourage, in advance of that meeting, some deliberate thinking by you, Chair Kelly, and State Forester Casey, about how you can get this group to final product in an efficient way. I think this could be a 50-hour conversation. And so, like, I think it'll have to be pretty orchestrated, and it may require some work in advance of the actual meeting.
Absolutely would. Yeah. I agreed. Anything else? We could tell jokes because we're 2 minutes ahead of schedule for yes. It being 4:13, and we're scheduled to end this meeting at 4:15.
Just use your hammer, Jim.
Okay, congratulations to all of you, keeping it on schedule and having great conversations today, and good job to everyone, and thank you everybody who came here today. Appreciate
Welcome back, Alexi. Good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It's good to be back. I'm sorry I wasn't as talkative today. I'm working on very little sleep these days, but it's really good to be back.
All right, we are adjourned.
Bye.